Hundreds.
Hundreds. Right? We want to work with you guys. We'll be your testing facility right here. I mean, you can almost hit our clinic with a stone from here. I'll be the doctor of record. But if you want people to start talking about you, word travels fast in this town. Word travels fast in this town. I got a great story coming up at the end. It happens to be a gave me story, but it's really word of mouth. If you want to set yourself apart, if you want to be busier than you can, if you want to get your own place and hire somebody because they're pounding your doors down, this is how you do it. Hormone testing, saliva, they buy the kit, they take it home. All right, this one, just, I have been squirting glutathione into my mouth, liposomal glutathione into my mouth every morning for probably 5 years. Dr. Moore likes a product that dramatically increases your body's own production of glutathione. Glutathione is by far the most powerful I almost said anti-inflammatory, but it's going to get rid of these. But look at this. Right? So what's the major cause of free radicals? Right there on the bottom. What'd you have for breakfast? What'd you have for breakfast? Where we're going to go next is that nobody. If you go on the wire and look out, what's the first line therapy for the prevention of breast cancer? What do you read? Exactly. Diet and exercise. Who's doing it? I'm not. Ready? Right. This person is not just an injury waiting to happen. If something's not done about this, he's in serious health risk. Now this guy's getting married, so this is a situational. It's an extreme situation for him. This is why he got hurt. But when you hear your clients telling you about their unbelievably stressful job year after year after year, they're in real serious trouble. Okay, let's get them tested. Let's give you, right? We can sell you the supplements and have you sell them to your client and get the profit. We can do the whole transaction. We'll have to send you an invoice. We can do the whole transaction. We can't give you a kickback. Here, take this home and collect your saliva, send it to lab when you're done. It's that simple, right? And it's not just injury anymore. It's every type of disease process in every organ system of the body, right? Fat deposition and storage, cortisol, we've all seen the Relicor commercials, we all know this mechanism. Hormone imbalance and competitive inhibition, and then look at number 6. Imagine a dramatic increase of attacks on your DNA with a suppressed immune system. Because when your DNA is attacked and you get a mutation, what does your body do with that? Hits it with a T cell, gets rid of it. But what if you're immunosuppressed and unbelievably inflamed with free radicals everywhere? Okay, and nobody is doing this but personal trainers. All right, the hormone imbalance comes from a mechanism called DHEA steal. I'm going to move really quickly through this. When this is the adrenal function part of it, right? You see these elevated cortisols. The adrenal gland steals DHEA, and everything downstream from DHEA starts to tank. Look at this. This is adrenal burnout. This person can't get out of bed. Look at the DHEA. DHEA steal from the adrenal gland. We just use cortisol to track the adrenal gland. The adrenal gland starts taking your upstream precursor, right? This is really simplified biochemistry. But DHEA, if it's all going here to the adrenal gland, none of it's going here. So when you're stressed out, you're not making any of this stuff. Right? An unhealthy, this is on its way to burnout. DHEA steal. Here's another one. Right, we do tons of these. DHEA steal. That's the mechanism. Everything downstream from DHEA, the adrenal gland is stealing the DHEA. DHEA is dispensed in our clinic as a topical bioidentical. Right, and we put our adrenal fatigue, elevated cortisol, inflamed, really at health risk clients, patients on topical DHEA. The adrenal gland takes almost all of it in the early stages of rehab, but then it starts to spill down. Competitive inhibition is another mechanism. It comes down to a quintuple whammy when all these mechanisms are set in place by stress, poor diet, and not enough exercise. Triple whammy. All right, this is answering the age-old question, right? We're getting back to training considerations, and I'm gonna morph again. Sorry about going all over the place, but some of the new stuff I uncovered is just really compelling. Your body is designed to deal with the cortisol blip that really intense training comes from. What your body is not designed for is severe stress. The stress of the competition caused way bigger changes in cortisol than the intensity of the training leading up to it. So should I take a cortisol scavenger after really intense exercise? I say no. But you should start taking a cortisol scavenger. This is our favorite, pro-cortisol balance by NutriWest. Phosphatidylcholine and phosphatidylserine, two biochemicals your body makes all the time. We're just gonna really elevate the levels. They bind to cortisol, you start peeing it out, your urine smells horrible. That's an indication that you're getting rid of that cortisol, right? It's the stressors, not the intensity of the workout, okay? We go back to our sex hormone cascade. We're gonna start having a little bit of fun with this. Because all the sex hormones come from cholesterol. You guys know that? Quick time check. What's our fascination with cholesterol? Gotta get it lower. Gotta get it lower. What happens if you have no cholesterol? What do you have no, right? So here's where you're going to start to see the heads of your primary care physicians explode. I'm having a lot of fun with this in my clinic. Because the brand new research, this is out of Boston University Medical Center, one of my favorite places to go to look for research. You guys have heard me quote them many times. They did an immense meta-analysis. Meta-analysis means they didn't design a research study and perform it. All they did was go find a whole bunch of data and look at it. And the hospital associated with Boston University is from the House of God. Did you guys read that book? You've got to read the House of God. It's unbelievable. I'll just leave it at that. The hospital there sees more people than, it's like the airport in Atlanta. Right, so they started analyzing people who died in the hospital. And what they were analyzing was what was the last recorded blood test for the cholesterol. And they expected to see really high cholesterol in the people who died of a cardiac event in the hospital. That's not what they saw. So then they decided to really expand this study, and I think it included 18,000 deaths. And now it's all mortality death. What was the cholesterol level in everybody who died in the hospital? Is it high? It's not. Cholesterol has a sweet spot. Really high cholesterol? Yes, it's dangerous. Please don't get me wrong. Really high cholesterol, 350, 400, that's dangerous. Really low cholesterol, that's dangerous. Because it turns out cholesterol is cardioprotective. What? And it turns out that cholesterol is neuroprotective. What's the tidal wave coming down our healthcare system? Is anybody thinking Alzheimer's? Is anybody thinking dementia? Is anybody thinking neurodegenerative disorders? Why are we removing the neuroprotection of cholesterol? This is what the researchers at Boston University Medical Center found as the optimal range for cholesterol. What? With the absolute sweet spot being 250. If you keep your cholesterol between these numbers, your chances of living longer increase dramatically. How come this isn't on the evening news? How come this isn't on the cover of the New England Journal of Medicine? Crystal. You guys are always ahead of me. You guys are always ahead of me. That's why I love lecturing to this group. What's the #1 drug in the world? Read that highlighted bottom, right at the bottom.
Atorvastatin.
Atorvastatin, it's Lipitor. Statins. And there's a whole bunch of them. Lipitor is not the only statin. The #1 drug in the world. That's why a chiropractor is standing in a room somewhere in New Mexico sharing this information with personal trainers and professors. Dr. Kravitz, hello. I know you know this. and thanks for keeping us on your intern referral program. The #1 drug in the world. In the world. Did you read the number of millions of?
So can I ask a question? So if that's accurate, 250 is optimal, why isn't that what our physicians are telling us?
Because it's the #1 drug in the world. And the US government, and this is my personal opinion, standing right in front of it. The US government made a really big mistake when it allowed physicians to get all of their continuing education hours from the pharmaceutical companies. Your doctor doesn't know this yet. This is new, and it's 18,000 people, and they can't get it published. So what they did was they published a book. Those of us who can't get our continuing education hours from pharmaceutical companies, we're getting the actual research. We're getting what's coming off the wire. But look at this. Helping people stay healthy and prevent disease. You guys, sorry, helping people stay healthy and prevent disease. Nobody's doing it. It's time consuming. What do doctors have the least of right now? It's not money. It's time. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Can you ask somebody about their diet and exercise in 3 minutes? And healthcare is now procedurally driven. The evaluation and management of patient is not a reimbursable service anymore. Dr. Moore has been fighting this fight in our state capitol for years to get us paid for evaluation and management. They said they were going to, and they don't. He fights it every single day. Because if we don't do a procedure, we don't get paid. And that's all of healthcare. Nobody's doing this. Nobody's doing this. Doctors are not interested in prevention. It's not that they're not interested in it, it's that they can't do it. You guys are the only ones doing it. Right, here's my really simplified biochemistry. We didn't talk about this. Right, every study coming out now is saying that our cholesterol problem, which is not quite the problem we're being told it is, but those people who have really high cholesterol, it's because they eat too much sugar. It's not fat. It's not margarine. It's sugar. Not cholesterol containing foods. All right, we went over that. Right, here's how we know it's sugar. Right, go back to your biochemistry. It never, ever, ever lies to you. Other sources of information do lie to you sometimes, but your biochemistry never lies to you. Glycolysis, which is what, 23 steps? Terminates in the formation of pyruvate. I know you guys know this. The Krebs cycle is fed by acetyl-CoA. This little conversion that occurs here, otherwise known as the link step. We're going to feed the Krebs cycle. The link step, Dr. Kravitz. Pyruvate is converted to HMG-CoA, which is converted to acetyl-CoA. You can kind of see that, right? Acetyl-CoA feeds the Krebs cycle. This is how you want all the sugar you eat converted to energy. This is the preferred biochemical furnace, if you will, of the body. HMG-CoA is the beginning substrate for the formation of all cholesterol. Cholesterol comes from sugar metabolism. Get it? Don't let them convince you otherwise. All right, here's me. Here's my current total cholesterol. I was at 215, which was a little concerning to Sonia, my primary care provider. 215, which we now know is a little low, but she wanted it down. So I became ketogenic. Lost 20 pounds because I stopped eating sugar. What happened to my cholesterol? 25 points. 25 points. How do you lower your cholesterol? 25 points. Stop eating sugar. It's sugar. Keto diet and mental health. I just discovered this yesterday. Dr. Moore's like, what are you printing out? Like the printer's going crazy. I'm like, I found some new cool stuff for Saturday morning. Ketogenic diet and mental health. 65% of the participants in this ketogenic study were able to completely eliminate their antidepressant medication and other psychiatric drug by stopping eating, is that what you say? Sugar and your opioid receptors. Sugar metabolism forms an intermediate that actually binds to your opiate receptors in your brain. What's the most addictive receptor in the brain? Opiate receptor. Sugar is a drug. It alters your brain chemistry. Not only does it upregulate the opioid receptor's cyclic AMP internal mechanisms, but it squashes dopamine. And what's your everything's okay brain chemical? Dopamine. Sugar is the devil. What'd you have for breakfast? Personal trainers. Okay, show me your food diary. I'm not doing it. Nobody I know is doing it besides you. Couple quick things about estrogen and testosterone. Estrogen is essential to gain muscle mass. What? Estrogen, what? It's getting a bad rap, right? Because it has to be kept within its optimum range, and it must be opposed by progesterone. Not 25-medroxyprogestin, not 25-medroxyprogestin, which is what's in our oral contraception, what we're feeding to our young women. Estrogen must be opposed by progesterone. 25-medroxyprogestin is enough like progesterone to confuse your body to stop ovulating, but it doesn't shut down the proliferative effects of estrogen. Estrogen must be opposed by progesterone, but it is getting a new boost within the professional bodybuilding world, because when you're on high doses of testosterone, Your body wants to convert testosterone to estrogen, and that is dangerous for your prostate. But the pros know, the elite pros know, they want their estrogen a little bit higher. Why? Now they're, right? Now they're juggling. Did you know the ACL has estrogen receptors? What? So all of your ligaments have estrogen receptors. It's by design, right? Your body may need to soften in certain areas with the help of a hormone called relaxin if you're going to get that watermelon out of your body. Talking about childbirth. But ACL injuries go up dramatically when your estrogen is high.
Is that also related to cortisol levels?
This is out of the original lecture that I started to write. This is actually elite athletic training perspective from hormones, right? So this didn't come out real well, sorry. Right, this is a woman with really high estrogen, low progesterone. She's experiencing DHEA steal, so she's an injury waiting to happen, and she's an injury waiting to happen. Are you going to start this player? How many of our young female soccer athletes have ruptured their ACLs recently? I'll tell you who's all over this. It's U.S. women's soccer team. U.S. women's soccer team. Right? If Carly is starting instead of Morgan tonight, and you're going, Morgan's a way better player than Carly. Why is Morgan sitting on the bench? They may be protecting her. Right? Is Megan, how come Megan's not out there? You guys know Megan and her pink hair. How come she's not playing tonight? Why is Lindsay playing? Okay. Testosterone. It's a banned substance within the NCAA. So people like you have figured out how to boost it with high intensity interval training, certain types of weightlifting. Like you guys are all over this, right? But what's come off the wire recently is that winning elevates your testosterone much more than training interval or intensity, right? The cutting edge of what you guys do. Victory. So what did the NCAA do? They changed the transfer portal, right? How are the Lobos ever going to get from a losing situation to a winning situation when every good player goes somewhere else? Because the athletes are going to get better. Athletes are now increasing to, they're transferring to increase their potential. It's happening now in our high schools. Where are all the good players? Cleveland, Rio Rancho, Volcano Vista. El Dorado's getting the crap kicked out of them. The athletes get better when they win. Okay, I wanted you guys to know that one because I thought that was super cool. Right? Is testosterone dangerous? A lot of people think it is. I'm going to show you right now how to make testosterone as safe as petting not a kitten. Now some kitten will scratch it. Puppy. Right, a little orange pill. This is an aromatase inhibitor. Estrogen is dangerous to the prostate, to the breasts, to the ovaries, to the uterus. Estrogen, if not properly opposed, right? But in men who, as we age, right, as you turn my age, we want to aromatize our testosterone to estrogen. Estrogen is where things get dangerous. Aromatase inhibitors are cheap and they're safe and answer that question. Vitamin D. Look at this. Vertical jump, strength, aerobic capacity, and sprinting ability. Vitamin D. Do you know that we're all vitamin D deficient? Which is strange to me because we live in a very sunny part of the world. Right? When an athlete comes into our clinic and they're injured, it's high D3. High D3, that's the supplement we love. Because it's essential for them to heal and get back on the field, which is all they care about. But if we can keep them on that, when they get back on the field, they're gonna be better. Right, this is out of the lecture I started to write. This is where the research started to morph to me. And a couple of my favorite quotes. Right, everybody knows, let food be thy medicine and medicine be thy food. I want you to focus on this word. Right? I know you guys are not allowed to call yourself doctors, but the more I look into what's going on now, the more research I uncover, the more important your role is, because nobody else is doing it. If we have any chance in healthcare, and I'm not talking procedural driven sick care, I'm talking about the best medicine, the greatest form of medicine is teaching people how not to use it. You cannot drug yourself. You can't. Right? And these are my quotes. Right now, more than ever, you are the first line and the best line by far. Right? We want to be your testing facility. We can help you find out. Reach out to Karen. We'll run the test for you. We'll say so many good things about you to your client. And guess what that client's going to do? They're going to tell 2 friends. And they're going to tell 2 friends. And so on. And so on. You guys are you seeing shampoo in your heads? Did anybody catch that? All right, never mind. All right. So a couple of years ago, a patient came in with horrible right lumbopelvic pain. It's the SI joint, or it's the lumbosacral facet joint. It's our bread and butter. We live and breathe this stuff. This is going to be a home run. I treat him 4 times, and there's no change at all. No change at all. In fact, it's worsening. He is now lying down in the back of his UPS delivery truck after each delivery. He's in unbearable pain. Luckily, I get a reasonable nurse on the phone when I call Blue Cross Blue Shield, because the protocol is they have to fail a 6-week course of care now in order to qualify for an MRI. But this nurse is listening to me, and she approves the MRI. And when we get it, he's got a big tumor in his pelvis. It's a germ cell tumor. It's the same cancer that Lance Armstrong got. And he is straight into emergency surgery. And they try pretty hard to kill him, but they don't, and he survives. And at his church, he shares his story. Now, a woman who I'm working on my table, she says to me, hey, you chiropractors are really coming up in the healthcare world, aren't you? I go, well, I don't know. Why do you say that? She said, a chiropractor saved the life of a guy in my church. And I go, what? A chiropractor found a tumor in his pelvis, emergency surgery. And I go, any chance his name was Steve? And she goes, I go, I'm the chiropractor. And that's not just, hey, I'm great. It's word travels fast in this town. You want people talking about you. It's not hard. Okay, you're sharing some really important information with me today. I think you need to see someone. Right? This is what they want. They spend money on what's important to them. Let me tell you a quick, let me make sure I have time to take 2 minutes, and then we have to leave 5 minutes for questions, because I know you have to. Because I went way too fast. Sorry, I wrote a 60-minute lecture. They gave me 45 minutes to do it. There's a gal who ran our clinic for the past 6 years. Rock star. She started a side gig. The side gig was covering things in milk chocolate and selling them to people. She was pretty good at it. Word got out. Her side gig, covering bananas with chocolate. I bought one that was amazing. Cherries and strawberries, cake pops. Her side gig eclipsed her main gig. And she said to us, hey guys, thanks, bye. Why? Why not give people what they want, right? They don't have to go to Phoenix and Denver, but they are. They are. Like, let's continue the enclave here, because they're going to be talking about you, right? You direct one of your clients who's at really serious health risk. I mean, I know that was a lot, but some of that stuff is just amazing. Right, and this is not, I'm getting married on Saturday. Okay, we're gonna pull back a little bit on your training. This is my boss for the past 5 years, my relationship with my husband. I mean, this is the stuff they share with you all the time. And they're at really, really serious risk. And there's nobody that can do a thing about it but you. All right, here's how you get a hold of us, or Karen, if you want to test or you want to talk to us more. If you want to leave time for any questions, if you guys have any. If not, let's get some coffee. Yes.
So after initial testing and the results come back and you begin a process of treatment, what is a typical timeline of the course of treatment up to the next test?
Right, so the total course of treatment is typically 18 months.
Okay.
But the next test interval is either 6 months or 12 months based on their initial panel and a 30-day or 1 month follow-up series of questions. It's like an examination, right? Everything that you indicated being a problem on your initial test results, is it improved? If it is, then we're typically keeping them on that with 1 month, 2 month, 3 month follow-ups, adjusting the treatment protocol based on their answers to a whole bunch of questions. That's typically a 1 year retest. But if at 1 month, nothing's improving, at 2 months after that, it's still not improving, and we tweaked a couple of things, then we're gonna retest it in 6 months typically. The adrenal gland can be rehabilitated. It's really, really sluggish. So the timeframes are long, but people will start to feel better way sooner than that, which keeps them compliant.
Quick follow-up.
Yeah.
With regard to like elite amateur athletes, cyclists, and that kind of thing. Periodization a year out then would be the way to look at that.
I don't think so. I think it's way shorter than that in an elite athlete.
Because it seems like the metabolic response would be really fast with somebody who's conditioned. So you start changing cortisol levels, the recovery improves dramatically.
Yeah, dramatically. And I will admit to this: pro-cortisol balance, phosphatidylcholine and phosphatidylserine, they are artificially lowering the cortisol levels. But 14 days of lower cortisol, you'd be really impressed. Well, it doesn't sound like you would. Sounds
No,
like
that's.
but here's the real answer. Are you dealing with a situational stressor that's got an ending time point? Or are you dealing with somebody who's stuck in a situation that they cannot change? And now they're really leaning on you, right? Yeah, cortisol scavengers, absolutely. But do they need deep adrenal support and topical DHEA? And are they estrogen dominant? Are they aromatizing? I mean, you look at a man whose estrogen is higher than a woman's, then they need aromatase inhibition. I mean, like, there's a lot of stuff that we can do, but a lot of it has to do with, are we getting this person through their wedding? Or are they an attorney? That burnout one, if you remember, adrenal burnout, that was a local attorney. His practice and life, that's the way that we got a problem for a long time. You can't change professions. Yeah, great question. Yeah.
I think we should do a drawing and get away to somebody.
That one, it's a great idea. Let's do a drawing and get that kid away.
And what other, besides supplementation, what other nutritional recommendations do you give your patients to bring cortisol levels down?
I tell them to hire a personal trainer. I'm not kidding, because in my clinic, I'm setting them up with Karen. All right, and I'm not embarrassed to say to you guys, I don't have time to do that. My next patient's already here. But in our clinic, we have somebody who can talk about diet and exercise better than anybody, right? So I'm no longer doing it, which is part of my point. We happen to have one of the best personal trainers I've ever known on staff, but I would love to refer to you as well, because she can only do so much.
Is the only test cortisol a saliva test, or is it also something that can be done when people have blood work done?
They can, but I'm going to argue strongly for the kit, because in order to get a real look at the adrenal gland, you need 4 samples in the same day. And it's nearly impossible to get somebody to go to a blood lab 4 times. You can use blood, but if you get a morning sample, which is what you get on blood, and things go haywire after that, you're missing the whole picture. So yes, you can, but don't.
Does cortisol run in like a standard zone, or do people have kind of like their own rhythm to cortisol?
Everybody has that, and you know, was up here a bunch of times and I wasn't focused on the pattern, but it's highest in the morning to get you up and revved, get all your systems revved up. And it should follow that rhythm. I should have pointed that out. Right, I think the only time that I did point it out is I said, these numbers shouldn't be here along this line, right? And they were all up there. So yeah, there's a normal rhythm for cortisol throughout the day.
Is there like a relationship with other things in the body, like take your cholesterol with your LDL, HDL, particle size, all those? Is there something with cortisol that you're looking at that it's kind of like, oh, if the cortisol is elevated, but this other marker is slightly elevated, and that's normal for the person? Or is it always just cortisol's high? That means there's something obvious.
Yeah, yes, to that list of 6 or 8 things that cortisol always also creates. There's not a direct link between cholesterol. That just blew my mind. And I wanted to share it with you guys. But I would tell you that the carbohydrate cravings that come with stress and elevated cortisol are causing a cholesterol problem for you, right? Because you're eating sugar. Yeah. Yeah, and that would be something that you guys talk about all the time with your clients. Yeah, we're gonna have to let the next lecturer come up. We can continue questions at the desk, maybe? Yeah, others?
Just a quick, are there any studies trying to correlate cortisol and morbidity? Like high levels, yeah,
Right, because of all those links that we're talking about as it being the origin of all this.
right?
Yeah, not that I've found yet, but I subscribe to a whole bunch of surveys.
Or from the history. So I also do physical therapy services in private practice and also an outpatient facility here in Albuquerque. I also teach classes here, health and wellness classes here at the JCC as well. I started off my education at the University of Hawaii in Manoa with a bachelor's degree in athletic training. And then I went on to UNN and the University of St. Augustine to attend my physical therapy degree. After I finished my military career, I went on to get my MBA at the University of Arizona. I'm also the founder of Synapse 6, which is a seminar company teaching these martial arts. And I'm one of the few PTs in Albuquerque to have a certification in handball. All right, so these are the learning objectives we're gonna go to. So we're gonna review the neurocellular and physiological benefits of exercise. We're gonna learn about the concept of neuroplasticity. We're gonna identify the cognitive benefits of martial arts. We're gonna learn about Filipino martial arts and the origins of synaptics. We're gonna understand this, the application of synaptics drills. We're gonna also participate in some interactive brain exercises. And we're gonna also observe a demo of some of the synaptic drills. So before I begin my presentation, I'd like to begin the content of my presentation with this slide, which shows that not every cognitive ability changes at the same trajectory. So as you can see here, verbal knowledge, verbal fluency, reasoning, and mental mapping, they change at different trajectories. So the cognitive skills that are most likely to decline with age are reasoning skills and mental mapping and memory. Mental mapping is basically how you perceive things in space. So basically, if, for example, you're in a large parking lot at the stadium and you park your car somewhere, and after the football game, you have to remember where you park. So your ability to remember where to park despite all the space and cars that are in the parking lot is what we call mental mapping. Mental mapping is also the ability to know where you are in a big city. For example, when I was in New York City, instead of taking the subway, I would roll around the streets, different streets, and I try to remember where I'd be. In some cases, it was hard to discover different pockets of neighborhoods in New York City, and trying to remember where to go back in order to catch our bus was challenging. So regardless of how old you are or how young you are, it is most likely that you will face some type of cognitive decline as you age. But this begs the question, so why do older people who read a lot and exercise are less forgetful of things? So it's because basically a healthy brain that has been trained enough can store mental resources, which can be later used as the brain gets older. So in other words, it's like storing a surplus of mental neurons so that when the process of aging does occur, your brain will have enough cognitive reserves to ward off the effects of aging. Let's see. So although there are numerous pharmaceuticals, drugs for brain, such as Prevagen, Trulicity, Luriva, that are drugs for the brain, you'll see that in a lot of the commercials out there. I believe there are alternative ways to support your brain health. How we move, how we sleep, and what we eat are vital components of brain health. I'm going to be basically focusing on movement. Okay? As you know, movement begins in the brain. It's the control center of our body. So there's research that shows that different movements can help ward off the aging brain. For instance, there was a research done in UCLA, I believe back in 2016, that found that gardening or even dancing increases brain volume, which can decrease the risk of Alzheimer's by 50%. So a movement research study also done, I believe, in UCLA in 2014 by Dr. Diamond found that bimanual coordination, rhythmic motion, frequently crossing midline, and high-end coordination are valuable when looking at executive brain function in the brain. So this is equivalent to what we're going to be doing with our stick movements. And last of all, a study back in 2014 found that martial arts show that widespread cognitive benefits that targeted martial arts show more widespread cognitive benefits than targeted computer training. So just to make myself clear, I'm not a neuroscientist, so I don't know what really goes on in the brain. I don't have to understand it. I'm just a physical therapist that uses movement and exercise as a form of healing. And I happen to use martial arts to incorporate in my training for rehab to enhance not only range of motion and strength, but also enhance cognitive health. I don't need to understand what goes on in the brain. I know my clients feel it, my students feel it, and I feel it when I train with them. So, but these are the benefits of exercise on the brain. So when you exercise, you'll increase the neurotrophins. You increase BDNF, which is basically brain neurotrophic factors, which are responsible for promoting growth and formation of new neurons, which may be responsible for increasing the hippocampus, which is linked to improved memory. You also get increases in VEGF, which is vascular endothelial growth factors, which stimulates the formation of blood vessels, and also IGF-1, which is insulin growth factor, which is also important not only for muscle, but also for brain health. Okay? Other benefits of exercise on the brain is increased synaptogenesis, which is basically a fancy word for increasing new synaptic connections in your brain. You'll also have enhanced angiogenesis, which is increasing the more blood vessels in the brain, increased production of various neurotransmitters, reduce beta amyloid protein, which is another term for plaques in the brain, which when you do these types of exercise, studies show that it helps to reduce some of the plaques in the brain to ward off Alzheimer's. Exercise also increases the telomere length, which is part of the chromosome, which is responsible for increasing lifespan. And then you've got things like increased expression of genes associated with plasticity and mitochondrial function, and then neurogenesis, which is the formation of neurons in the brain. So this slide shows a CT scan of a brain when a person is quietly sitting down for 20 minutes, excuse me, versus a person walking after 20 minutes. So as you can see in this slide here, after a 20-minute walk, you'll see more activity in the brain lighting up. So what this means is that there's more synaptic connections in the brain after you walk, which is transmitting information to other neural circuits in the brain. This slide shows that after this slide was done actually on a mouse running on a wheel. So it shows that after 1 month of exercise, the mouse developed new neurons in the brain, as you can see in these green pictures here. So this is basically occurring in the hippocampus. So the hippocampus, when you develop new neurons in the brain, you will develop better memory to your brain. Okay. All right, so this quote is a good transition for the next lesson on my slide, which is the presentation on neuroplasticity. So if the body is feeble, the mind will not be strong. So first, let me introduce you to the different types of neurons in the brain. Okay, so you've got the unipolar, which is one connection to the brain, and you've got bipolar, which there's two connections to the cell. and you've got multipolar cells, and also pyramidal cells in the brain. We've got different axons and dendrites that connect to the cell body. So this is the types of cells you'll find in the brain. So this slide shows that each neuron has been affected by different types of sensory or movement or even learning stimuli. So these experiences, whether it's sensory, learning, or even motor, will create more connections to the brain, to the cells, which is known as the neuroplasticity. So these areas where you see all these axons and dendrites is new growth from different stimuli, such as, like I said, learning, sensory stimuli, and movement. So these connections will transmit to other cell bodies in the brain to form synaptic connections. Okay? So in other words, when we enrich our lives with different types of learning, whether it's sensory, intellectual, or movement, what this means is that if you learn anything new, your chances are you will enhance your memory, increase the robustness of each cell, and also maybe create more neurons in your brain. In contrast, if we stop learning, whether it's learning intellectual stuff, sensory, or even movement, our brain will start to shrink. Okay? Well, not the brain alone, but the areas where these neurons connect to the brain will start to shrink. So what this means is that when the brain detects that certain neural connections are not frequently used, the brain will prune those connections and it will not be active. It's not going to be actively used anymore. It's kind of like muscles. It's kind of like the use it or use it principle. Okay. All right. So basically, neuroplasticity or brain plasticity refers to our brain's capacity to adapt and shape itself as it responds to various learning experiences. Like I said, whether it's intellectual, sensory, or movement, which I will focus on in this presentation. So this slide shows the windows of plasticity in the brain. So regarding neuroplasticity in relationship to brain development, our first window of opportunity of learning emerges in the cortical regions, so which are dedicated to vision and other senses. So the first wave, which is here, okay, is sensitive and is very sensitive, especially in childhood, and it's very it opens and closes in a specific time frame. The other two waves. The other two waves here are dedicated to motor and language skills. These two areas remains open throughout our lives. So as we if we keep learning, whether how old you are, we still can change our brain because it's plastic there. So. So this slide shows how different workouts affects areas of the brain. I like this slide. So for example, when you lift weights, it'll stimulate the prefrontal cortex, which is responsible for complex thinking, reasoning, and multitasking and problem solving. When you do yoga, it'll stimulate the frontal lobe, and within the frontal lobe is this area called the insula, which integrates thoughts and emotions. And yoga also stimulates the amygdala, which is responsible for fear and anxiety. If you do HIIT training, high intensity interval training, it basically stimulates or affects the hypothalamus, which affects appetite regulation. So when you're doing sports drills, almost similar to stick drills, you activate or stimulate the prefrontal cortex. and the basal ganglia, which is responsible for switching between task and inhibition. Sports drills will also affect the parietal lobe, which is responsible for visual spatial processing, and also the cerebellum, which is responsible for attention. And finally, aerobic exercise will stimulate or affect the hippocampus, which is responsible for memory. This quote is from one of our former presidents, and he mentions physical fitness is not only one of the most important keys to healthy body, it is the basis of dynamic and creative and intellectual activity. So I believe that physical fitness should include movement-based type of training, such as martial arts, or Tai Chi, to sharpen our bodies and mind. So this slide shows how martial arts can affect different parts of our brain. Okay, so it's been well documented that workouts that incorporate martial arts have a much more pronounced and long-term effect on cognitive abilities. So in other words, when you do martial arts drills, it can assist in the whole brain development. Okay, so for instance, in a martial arts brain, you'll work the frontal lobe or affect the frontal lobe, which is responsible for memory, problem solving, concentrating, thinking, behavior, and mood. A martial arts brain will also affect the parietal lobe, which is responsible for tactile sense, body awareness, emotion, and sense of direction. When you train in martial arts, you also affect the temporal lobe, which is responsible for feelings, for language, speech control, and focus. And also the occipital lobe, which is responsible for sight and awareness. And finally, the martial arts brain also works on the cerebellum, which is responsible for balance, coordination, and movement. And then the brainstem, which is for consciousness, breathing, attention, and heart rate. So what I basically study is the martial arts called the Filipino martial arts, FMA. There was a study done at UCLA, which was a UCLA grant-funded study which investigated the effects of FMA on cognitive and its influences on abstract thinking and creativity. So I'm going to play this short video.
What's happened so far in neuroscience is been a great deal of attention to exercise and cognition. There's been some interest in South-style martial arts. No one's looked at Filipino martial arts.
It's supercharging your hand speed, it's supercharging your hand-eye coordination. All of that goes in with cognitive ability.
The martial arts, and particularly MMA, requires you to think in a different sort of way because the stakes are higher. Our theory going into this is that FMA is in the intricacy of the drills and the complexity would have certain cognitive benefits. So if you're just starting out in this line, it's really brains around.
Once you've learned a complex movement, it's no longer complex. So constantly learning different types of movements is actually key to creating those new pathways, those synaptic pathways and neural pathways.
To test out that hypothesis, we have the control group doing conditioning, and then we have our test group who is learning these very complex drills. We gave them all cognition tests at the beginning and end of the study. Both groups improved their test scores, but the martial arts group showed a greater improvement in particular tests. There's definitely been a change in their learning. Our brains are incredibly malleable, and it's actually really important to continue to train our brains with aging. So if you train your brain enough, that when the process of aging does begin to slow that down, you have some surplus.
So that's pretty interesting stuff.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
You mentioned this before that I heard it called the cognitive reserve. Is that pretty well validated in the research?
This type of research is fairly new. So they're currently doing research on this topic alone in UCLA, and I believe one in University of Indiana. So it's a fairly new thing. So it's at its infancy stage right now. So I've been studying Filipino martial arts for over half my life now. And I realized how this has benefited me to help, hopefully, in the long run, ward off things like Alzheimer's, dementia. So this is, like I said, as I mentioned, is a fairly new thing going on right now. So.
Okay.
So the benefits of martial arts, whether it's Filipino martial arts or even other martial arts, you'll have improved hand-eye coordination, reaction time, ambidexterity, quickness, concentration, bilateral proficiency, increased electrical activity in the brain hemispheres, eye tracking, and spatial awareness. So I'm currently working on a few clients, and when I train clients using the stick, one of my clients claimed that he's able to read better. He had a hard time actually reading from left to right. So now that he's been training with the sticks to read, he can actually finish a page. So, and there's other clients I work on as well, which has helped them improve concentration. One of a client of mine, he was in a bike accident, and developed a traumatic brain injury. And yes, he's actually an ER doc, and I've been working with him for over 6 months, and the drills that I've been showing him has improved his memory and his ability to think clearly. So sorry about that. So later in the presentation, I'll be showing you a specific drill that may help rewire the brain. Again, like I said, I've been doing this for almost half my life now. I'm hoping that doing this will help ward off age-related brains in the future. So this type of stick drill has helped me mentally and physically. So the stick drill that I've been doing is called Cinnamon drills, which gave birth actually to my synaptic drill training. So, and it looks something like this.
I'm more American. And this is my colleague Iris.
So this types of strip drill, you can actually see in different movies as well. You'll see this in different scenes in different movies. So what is synaptics? So synaptics is a term I coined, which is based on a movement modality based on the Philippine martial arts, or FMA. So it's a weapon-based type of martial arts system involving sticks, blades, knives, and empty hands. In synaptics, I'll be only utilizing double stick drills, single stick drills, and empty hands. Okay, so it's designed for individuals wishing to engage in a fun and challenging way to keep the brain and the body healthy. And it stimulates and improves cognitive function using multi-complex, multi-movement patterns and within multiple axes and planes within the joints. So my former instructors that I trained FMA with learned from various instructors, as you can see here. So two of these instructors are well over their 80s. So and still sharp as a tack. So this is the reason why I do these drills. So there was a story told by this gentleman here. His name is Guru Daniel Santo. He actually claimed that when he taught one of his students a specific drill, it helped him with his memory after he suffered from amnesia from a car accident. So let me show you how this drill looks like. It's called Heaven 6. So two of my students will actually demonstrate this drill. Okay, so that's a fairly complex movement. So it has rhythmic motion, it has bilateral crossing of the midline, and it requires bilateral coordination. When I first teach this to my students, sometimes they get what they call brain scramble. So brain scramble is something that was mentioned in the first video. And so instead of me trying to explain what brain scramble is, I want you to feel it, okay? So everybody, either you can stand up or you can sit where you are, okay? So I want you guys to do a drill with me. So the first drill is gonna be a fist drill. So I want you to pound your fist just like this, okay? Okay, now with your right hand, see if you can pronate and supinate while pounding the other fist. Okay. Okay, now switch. Pronate, supinate the other hand and do the fist pound. Okay, that's pretty challenging. Okay, now I want you to do this drill. So your right hand, you're gonna pedal forward. Okay. Okay. Your left hand, you're gonna go backwards. So now I want you to do it at the same time. Okay. Going forward with your right hand and going backward with your other hand. Okay. Look like this. And see if you can switch. Okay. Okay, the last drill I want you to do is, okay, I want you to, with your left hand, you're gonna snap a triangle. Right hand, you're gonna snap a square. Okay, now you're gonna do it together, okay? So, okay, that's what you call brain scramble. Yeah. So these are the types of exercises I try to replicate synaptics. So I saw some of you guys were at least trying, and I saw some of you guys who were pretending to try. So when you guys did this, how many feel that you kind of felt the brain was overloading? So yeah, so it's because you're trying to do two different things at the same time, so it's pretty much overloading your brain. So I try to replicate this in what I teach with the synaptics, yeah. So this is one of my clients that I worked on when I was actively in the military. So he was one of my clients that had a little brain fog from coming back to Afghanistan. So what we're doing here is a 7-count asymmetric synaptic group. Okay, so when the person gets a hang of the pattern, I try to challenge him with different motions. So what I try to do is maybe move in front of him, move toward him, so he has to back up. I try to back up, so he has to follow me. I try to move laterally, and I move in circles. So just to challenge his brain. So it's pretty cool. Okay. All right. So this is one of my favorite slides here. So my grandma started walking 5 miles a day when she was 60. She's 97 now, and we don't know where the hell she is. So I can see this quote in 2 ways. So the grandmother got so fit that she can walk forever. Another way I can look at this is that she got so fit that she walked so far that she forgot how to come back home. So I think that she did some synapses she probably remember. Anyway. All right, so let me play you this last video. So this is another application of Filipino martial arts, which was performed on the football field in UCLA. So let me play this video.
I'm instructional programs coordinator, UCLA Recreation. I manage all of the arts, dance, martial arts, and sports classes. Recreation, our primary goal is providing this other classroom for the students where they can learn life skills. Being able to see that effect on the students is very important. One of the main drills we do is the movement drill. So we start very slow and strike, leg, gaze, and strike back. We just get multiple repetitions right. Constantly feeling where his body is. Or we can take something where we provide the martial arts application to take care of whatever situation is.
I heard about Paul through the rec department here at UCLA. I've used martial arts training in the past. I noticed we need to really work on our hand speed and balance and punching mechanics. So I wanted to use that martial arts.
The work that you're doing with the Bruins is getting the D-line. Really, that's just straight up and combat. He's going to try and push me, toss my shoulder, so another big shot. And say that as soon as I see that coming in, take it off and see where it's bouncing. So we'll start the drilling. Push me.
Watch them. Like Bruce Lee, small guy, or big guy, put all these moves against his stuff, that's it around, and fighting sexual pressure. How come we can't do this guy? So tremendously, it's unconscious competence. Not thinking about the mental, the offensive line sense so much faster. Same with our guys on the bus.
I think the hands have evolved in football over the last 10 years. Defensive line, offensive line, everyone's using their hands more. You can add drills, but you're using incorporating your hands, it's only going to make you better football player. With the defensive line techniques that I've taught and schematics, it's totally changed what we do up front.
Most sports are really just imitations of war. Basically, basic games, soccer, football, basketball. They have their origins in combat.
But the soccer ball, still use my hands and help the body for this information as I come in my hands. I take one way, I take the other.
When you look at these games, look at the techniques and the tactics, think about the general ability design to use this information to think that the arm is going to go this way or the leg is going to go this way. Look at basketball, when the point guard is right at the top of the event, he's going to do a shoulder jump, he's going to do a head fake or a drop step. And that's just like what you do in the ring when there's a fight. You're going to try and give your opponent this information and say, hey, I'm going to throw this hit here and punch him on the other side. So really the next connections are quite bad. I guess I'm civilized way.
All right, so the UCLA lineman mentioned something about unconscious competence. How many of you guys heard of that term? So that basically it's performing a skill that becomes automatic. So when I train my clients or students in these drills, I try to, the goal is to help them accomplish this, okay? So when I feel that they've accomplished this, I think that's where they make the synaptic connections and that's how it becomes automatic. So, okay, so rather than me talk or watch more videos, I want you guys to see what we do. Okay, well done is better than well said. So what I'm going to have my volunteers come up. So we're gonna run through different drills, okay? So this is my volunteers, and I train with them. So this is Ken, this is Rich, Phil, and Liam. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna run through 5 drills, double stick drills. Okay, the first one is called the cow. Number 2 is EKIS, 3 is high-low, heaven 6, and then number 5 is standard 6. So I want you guys go ahead and demonstrate 1 to 5. Okay, now, that was good. So now we need to challenge them a bit. Instead of going 1 to 5, let's try to change that order into a random. Okay, instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, let's go say 2, 5, 3, 1, 4. So. Okay, good job. So when you watch them, did you see how they kind of paused? So it was because that they were trying to process the number to which hit. Okay. So this time now, I'm just going to shout out numbers randomly. Okay. So as they go along. So all right, you guys ready? So 4. 9. So as you can see, 9 wasn't part of the vote, so I was expecting more Kali steps. But anyway, so let's move on to another drill. So now we're going to do what we call a mirror drill. So a mirror drill is basically, so when we did these drills, this is basically what we call matching drills. So if I bring out my right hand, he's going to match me with his right hand. I do my left hand, he's going to match me with my left hand. Okay, so this is the head and 6. So this is what we call matching. Okay? Now we're going to do what we call a little bit more challenging to the brain, what we call mirroring. So we're going to do a mirror drill with a 5-count drill. So the mirror drill, first let's do a matching drill with the 5-count sequence. Okay, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So right now we're matching. Okay, so now if I move into mirror, it's going to look like this. Okay. Now I'm back to matching. That's the difference. Okay. So if I were to face the mirror, okay, so if I'm facing a mirror and I lift up my right hand, what is the reflection in the mirror show me? Lift my left hand. So this is the type of drills we're trying to replicate. Okay, so let's try first the 5-count drill with the matching, and then you guys can switch to mirroring. that was the mirror drill. Okay, so now we're gonna move into a single stick drill. So what we're gonna do is what we call a Sombrada 6 drill, which is known as a shadow drill. Okay. So basically, they're gonna stay within the parameters of you hit I, so 6 count. Sombrada. Whoops. Sorry. Okay, so did you notice how they move changed with this drill? So this drill is basically bringing out their creativity within them and learning how not to get hit despite the random throwing of the drill. Okay, now we're going to move into the last part of our drill, which is hand to hand. So they're going to put their sticks down, and we're going to do hand to hand drills. So number one, will be a windmill drill. Okay. Number 2 is going to be a tagaan drill. Number 3 is ubud, and number 4 is hampak. So you can go through 1 to 4. Okay. So this is a windmill drill. So he hit, I block. Okay, then the tagaan. Okay. Tagaan drill. Then we move into the ubud. And then the hampak. Oops, sorry. All right, time. All right, good job, guys. Let's do my volunteer. So I kind of showed you a small taste of what I do with synaptics. I've created a variety of progressive drills using double stick drills, single stick drills, and hand-to-hand combat drills. And I believe this type of drills will help with brain function. So we know that the brain has the ability to change itself. It's plastic. You know, regardless of how old we are, our brain has the ability to learn and change. So just imagine when we go to the doctor, instead of getting a prescription for drugs, we get a prescription for exercise. Okay? So I believe these exercises can be good alternatives to not only drugs, but also a good way to exercise the brain using exercise movement drills. Okay? So I like to close my presentation with this quote. So if you always put limits on everything you do, physical or anything else, it'll spread into your work and into your life. There are no limits. There are only plateaus, and you must not stay there. You must go beyond them. So if you talk to any athlete, endurance athlete, or even special forces athletes, they'll tell you that the key to their success lies in the mind, not in the body. The body will succumb to pain if and only the mind will allow it. Therefore, with extreme athletes, they condition the mind as much as their body, because they know if a single thought of doubt or weakness, is in their mind, then it's game over. Okay, so the question for you I have is, in what areas in your life do you feel stuck, and what can you do right now that will help you push forward? So I like to play this last video of Bruce Lee. These guys say, "Oh, no." Okay, yes. All right, so that is the presentation. So, you guys have any questions? Yes.
So when do you get the sticks? Like when you start training, you probably don't start right with the sticks? Because I would be afraid of you hitting people.
I have a method I've created to help progress a person. So I know sometimes using sticks can be intimidating, especially when I train. I tried training some clients here, and they get intimidated by a stick coming after them. But there's a way I can train people so that it's not too intimidating. It's very progressive. It puts a little confidence in you, and also it'll help you learn some self-defense as well.
You should have classes for husbands and wives.
Maybe sure, yeah. I anticipate doing some classes here as well. But the main purpose of this type of training is more for this.
Oh, okay.
This is secondary.
Sorry.
Just the things that you had us do, you beginning with something like that and having your client replicate you or mirror you, just to get their minds thinking, I mean, that's a good start. To start to think, I need to exercise my brain. That's,
I mean, the brain
we can do the whole thing.
is just as plastic or malleable as muscles as you get older. So if you start training your brain now or earlier in life, like I said, you can create reserves, synaptic reserves in your brain to help ward off things like Alzheimer's and dementia. So the picture that I showed you regarding those instructors, two of those instructors are 80 years old, but they move fluently and they sharp as a tack. I mean, that's why I do this myself. So, yes.
I was curious, it seems as we age, we tend to get more rigid in our patterns and less likely to try new things. And that may be part of the benefit that comes from your system is the novelty, forcing us into new areas of movement.
Oh, yes. So, like I said, I have a progressive way of doing this, and it challenges the body and the mind. We first train with double sticks, then I move on to single sticks, and then we should also learn hand-to-hand combat, which can also be a self-defense type of mechanism, especially nowadays in this crazy world we live in. Right, you guys have any more questions? Please.
Yeah.
It's fine. All right, thank you very much.
Take a moment just to say thank you to Kenny for, having me out here. I started graduate school, I think, 6 years ago or so, and I'm always humbled by these opportunities that, at, any given point in time, someone would ask me to come here and talk about something because they care about what I got to say. So it's always a really humbling, experience for me. For those of you that I haven't met, my name is Zach Mang. I was going to say recently I finished my PhD, and I was just talking to Gabby off there. It's actually been a whole year, which is crazy. But I did it here in town over at the University of New Mexico. And right now I would say I'm basically working my dream job up at the labs in Los Alamos. They have a really robust wellness program. They do anything from fitness testing, group exercise, personal training. But the missing piece was a research program. So as a postdoc, my main task is to build up an ex-phys lab there, where we can do a lot of fitness testing beyond what they do already, in addition to actually contributing to some of the academic work that actually comes out of the labs out there. So it's really nice. We have a couple projects going right now, and other things I get to do are classes like this. I get to come and meet with people and teach them about things such as the fast and furious repetition speeds. Should you train to failure or not? Does muscle mass contribute to strength, and so forth? So this is kind of like my bread and butter, and I'm just very, very happy to be here today with you. All right. No matter where I go, I like my topics to be nice and streamlined, and so you'll see the slide from time to time for the next 45 minutes or so, and we're always going to keep coming back to it.
And I like to start by keeping things extremely basic. And for those of you in here, you might be like, dude, I've heard of this before because I've taken, kinesiology 101. I just like to make our terms very, very clear. That way everyone's on the exact same page. So we'll start here talking about, muscle actions, tempo, and time under tension. What do these terms mean? And, why essentially do they matter to our own practice? So muscle actions, and by the way, I'll have a ton of videos up here today, so you'll get to see me doing all kinds of exercises, okay? But whenever we talk about muscle actions, of course, we understand what eccentric muscular actions are. So we're essentially lengthening under load. So if I were to start at the top of a squat, and it's not playing right now for some reason, it was earlier. I know. That's funny because I was just outside in the lobby doing it. Well, you know what? If the videos don't play, I'll just have to demonstrate. How about that? So I chose the worst day to wear my tightest pants. Essentially, so up here, so like obviously if I'm starting at the top, I lower to the bottom. So I have my muscles lengthening under load. All right. If you were to torture me and to ask me to stand at the bottom of this squat, I would be holding an isometric contraction. So imagine me just basically holding somewhat of a wall sit. And then I would have to stand up out of that squat again. So going from the bottom to the top, this would be the concentric phase of action. All right. That wasn't too bad, nothing tore. Here we go. And so the reason why I wanted to start there is to show you that whenever people discuss things such as repetition tempo, they break down the duration of every single muscle action for one repetition. You can also say that this is the same thing as how fast or how slow you are moving during any given phase of motion. So you can crack a textbook or a study and they'll say, look, here we had our lifters use a 2-1-1-0 tempo. What does that mean exactly? Well, the eccentric phase going down, it would last for 2 seconds. So it would be down, down. The next number would indicate the isometric phase. So I started going down, down, then I would hold for 1 second. And then I'd have to get back to the top in order to start the next repetition. So this would be a 1 second concentric phase. And at times they're kind enough to indicate that 0 means a pause, or in this case, there would not be a pause between repetitions. So you just kind of dive right back into the next one. I think that most people, they, naturally probably pause for about 1 second or 2 between the reps. To make it even simpler though, I like to talk about it just as 2 numbers, the eccentric and concentric phase, unless you were purposefully programming pauses at the bottom of a bench or at the bottom of a squat. So this would be a 2 1-second tempo or a 3-second repetition duration. Okay, so sometimes people use those terms, synonymously, but they aren't quite the same thing. And so if we were to do a 1-1 tempo, we're going down for 1, up for 1. A 2-2, we're going down for 2 seconds, up for 2 seconds, and then 4-2. I think that everyone's kind of getting the point. I'm just trying to make it very clear. And it's worth talking about tempo because it often gets, talked about with this phrase called time under tension. If I were to put this into my own words, I would say this is simply how long a set lasts. So clearly it's going to be the product of how many repetitions you do multiplied by the tempo and or duration of every one of those repetitions. And so we'll, break this down with math that even I can understand. All right. So if I did 10 reps using a 1-1 tempo, up, down, this would be a time under tension of 20 seconds. If we added repetitions, but we kept the rep tempo the same, we would also probably be using a load that's just a little bit lighter. The time under tension is going to go up. Same idea here if we go up to 20 repetitions. Okay, really, really basic stuff. But you can also keep your repetitions the same, and you can change the tempo, which will indeed change your time under tension. So if we did 5 reps at 4-2, this would be 30 seconds of time under tension. 5 reps at 4-4, we're going up to 40 seconds. And the reason why folks like to discuss the time under tension anyway, it's a bit of a rabbit hole, but you can essentially stimulate muscle growth at any time under tension, at 3 reps per set or 40 reps per set. So we're talking about 9 seconds roughly to 120 seconds and beyond. But what's really interesting is what happens at either end of those extremes. So to say low time under tension, This is the same thing as saying high-low training. So think of 2, 3, and 4, rep max training. Higher time under tension, we're talking 20, 30, 40 reps per set, could have a better effect on muscular endurance. This was a crash course in muscle actions, rep tempo, as well as the time under tension. And now I'm really nervous because I'm like, I have 100 videos on this thing. So I'm going to be doing a lot of exercise up here. Now it's going to be pounding.
But it works here. So
It works there, so the people at home are getting a better gig. Next time, just don't come in person. All right, so let's talk about things that matter, such as building muscle. All right, here we go. Training for hypertrophy. Let's make sure that we have a nice working definition to have here. So I would say that it is the expansion of the cross-sectional area of muscle fibers, in addition to the connective tissues that surround them. Everyone can have their own, basic definition, but this is probably going to be, the essence of all of them. There's 100 different ways to measure it. You can actually look at the expansion of muscle fibers. You can look at increases in muscle thickness, cross-sectional area. We actually have this at our lab right now, where you can give an estimation of whole body muscle mass. Okay, so there's a lot of different ways to measure this. And why you might care about it anyway, whether it's for looks, people want to be kind of like a bodybuilder, or they simply want to look better when they go to the beach. So it does have a positive effect on your body composition. Also has an effect perhaps on athletic performance. And, Kenny, I'm not trying to plug my own services, but next year, if you have me back, I could talk about the, interaction between, muscle mass and strength. I think that that'll be fun. But your muscle mass also indeed has a really positive effect when it comes to things such as your cardiovascular as well as your metabolic health. Okay, so training for muscle mass really does matter. So as far as this though, getting back on topic, what are some good rep tempos or repetition durations for stimulating hypertrophy? Whenever I talk about something, I don't like to cherry pick evidence. So if there's a meta-analysis available on a topic, I'll start there to show you what does this bird's eye view look like, and then I'll show you some studies that were actually analyzed inside of the metas themselves. But it is nice because, if Gabby and I were to do a study, we would probably get maybe 10, 12, 14 people. So when you can pull all of these outcomes from, in this case, 8 different studies, and you can get a very nice n size like this, it just gives you a lot more power behind the numbers that that you're sharing. Okay. But the question is this: regardless of how fast or slow you move, what happens when you do those sets close to momentary muscular failure? In other words, if the effort per set is very high, what you see is that you can stimulate hypertrophy at a very wide range. Mind you, in this study, they talked about repetition duration. That means that 0.5 seconds, that could very well mean going down, up, quarter of a second, a quarter of a second. So that's like grabbing a dumbbell and just like doing this. Over here, 8 seconds. Very slow, right? So we're talking like down, 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 up, 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 up. I did that on purpose to show you no one lifts that slow. But if you did, you could still essentially stimulate hypertrophy. They also showed that outside of 10 seconds, you still might very well get hypertrophy. It's just not quite as good as our range right here. All right, so that's our bird's eye view. So now let's show you some examples inside of this range. We'll see maybe some videos, or maybe you'll see me. We'll see. First study that I'll show you here was actually done very, very recently in 2021. They looked at a 1-1 tempo versus a 4-1 tempo. And I'm not going to belabor the methods too much. If you want any one of these studies, I have a really long reference list. I also have access to every single PDF. So at the very end, I'll give you my email, and that's how we can essentially connect. Well, let's see if it's going to play. Hang on a second. I saw something move. No, it did not. Okay. 1-1 versus 4-1. So in this study, they did their bicep curls. 1-1 versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. So, pretty fast and very slow. What matters the most is that they trained close to failure. They matched every other variable. So the only difference between groups was how fast or slow they moved. And what they saw is that both groups increased the thickness of their biceps with no difference between them. So both of these interventions, in theory, could work for your clients. So going forward, the V and the V, it means it was volitional. Okay, so here they had half of the subjects move as fast or as slow as they might like. They actually timed them. On average, they chose to move at 1.6 seconds. So I'm gonna balance right here. So it's almost like just doing this on the knee extension, like that. The other half of the subjects, they were forced to go very slow. So they would go 1, 2, 3, 4. So as fast as you would like to move, which I would like to think is pretty user-friendly, versus having your client move pretty slow up and down. Some of the details of their study is here. What matters for all of us in this room, though? Hold on now, here we go. An increase in the size of their quadriceps for both of these interventions with no difference between groups. So in theory, you can tell your client today, move as fast as you would like using this corresponding load. Maybe a week, 2 or 3 later, say, look, now I'm actually going to force you to move twice as slow. Okay, both of them worked. All right, my favorite part about this presentation is that the conclusion is going to write itself. But along the way, we're going to have some key take-home messages. This is our first one right here. If sets are completed close to failure, muscles grow significantly at a range of 0.5 to 8 seconds. This is your first, primary take-home message. If you want to wake up every 7 to 8 minutes, you'll have one of these. You'll basically have all of the, critical info from this, presentation. Okay. So now we're going to talk about muscular strength, right? So again, trying to start with a really nice definition for everybody. This is mine. I could probably ask all of you in this room, what is muscular strength? And we might all kind of be on the same page. I would say the maximal amount of force that a muscle can produce and or the heaviest weight that can be lifted one time for any given exercise. Of course, you could choose to measure strength with a 3 rep or a 5 rep or a 10 rep max. This is assuming that you're doing a 1 rep max test. And again, several ways to measure it. I think that later on today, Gabby's going to share with you some data looking at peak torque, which is nice if you work at a university and have access to a piece of equipment that's about $40,000. Other people, they might choose to measure something such as hand grip strength. However, I think what's most common, at least in the resistance training literature, is actually measuring a 1 rep max or a 10 rep max for any given exercise of interest. And why do we care about strength anyway? Indeed, it does have a positive effect on athletic performance, but something that might be a little bit more pertinent to your general population is going to be the inverse relationship between your muscular strength and all-cause mortality. In other words, it actually could be life-saving to have really good strength into your 60s, 70s, 80s, and hopefully beyond. So similar to the previous section, showing you the bird's eye view first, a meta-analysis of 15 studies, trying to show you as many subjects, as many different, treatment groups as possible. What are some good repetition tempos or durations for muscular strength? And what they did here is they actually assorted every single tempo into one of 3 categories. So they had a fast, a moderate, and a slow, which, as you can see, less than 2 seconds, 2 to 4 seconds for moderates, longer than 4 seconds for slow. And the key aspect here was that all 3 of these categories led to significant increases in strength, and there were no differences between them. Really, really cool outcomes there. And what they found as kind of like a secondary finding is that if you looked at different interactions between loads and speed, they found that using a moderate to heavy load, which they essentially quantified as 60 to 80% of your 1 rep max, combined with a fast tempo, this was the best combination for increasing strength. Not the only way, this is just what they reached in this study here. But later on, I'll show you the force velocity curve whenever we talk about power. The fact that most of us are going to derive peak power in this range while intending to move as fast as possible, to me, at least on its face, this outcome makes a whole lot of sense. All right, so next, let's take a look at some studies that showed effective tempos within the ranges showed right there. This one was really interesting because they had people move up here as fast as possible, up and down, slow down for 2, fast up, or kind of what I showed you earlier on the wall, going up for 2 and down for 2. Here's some of the details of that study. And because, you know, my videos are spazzing out, I'll just go, oh wait, hang on a second. And we're back. I'm so glad too, because this is my favorite video because it looks like I'm trying to punch myself in the face. Long day at work. Look at that though, we're back. So seriously, moving as fast as possible. Just boom, 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 boom. Okay, here, come on, show me the money. Yes, up quickly, down slowly for 2, or being very slow and deliberate, it's not very, kind of slow, up for 2 and down for 2. This is so much better, isn't it? Thank goodness. However, all of these groups increase their strength. No differences between them, so the authors pulled the data together and showed an increase in their 1 rep max of just above 30%.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go for it.
With the slower tempo, eccentrically,
Yeah.
did any of these studies find any correlation with increased muscle soreness?
Oh, so that's a good question. Now, there's one that I'll actually show on the next slide. A study that was done at UNM where they actually looked at markers of muscle damage as well as soreness after the session. They had a 2-2, a 4-2, and a 6-2. And if my memory is correct, I think that the 6-2 led to greater markers of damage as well as soreness, which kind of makes sense anyway. Very good question there. And I'll actually show it to you on the next slide. But for the sake of the presentation, I just kind of laser focus on strength, not so much the damage or soreness. Very good question though. Okay, so they also looked at muscular activation, basically the same thing that they found for strength. Every single group got better. There were no differences, between that. Now we can look at this and say, well, like, it's cool, but I don't think that anyone's going to use this fast of a tempo while doing something like a squat or a bench press. Like imagine having a barbell and just kind of like doing this. It's not going to work out for you. So that's why it's nice to show this one, and we'll just hope and pray that these videos work, or else I'm going to have to demo. Again, this is a study that we were just talking about that was done at UNM. Dr. John Mike, I think that he graduated the year that I was coming onto campus, so we actually just probably passed each other. Let's see what we got. Look at that. Okay, so this was a squatting intervention where they had 1/3 of the subjects use a 2-2 tempo, which is what you see on top. The one in the middle is a 4-2. And at the very bottom, the one that I mentioned probably caused the most soreness as well as muscle damage was a 6-2. And that's just excruciating right there, okay? Nice to know though, that they all worked. They all had a pretty good effect on the 1 rep max test. And there were no differences, between groups. And so in the interest of practical application, right? If this one causes you the most stress, and you're like, dude, I was wrecked for 2-3 days afterward, but you don't see it as much here or here. If they're all going to lead you in the similar direction, then clearly you would have your athletes or clients use the 2-2 or the 4-2. Bless you. All right. And what I wanted to show you here are maybe 3 different tempos that are outside of what we would call, the normal, right? So, so far we're looking at 2x, 1-1, 2-2. All of us probably use these. We probably all use them for our clients as well. I want to show some stuff that might be a little bit unique. This is one that used a 3-1-3 tempo, and so I'll go ahead and show you here. So I'm going down for 3 seconds, squeezing, holding for 1 second, and then coming back up for 3. So I'm going down for 3, holding, and then I'm going to come up slowly for 3 there. Now, this next one, really interesting. This is called, and it's, aptly named, super slow training, which was popularized, at least one of the main authors that I could find, Dr. Wayne Westcott used this a lot, and they would lower for 4 seconds and then perform the concentric phase for 10 seconds. So I'll show you what that looks like on the lat pull down. So I'm trying to squeeze down for a count of 10, and then I'll come back up for 4. And the reason I'm showing you these as well is that they were all proven to have a pretty positive effect on strength, if you want to get wacky with it. This, last one here, a 10-10 tempo. So it's going to look like I'm doing almost like a crawling wall sit. And whenever I see stuff, not, so much here, but like here and here, the whole reason why I even got really interested in tempos anyway, it was during the COVID lockdowns, where suddenly I was forced to do body weight, TRX, and I had a kettlebell that weighed like 20 pounds. And of course, I could show you a bevy of studies that are like, hey, load doesn't really matter, you can increase, your muscle mass. I got so bored doing sets of 80, let's say, no, not 80, 40. It was much more interesting to me to maybe do a couple of reps moving very slow versus doing 40 or 50 very fast, right? So you can look at this and be like, 10-10, that's insane. I would never have my client do that. Think of a client who maybe is only training with their body weight, or they only have access to things like a TRX or a very light kettlebell. So there's always a time and place to bust out these tools. Key take-home message number 2, which means everyone should wake up and write this down. If your sets are completed close to failure, what we just saw is that strength will increase at a range about 1 second, again, as fast as you can probably move, to as slow as 20 seconds per set, which is the last one that you just saw, going down for 10 and up for 10. Any questions so far? How are we doing? In the back, please.
All these things that we've seen, all the different speeds, we talked about what that does to tendons and ligaments and damage or not damage or health.
Tendons,
or
ligaments.
good. Whereas, somebody, like you said, it almost like you're punching yourself in the face.
Right.
But I wanted to, you did that every day for whatever, however your elbows.
Right.
You know what I mean? All the things that gripping those handles tight enough to
Right.
hit that fast.
I think that's a very good question. Off the top of my head, the studies that I've read that have looked at like slow, fast, and moderate, for me, I guess I'm a little bit more prone towards looking at things like strength, power, and muscle mass. But so I'm not going to get. Oh, Kenny, do you want to add something? Or
Yeah, there's a good presentation by Dr. David Barr in some of this. And evidently, according to him, slow movements or isometric movements.
Keith Barr, he works for UC Davis. Yes.
It's BAAR?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
slower might actually be better as far as tendon.
And so I guess strength movements, but you're not, for the heavy level, it's not going to move very fast. But he was doing that. What's interesting is that they were using some collagen before they mix with vitamin C. But I can send that over to you.
So I was just interested because we didn't talk about.
Yeah. So and like for me, I'm always trying to like blend ideas. And so if you were having an athlete, maybe was having some tendon pain, clearly they can't just do, wall sits with their own body weight forever. That's not going to get them ready to go out and like tackle someone if they play football. But maybe trying to pair, okay, we're going to have some really heavy days where I kind of want you to move fast, but maybe on the, like lighter load days, we can focus on some of those, slower movements or so. But Kenny, that's a very, very good point. Thanks for sharing that with us. Okay. All right, so back on track here. Training for power and speed. And so it's funny because I work at the labs in Los Alamos, right? And so I talk about things like, okay, why should a long distance runner lift weights every now and again? And in that room, there's some of the smartest human beings that have ever walked at the face of the earth. A lot of them study physics for a living. And so whenever I conjure up things like the definition of power, I always get a little bit nervous. I'm just like, oh my gosh, someone's gonna be like, you don't know what I'm talking about. This is my simplified version of what power might mean. So force times distance over time, or work over time. In the context of weight training, we're talking about a large amount of force in a short amount of time. People often talk about power in the context of a force velocity curve, which was kind of, hinted at earlier, talking about the interaction between, moderate loads as well as your fast tempos. On the extreme end here, where I would say this is maximal strength, perhaps low velocity, high force, we're talking about very heavy loads that can probably only be moved slowly. So down here, we're talking about a bench press at about 405. There's no way that he's just gonna launch it to the ceiling. It's probably gonna look like this as he gets all the way to the top. Same as someone who's going to pull a fire truck behind them. This looks a lot different than someone doing a sprint with a little bit of a load on a sled kind of thing. Now, on the other end of the spectrum, we can talk about high velo, lower force, so things such as like your medicine ball throws, a lot of your, jumping and landing and bounding kind of drills. I love to show this picture because look at how high off the ground this person is. So they jumped up very high, and then they're also going to show power by striking this ball. But the point is really high speed, perhaps not as much force. And as indicated by that paper by Davies, where they talked about 60 to 80% of 1 RM combined with fast speeds, most lifters are going to express peak power kind of in the middle of those extremes. This is just to give you context for what I mean whenever I say power training. The next slide here, which has 6 videos, so we have 6 chances to mess this up. I'm taking you through studies that looked at acute power. So for 1 rep during 1 session, maximizing your barbell speed or the power of each of these repetitions. The first one compared a 6x tempo, which means they went down for 6 seconds. And again, X is as fast as you can move. So in your brain, you're thinking, I'm trying to throw this barbell to the ceiling, versus a 2x doing a 1 rep max test on a bench press. And what they showed is that lowering for 2 seconds instead of 6 led to greater power. Oh, and they are going to work for us. So this first one here, I'm doing my best to go down for 6 seconds. Feels like a lifetime. But then they're trying to, boom, basically pop it up. And this is what the other one looked like, going down for 2 seconds and then up as fast as you can. The one on the right led to better strength outcomes, so they were able to lift a load that was heavier. Their barbell speed as well as power was also great. Okay, so the message would be maybe you want to go slow, but not too slow kind of thing. I really wouldn't recommend just like throwing a heavy weight down either. But then again, everyone might self-select their own speeds. I have a colleague who says whenever he goes heavy on bench, he actually likes to go down fast. So everyone's probably going to find their own little formula, but maybe don't go down for 6 seconds if you're looking to maximize your power. But what's kind of interesting here is that no one's actually looked at this closely. So clearly they're trying to show almost like, bookends, but that's because you're doing a study and you want to show that there's a difference, right? Because if you did 1 versus 2 or 2 versus 3, you're not going to have a difference, which means you can't write a paper and you can't get it published. Unfortunately, that's kind of the game that gets played in academia, right? Next, I'll show you, should you pause in the middle of it? So if you are going down, 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 should you go straight into the concentric phase, or should you go down, hold, and then launch up? Not a lot of research here either. So this is the only one that I could find, and they did leg press throws. I didn't throw it because I was scared. I was like, I've never done this before. I'm showing you a very powerful leg press. So they basically looked at lowering it slowly and then going straight into the concentric phase, which is what I'm showing you there, versus going down slowly and then having a pause for 4 seconds and then going, okay? And so what they showed, and it makes sense, this basically dampened the stretch shortening cycle. So power, velocity, and so on. It was basically dampened here, versus there. So now we know, okay, lower slowly, but not too slow. Don't pause between your repetitions. Now, how about the speed of the concentric phase? Here, we're looking at a study that did 2x versus 2-2. So as fast as possible or a smooth contraction. Clearly, the one on the left led to greater force, power, as well as muscle activation. Yes.
With that middle one, where you slow down, stop completely, it seems like you totally eliminate any potential storage of kinetic energy,
Exactly.
and it's just gone.
Exactly. And so again, I would like to see this. So you explained the neurophysiology very well right there. But again, why did they pause for 4 seconds instead of something that might be a bit more practical, like 1 second or 2 seconds? Again, maybe because there wouldn't be that much of a difference. I would like to say, okay, like if all of us in this room, if we just got together and did some research, how about we look at no pause versus a half a second pause versus 1 versus 2? Then I think we actually have something that's interesting. And yes, I know that you like to talk about power, so chime in.
I love it.
Yeah.
Super training book with Sive and Shansky. Anyway, I mean, yeah, they had information in there that pause of 1 second dampen stretch reflex by about 50%.
Interesting.
If you pause it for 4 seconds, you have nothing left.
Nothing. It's basically like a concentric only effort, basically.
There was an interesting book by Dr. Tom McLaughlin, he wrote a particular article back in the 80s on the book on it. And it went into bringing a squat or a bench press, you're going to do a touch and go. I mean, bring the ride up the brakes on the bar coming down. It's going to come down maybe about 1 second, 2 seconds. And then, of course, at the last couple of inches, you let it go, basically, and then do everything.
Okay. Yeah. Really, really cool there. Like it. In the back.
I just wanted to comment. I mean, I know this is early in your talk per se, but there's benefit to that, like depending on the sport. So say, for example, you have a football player
coming off the line.
They're not going to be able to have that counter movement.
Yep. Absolutely. So general population people that are just looking to get the biggest squat or biggest bench of their life, we could tell them, hey, lower slowly, don't pause, and then try to fire away. But there are going to be some actions in sport that are concentric only, for which going down, pause, and then going, it might actually transfer better. Or I've actually seen it, and I'm sure that all of us have. People will now they'll set up their squat racks so that they have their barbell set already. They'll squat down, load themselves like this, and then boom, pop it up like that. So basically wiping out the lowering things entirely. Really good points from both of you. Thank you. Okay, where was I? Okay, this is a really, really cool paper because they matched every single variable. It was also, bench press only, so that's something that all of us can, sign up for. And slight difference. Half of the subjects were told lower for 2 and then explode. The other half were told lower for 2 and then just try to be smooth on the way up. So just a teeny tiny difference, right? So hopefully I, show this well. Here I'm showing a smooth 1 second up. On the bottom, hopefully I do this correctly, I'm lowering, but then I'm trying to move as fast as I can. Both of them got stronger. They both got better as far as power that was measured. But the group here nearly double the group here for every single measurement. So the tiniest difference in how fast they moved that barbell led to extremely different outcomes. So if your goal is, hey, I have someone who wants to have as much power as they can, clearly having your maximal intent, this is going to have some really good carry. All right, another take-home message. For power, we should control the eccentric phase, try not to pause, and then we're going to do the concentric phase of motion with our maximal intent. And then, of course, there's going to be times where if you are dealing with an athlete who doesn't get the benefit of having a counter movement in their sport, of course, there's always going to be some exceptions. And how are we doing on time? Just so I know, because I want to make sure we have time for some Q&A.
10 more minutes for questions.
Perfect. That means we are right on time. So this last topic is near and dear to my heart, because this is what I focused on for my dissertation. And right now, earlier I mentioned that my task as a postdoc is to start a research program at the lab in Los Alamos. And so we're actually doing a follow-up study to my dissertation right now. And we're in the process of getting subjects. So it's been kind of a wild ride. But what is the effect of tempo when it comes to cardiovascular stress, things such as your anabolic hormones, and so on. And I'll just get straight to the point because there is so much research in this area, okay? But up until 2016, 2017, you would think that longer rep durations, especially longer eccentric durations, you would think that they were, the greatest things to slice bread. They would allow you to live forever and allow you to fly practically. So like, oh my gosh, look at this. Greater oxygen consumption, higher heart rates, higher blood pressure, lactate's higher. So basically, eccentric contractions that are long, this is the only way to go, right? The problem with every single study that was done until now is that they would not match the time under tension per set, which is the same thing as saying that the proximity to failure was not matched. And so what I mean is they would have someone do a curl with 10 pounds in their hand. And they would say, okay, you're doing a set of 3. Over here, you're just gonna go up and down. Boom, 1, 2, 3. And they'd measure O2, heart rate, lactate, and so forth. The next day you come in, you have that same exact weight, same rep range of 3. And they're like, hey, now go down for 10 seconds. So now you're controlling that weight and it looks like this. And I'm not even there yet. Not even there yet. And then you're coming back up. So of course, heart rate, lactate, ventilation, everything is going to be higher, but it's because the set is lasting longer. And of course, how close you are, to failure, your effort during that set, much, much higher. And I'll give you an example of the study, and I'm not trying to knock them anyway, because by the way, it's always a privilege to look back on past studies and be like, oh, I would have done this, this, and this. And that's why this study's there. Because you can take their data and you can be like, okay, they found, X, Y, and Z, but I noticed a flaw in their method. So I'm going to have a better methodology. But Gabby, 10 years from now, someone's going to read my paper or your paper, and they're going to be like, those people didn't know anything. They should have done this. So I'm trying to be kind here, but I'm also just trying to make a point. So under one of these conditions, and they would call this the slower tempo condition, 3-3. The set lasts nearly a minute. And they used about 60% of 1 rep max. Load matched, having them go for a 1-1 tempo, the time under tension, much lower, effort is lower as well. So of course, in this study, they looked at, metabolic stress, local muscle hypoxia. And this, of course, looked way more stressful than this, but did they isolate the effect of the tempo? Or were there some other confounders in the background? Efforts, time under tension. I think that that's kind of the case. So what we did with my study is we matched the time under tension at 60 seconds, and we changed the load set by set to keep the lifter at an RPE of 9 to 10. So they were working extremely hard under both of these circumstances. So we had a slow, which was 5 by 10, 4-4-2 tempo. And this is kind of what it looked like. So I'm going down for 4 seconds, coming up smoothly for 2, versus a fast tempo of 5 by 20 with a 2-1. And so again, the time under tension was 60 seconds. Don't want to show you, too soon. So this is kind of what they look like side by side. But I'm at an RPE of 9 to 10. RPE of 9 to 10 as well. But when you take a look at things like your heart rate, your blood lactate, and so forth, everything was higher here versus there. Why this might matter, okay? If you have a client who's like, look, I'm using weight training as a means to get a little bit of a cardiovascular stimulus. I have interest in burning as many calories as possible to lose weight. You would pick this one over that one. But again, there's a bevy of research showing, hey, you can do 20 RMs, 30 RMs, and so forth, and get some hypertrophy. However, people hate that kind of training. Imagine doing a set of squats that lasts for 90 seconds, and it's just up and down, up and down, up and down. what we actually found is that people, they said, you know what, this one here, it felt much better. I would rather do this instead of that. So if you're forced to do some light load lifting, it might be more practical to have them lift that weight that's light while moving slowly. Okay, so I want to pivot real quick because I know that here we're talking about cardiovascular stuff, but there's one study that has done this kind of paradigm where you have the load that's kind of similar, effort similar, the time under tension per set is similar. And what they did, I can have it fly in, 12 reps at 3 seconds per rep versus 6 reps at 6 seconds per rep. So all of the sets lasted for 36 seconds. And what they showed is that, and by the way, have these videos play. So on top, going down for 2, then up for 1, at the bottom, going down for 4, up for 2. Both groups increased the size of their muscles as well as their strength, you know, pretty much the same. And what we're doing right now is looking at, you know, this same kind of paradigm, fast versus slow. But we're actually measuring perceived enjoyment now, because as a part of you know, the study we did here in town, we just asked them. We're like, hey, so would you rather do A or B forever? Almost every single one of them said they wanted to go slowly, but that's just a bunch of anecdotes, so I can't, you know, throw that into the manuscript. Now we're actually going to measure it, so we have markers of, you know, mood, pain, enjoyment, and, you know, so on. So, you know, next year, maybe when I'm back, I can also share that, you know, data with you. All right. Last key take-home message. When time under tension and effort are matched, your cardiovascular and metabolic stress are going to be higher when using your faster repetition speeds. And what's good, I mentioned this before, this basically writes itself, because it's just every single take-home message that we've had so far. So now we know if our goal is to build muscle, we have a very wide range, 0.5 to 8 seconds. Just be sure that you're lifting close to failure. Number 2, if your goal is strength, we can increase strength at a wide range as well, roughly 1 to 20 seconds. For power, in general, slowly down, not pausing. I think the key though is this, lifting the load with maximal intent, regardless of how much weight is on the bar. And we just saw this anyway. So sorry about it. Eccentric training isn't going to save our planet. All right, some of the faster stuff works too. Here's all the white pages. If you want them, I can send you any one of these studies. And if you want to reach out to me, this is me. Easiest way to get in touch is through my work email. And I hope to hear from you. And if not, you know, thank you so much for being here with me.
So time under tension is basically exclusion training. It's shutting this, especially if you're just making sure you maintain a constant tension of the muscle, right?
So time under tension itself, I would say, is the duration of one set. What you're talking about is slow tonic training. And what that is people, they'll go slowly up and slowly down, but they won't stop at all. So that's kind of what you're talking about, that
Yeah,
you're constantly
so you have to maintain
occluded.
constant tension, because you keep the blood shut off and then pressure is down pathway anabolic process.
Yes, but you get that with fast and slow training.
Well, that's what I was thinking too.
Yeah, and so what we actually showed, so if whenever you match the time under tension per set, and then you change how it's chopped up, 20 fast repetitions versus 10 pretty slow ones, right? If the slower technique was actually causing greater metabolic stress, you would actually see a decrease in oxygen that's lower than during the fast. You would also see your blood lactate being higher. What you actually see is both of those are greater whenever you're moving more quickly. And the way that I explain it, it's like if you have a garden hose, it's like slowly closing it and opening it a few times versus just slamming it shut 20 times in a row. That might be what's causing the greater metabolic stress. Yes.
Question, Zach, in some of the research studies and meta analysis that you were kind of looking at,
Was there any like EMG data that was presented? Because it'd be interesting to see kind of the neural differences between fast and slow tempo training.
So not inside of this presentation, but there's actually, I can't think of it, his name's Thomas Lacerda. They do a lot of different tempo research and they look at EMG. So what we did in our study is we matched the time under tension, but we looked at different eccentric, versus concentric ratios. But at the end of both of those sets, you have 40 seconds of eccentric loading and 20 seconds of concentric loading. What the Lacerda papers do, they match the time under tension, they match the repetition duration, and then they invert concentric to eccentric ratio 5:1 versus 1:5. And as you would imagine, the EMG data favors the 5:1 ratio, where you're actually doing a 5-second concentric, dropping quickly. But that's just a difference of looking at the different aspects of the contraction. Whenever we lower, it's kind of like the passive energy. It's like a spring being loaded. It doesn't really cost energy, but every time the sarcomere shortens, that actually costs us energy. That might explain why there's a difference there. To back and then you next.
Is there any data that's looked at these tempos relative to, like, let's say you want to use weight training to improve your anaerobic capacity or aerobic capacity, matching them up?
Anaerobic capacity and
like matching the tempo and the weight training. Like, let's say you're a runner or something, you want to try to match your weight training tempo.
Interesting. So to use the example of a runner, are you talking more like a transfer to pass kind of thing?
Transfer.
Right.
Obviously you get stronger to prevent injury, there's more force in the ground, but is there a way to look at these tempos and go, this is optimal for me to optimize my.
I think you're asking a really good question. I don't know the answer, so I don't want to be like, oh yeah, there's a study, I read it. If I had, to guess, for the best transfer, it's like if you can make the session of training look more like the task. This would include the, motor plan, the speed of motion, the, type of contraction. So if you have someone who sprints, maybe doing the super slow weight training wouldn't be the best choice for them. But then you would take into consideration the time of the year. So if it's their off season and you're like, hey, I want to build up some tissue resiliency, maybe that would be the time to include some of the slower tempo stuff. It'll be closer and closer to the actual.
In my mind, I'm kind of thinking of like intermittent sports, during different phases, could you set your tempo schemes to be able to develop certain characteristics and depending on where you're at, like preseason, that kind of thing.
I think that's really interesting. Yeah, and I think if I could build off of that thought, all of this it's just tools for all of you to use, where you could even look at, well, I've been training the same person or the same athlete for years. We always train at 2 1s or 2 X's. There might be a huge return on investment by having them do a block of training that's just, foreign to them. And so everyone always asks, well, what is the best rep range for me? I would say, look at what you've been doing the last year, something different from that. When it comes to tempo, look at, okay, so, what's the best tempo for your athletes? Well, look at what they do always, changing it a little bit, going a little bit faster or slower. It just becomes another tool that you can periodize, which I think is kind of what you're hitting on. Really good. Kenny, I think that he was first. I'll go here, there, and back. Okay.
So I was just curious, going back to our first presentation, has there been any research connecting time under tension to cortisol release?
Time under tension to cortisol release.
Because seeing which one is actually more stressful.
Gotcha.
On the body.
Right. Really interesting concept. I haven't looked at cortisol specifically, but the so-called anabolic hormones, testosterone growth hormone and insulin growth factor 1. In general, as the time under tension per set goes on, going from 10 reps to 20 to 30, the concentration of those hormones after exercise also go up. Now, the question is that by virtue of the time under tension going up? Or is it simply, it's as the time under tension goes up, you're getting closer and closer to failure. So is that kind of what's moving the needle there? I'm aware of one study that looked at, they did bench press, they did sets of 8 versus 10 versus 12, and I think they used a 3-second tempo. So I'm doing math live, so it's always a disaster. So 24 seconds versus 30 versus 36, but every set was done close to failure. So they matched effort, but they changed the number of repetitions performed per set, which caused the time under tension to go up. They didn't measure cortisol, they did measure blood lactate, which is just kind of like a proxy measure of metabolic stress anyway, as they added 2 reps and 2 reps, but the blood lactate was actually higher. So if you were to use that as kind of like, I would say the longer the set goes, perhaps the higher, cortisol gets, which also, begs the question, hey, all this evidence, 20 RMs, 30, 20, 30 to 40, reps per set, this is good for muscle building. But if it's leaving you feeling crushed and we're, spiking hormones that we don't want to see spiked, isn't that evidence that maybe even if it works, should you do it kind of thing? So, and in the back.
I was just wondering if you have, what's your thoughts on restriction?
Yeah, so BFR.
Possible additive effects, BFR.
With the tempos.
Yeah.
So people will talk about the kind of training that I mentioned to Kenny, the slow and tonic training where it's just we're constantly moving. They would often call that a natural form of BFR. But whenever, at least what we were able to show with my study, it's just wants to take it for what it's worth. It seems like the time under tension itself, combined with the speed of repetition, that's going to move. I think that the speed at which you're moving is going to move the needle the most as far as the metabolic stress incurred during one set. As far as looking at BMR combined with different tempos, I'm not sure. But my general opinion of the BFR literature is that it does work, but it also begs that question. But should you do it? Every single study that points towards BFR, they'll be like, okay, we had this subject pool of 60 to 80-year-olds, and they walked on a treadmill without cuffs at 2 miles an hour. Or we cut off all the blood flow to their legs and had them walk at 2 miles an hour, and it was more stressful. Like, alas, everyone should do BFR. Every single intervention that has shown BFR versus decent training, they lead to similar outcomes. But let's talk about a scenario where you might choose to use BFR. Someone who's coming right out of a surgery, they have to go to PT and they can't use any load at all. Well, simply having them cut off their blood flow and giving them, like a weight that's 2 pounds and doing this, suddenly it feels like 100 pounds, to use a hyperbole. So I think that there's a time and a place for it, but as far as your general population people, I would say if you want to use BFR, just do light load training that's close to failure. But that's just my read of the literature. Really good question. Thank you. Kenny.
Yeah, and
next time you should just be up here.
No, but I mean with the power, with the challenge, with the intent, you've got to pull it up as fast as you can.
Mm-hmm.
But what they've shown, of course, with the lighter weight is you get a reduction in power output because you're riding the brake closer to the top so that you don't get the whiplash effect. So it either needs to go ballistic or you need to have some kind of accommodating resistance on that bar. But the intent, Hatfield, I'm sure you're familiar with him, compensatory acceleration with his thing is like every rep, the power strength you need to blow it up and drive it up as hard as fast as you can. And Brian came in with some stuff on that too.
Right. So if the weight is too light and I can't actually throw the bar or throw the ball kind of thing.
I can show you how to throw the bar.
Yeah, cool. Let's do it. Do you have one here?
Not because it wasn't the bar going up, it was the bar coming down in it's like a baseball. It's like, oh, it's over here. So yeah, I got a little tattoo.
Okay. Awesome. Anyone else? Do we have time? I want to make sure that you guys stay on pace to that. Take up much more.
No Zoom questions, but a comment that it's a great presentation.
Okay, good. All right, that's good to know. Well, thank you so much, those people. Okay.
You're here. Where are you from?
All right. Hello, how's everyone doing on the lunch?
Hello.
See if you guys are awake after eating. So, as they said, I am from Defined Fitness. I'll give you a little bit of my background. I have spent a little over 20 years in the fitness industry, working with different types of clients, and sometimes my clients were personal trainers. Most of the time they were actual clients. One of my staff members a couple days ago told me that I was going to be speaking with a bunch of doctors and really incredible people who he admired, and I was thinking, great. I wasn't nervous until now, but then I got an email from Penny and it said, feel free to wear your Defined Fitness blouse. And I was like, my Defined Fitness t-shirt and leggings and bands, I think I made a mistake. But when I really thought about it, I am still something kind of rare in the industry, and you might get a chuckle out of this, but I'm 20 years full-time personal trainer. Full-time, no second job, no side gig. It wasn't my hustle, it was my job, it was my career. And when I tell people that I'm a personal trainer, they usually say, yeah, that's adorable, what do you really do? And that's what I really do. And that's what I've done since I was about 18. So that's my little background. And we're going to tackle some points here. Just to give you a quick overview of what's going on. You've all read the description of today's topic. I believe that our mottos and philosophies and style choices depend on progress and results. But most personal trainers don't really think about how to use that as a sales strategy or how to incorporate that into what they do to drive their business. So we'll talk about some of these topics here. Sometimes I have to think about, who becomes a personal trainer. This is something that comes to me because I manage a team of personal trainers, because I started as a personal trainer. And we got to remember, we're kind of at heart creatives. We're multi-passionate people. We tend to be people who want to be really outside the box. You almost always find personal trainers who do something else too, and it's because they have really awesome hobbies. They're athletes. They can't imagine just sitting at a desk. They don't feel like they would thrive in that kind of corporate environment. So typically, sometimes those are the people who really just don't like the business side of personal training. And as I try to grow my staff, I always have to kind of keep that in the back of my mind. And I keep it in the back of my mind as I'm working with different personalities as clients as well. So we have sales stigmas. Everybody thinks that you gotta be a bad person to be a top seller. And it's just not true. We have to make money, right? We have to have clients if we want to do our job and want to do what we love. And I know that everyone has been through that little hurdle of, okay, this is how much I want to charge. I think I'm worth it, but I don't feel like I'm allowed to ask for it. And it's a real struggle for a lot of personal trainers, and that's why a lot of them never really seek a full-time gig, because they feel like, okay, I'm just not comfortable with asking for money. So we try to get a little bit of that stigma taken care of, get that out of the way when we're, molding some new personal trainers and trying to get them ready to be out on the floor. Because we all know that it takes a little more than just book smarts to really be a personal trainer. So why do trainers hate selling so much? We've got this guy here, this is what everybody thinks of, right? Everybody's like, oh, you gotta be kind of a snake. if you're selling so much. I can remember way back to my early days, I was always the top seller in my location. And people were always like, what's the shark? What's the shark mentality? What can you give us? What are the tips? And I was like, give good service. Treat people like you care about them. No, but really, what do you do? Give good service. Treat people like you care about them. So I know a lot of people didn't become a personal trainer because they love selling. The first thing that I usually hear from people when I'm coaching them is, I don't want to be a salesperson. I'm a personal trainer because I want to help people, care about people. I don't want to have to do that. And they really feel bad about themselves for even trying. They don't want to do it. So I always, just a little bit of a start out, like, yeah, you might feel that way right now, but once you're really seeing the effect that you have on your clientele, that guilt should go away. You should be able to see what your offering is doing something for them. This is just a little joke here, speaks a million words a minute. I know those percentages don't add up. I'm not a doctor, but I still know that those don't add up. We have speaks a million words a minute because he doesn't listen, right? Because he doesn't really deep down care what's wrong with you or what you want or what your goal is or why is that your goal? He's just talking the whole time and it should be about the client, right? He understands your needs. I gave him some really big credit, like 20% is pretty high because he knows what you want. So he's trying to sell it to you, but he doesn't really know how to give it to you. He's just trying to sell it to you. Quality of service is not even there most of the time. If a trainer tells me on their first day that they don't really want to sell, I have a little bit more faith in the fact that they might actually be a good trainer. So I don't mind when someone says that to me. I can grow them from there, where I have a little bit of, it starts to become a hindrance. If you really have your own personal issues with money, that's a whole nother hour that we can talk about. But really, if I know you're not a shark, I can grow you, right? So we definitely get into some of that topic. So something that people don't really think about is the fact that you can have your own sales style. You don't have to be pushy. You don't have to be a hammer. You don't have to make people feel horrible about themselves until they hand you their credit card. You can have your own style. I'm sure you all know who Gordon Ramsay is. Have you seen him cussing people out and screaming at them and making them feel horrible? And then have you also seen him on his show Children, where he is just the sweetest person you've ever seen in your life? Because he has it down. He's got the coaching down. I mean, he shouldn't, I don't like the way he treats people on his adult show, but when you can see that he's capable of versatility, that he's capable of knowing his audience, that is the difference. That should be your goal when you're deciding what your sales style is going to be. So it's not, oh, if I sell, I'm sleazy. It's like, no, if you have no ethics, you're sleazy. You can decide that. Nobody's making you do anything wrong, right? So you make an offer, which is something that we're going to get into. You make an offer to your client of what you're able to provide for them, what services you're able to accomplish for them, and then they can make a decision based on what you've shown them. I believe that you have to earn the right to sell. And I believe that comes from knowing what you're selling, really understanding what you sell, which comes from research, which comes from constant collaboration, constant growth, constant certifying in something new. Maybe it's not even something interesting to you, but you should be learning constantly if you are in the fitness industry. We all know, if you've been here for a long time, 15 years ago, things looked very different. 20 years ago, things looked very different. There weren't TRXs hanging all over the place. We didn't have yoga all over the place. There was no way you'd have power lifters in one corner and Zumba going on in the other corner. And the fitness industry has really grown because of that open-mindedness, because of learning, because of collaboration. So using that in your sales tactics is a really big deal. I never feel nervous about asking for money, any amount. I know that I'm offering something and I don't have any fears about money. Can't say that I started out that way 20 years ago, 22 years ago. But now it's just something that happens every single day. I want to help you, you have to pay me. So it's all about how you deliver your offer to your client or to your potential client. When you know what kind of service you're about to give, it's really easy to ask for that money. When you know what kind of energy you're giving to clients, when you know the continued effort that you'll put in for them and how that effort will grow and change with them, it should still really be easy to ask for some money. So I believe that part of the right, earning the right to sell, comes from everything that you do from day one. You're doing assessments, you're doing movement assessments, you're doing postural assessments, you're checking out their core, you're trying to figure out exactly who they are right now. Sometimes it gets really personal, right? Sometimes you're getting a lot of good story all the way wrapped around this goal. You're really understanding how important it is to them and why it became that important. And you're going to use that information as you design for them. So it's not wrong for you to use that information when you're deciding how to sell to them either. I always use the example, just a couple of years ago, I had a car accident. I went to physical therapy. It was highly recommended. And they did not do one assessment on me. They didn't even have me hold my arm out and see if they could push my hand down. Absolutely not one assessment. I didn't stay there very long because I knew that they weren't going to move forward for me. I knew that they weren't designing anything based on anything. They were just going to give me some printouts, and I knew that I could do something better than that. So asking for permission to be the expert is where you start out. That's where you start your relationship with the client. You're relaying information that is specific to that client instead of just bragging about how much you think you know. You need to brag about how much you know about them. Now that you know all these things about that person, you can make recommendations based on what you know your plan might be for them. And that's going to give you a timeline. It's going to give you a timeline of how long you think they might need to be with you. It'll give you a timeline of how frequently they should see you. Then you can start doing some math about, well, how fast are they going to run out of sessions? How soon can I expect this person to resign? How soon will I see new business coming in if I don't continue with this person? How do I map out the business? You know, personal trainers sometimes who are working in, they're working alone, they're working as independent contractors. To make some common mistakes. So some things that I see a lot are things like not keeping track of where your clients are, not taking measurements, not doing constant reassessment. If you never check on progress and give them some information back on that progress, you never have the right to say, you need more or you need less, or I need to see you more often, or I need you to consider nutrition as well, or I need you to follow me in this direction on your journey. If you're just winging it, you're not technically doing your job, you don't have the right to ask for more money, which is probably what's giving you some trouble asking for money, right? So factors to consider: what's the client's goal? What's your goal? As a professional, what's your financial goal? How many clients do you need to hit that financial goal? How many times a week do you need to see them? All of this stuff can be mapped out so that you understand what's happening in your business. And all of that can be based on exactly what you do for your clients and what schedule they're on, what kind of compliance you have from them. Are they following your program? Are they still moving kind of slow and you need to put a rush on it? What do you need to do to make that business consistent and ask for it again? At times, trainers are going through the motions and not designing for success. This goes for their client success as well as their own professional success. So if they only use weight or circumference measurements, for example, to note progress, that's not enough, right? So you've got some clients, they're there for pure cosmetic reasons, and your client hasn't lost 3 inches on the waist yet, so that means you're a horrible trainer, they're done. If that's the only measure, then we don't get to ask for more money. But what other measures could we use? We should be talking about energy. We should be talking about happiness. We should be talking about consistency, building a new habit. You have more energy now. You're meeting great people. You love being here. You're finally doing something great for yourself. Why aren't all of those things a measure of success before the 3 inches in the waist comes along, right? So you have to give them credit for those little things so that you can take credit for it so that you're allowed to ask for more money. Not keeping track of progress at all. I've seen this in my 22 years. A lot of trainers who just like, cool, come in next, let's go. And there's no file, there's no number written down, there's no idea of what progress has been. I can't even begin to tell you that great job, you're lifting so much heavier than you used to, or you used to do 6 reps with a real struggle with form and now you're knocking it out, no problem. We can't say any of those things when there's nothing written down, there's no proof. So keeping track of progress is extremely important when it comes to showing proof that you're allowed to ask for more money. You might even say something like this to your clients. You're just going to failure all the time, but you're not paying attention to what the progress is. Do you always work out to failure? Are you training yourself on purpose to only go to failure? And then, well, what was the number? Oh, I don't count reps because I just go to failure. So how do we know if you've made progress? That kind of thing. So if this is talk for your client, but it's also for you. Proper form, mobility, flexibility, balance, all of these things are part of the journey and should be spoken about as part of your intent for the end goal. Another reason to take small victories into account when you want to ask for more money. So not praising the small victories is a problem. Specificity. Another mistake that I see some trainers making. Usually, if you're being specific about your routine, there are going to be changes made along the way. You have a certain plan today that you expect to end by December. And if you're being very specific about this client, and everything that you do is based on specifically this client, not just general, not just a printout, not just, this is a 6-week program that was in Men's Muscle Magazine or whatever. You're seeing the changes as they happen, right? So week 3, you might find out, hey, I had this whole plan and you're knocking it out of the park. Your core's looking great, your balance looks great. We have to change this now, or by the end of December, you're going to be at a plateau instead of making good progress. And if I didn't anticipate that, if I didn't design for that, again, in December, I don't get to ask you for more money. Very important. So we think about the goals and we think about where they are right now in terms of what we can do with their routine and when business might be coming in based on that, when we can ask for business. when we need to slow things down, when we need to rush things, what have you. So establishing frequency. If your client has 18 sessions and they see you 4 times a week, when are they finishing? If your client has been on vacation, now they've got a bunch of extra sessions kind of still hanging out right there, and they paid you a long time ago, but you still owe them all of those sessions. So what do you have to do for your income to remain the same? If you owe 40 sessions, but you're not getting paid for 40 sessions anymore, you got paid for those 4 months ago. What do you do? So this is important with planning. This is important with trying to keep people on track so that your money stays on track, so that your sales stay on track, so that your contract completion stays on track. Documentation, as we talked about, and trending progress. So you have a client who is doing really well. They always show up for their appointments. They're so consistent. They're doing everything you tell them to do. So when are they going to hit that goal? And if they are on time with that goal, what's your plan for the next goal? Or are they done? So we got to talk about that, right? Something to think about with progressive training, going through phases. I really love NASM philosophies. I go through NASM phases with my clients. I have done so forever. And that's exactly what I use I mirror my sales strategy with NASM, with their whole OPT model. So no matter which certifying entity or what training philosophies you have, you've got phases, steps, milestones, defining moments that you can use as a measure of your client's abilities or success. I have an idea of when we might ramp up frequency. Based on that, when we will hit a milestone, all of my business planning is based on them staying on track or on the schedule that I planned. Sometimes you have to come up with another plan for clients who are not following the plan, right? Clients who are kind of falling off a little bit. So what can we do about that? I talk with my training staff quite a bit about, you've got someone who might have fallen off. And sometimes you kind of just like, oh, bummer. But you could also call them and say, hey, you've had a really bad 2 weeks. These next 2 weeks, you're going to double up on your sessions, and we're going to really go for it. Now they're back on track on the same original timeline that you had when it comes to the business coming in. And they're also on track with their goal. So it's not wrong for you to think about your finances as you think about their goal. And if they work together, everybody's happy. If they work together, you get to continue doing what you love to do, and you get to continue helping that person. And typically only good things happen for everyone involved. So progressive planning becoming your sales strategy. Making an offer. So when I'm selling, I don't make a presentation about these are my prices, this is what it is. There's only one price. There's only one price and there are not 500 options. I'm making an offer to them of what I can do for them. I'm making an offer that says, I know what you need and I'm going to design a routine that's based on you. I'm going to spend time being specific about your needs, being specific about your range of motion and your current status. This is not something that is cookie cutter. I don't have something that I can print out for you today because I have to design something for you. You're paying for specificity, you're paying for customization, and that's one of the main things that personal trainers make mistakes with. They just don't do that. It's something that should set us apart from things like group training. It should set us apart from things like Zumba classes. And we need all of those things. We have different levels, we have different interests. I would love to be in the room dancing for an hour, no problem, but I would never replace that. I would never replace lifting. I would never replace the specificity that I have when I work with a trainer who's watching my form. So we have to be very clear that we're offering something very different from what they can get at a cheaper rate. And that's because we are professionals who are offering specificity and progressive routines. So as you change, as you're making your way through your journey, you're getting stronger, you're more balanced, you can handle a lot more. I'm not gonna let you stay there. I'm not gonna let you get used to that workout. It's my job to redesign that as it's happening so that you know you're getting what you paid for. If I design 6 weeks and we have to change that to 3, we will change it to 3, we'll redesign again. So that's something that has to come up when you're anticipating progress. So this, of course, is not exact science. It's just kind of generally how things move forward. Establish yourself with your client by establishing their starting point. You build rapport, you do the necessary assessments, of course, the FRQ, measurements if that's what they want, maybe before and after pictures are getting started here. Those go really, really far because a lot of times, I'm sure you have experienced that so many clients decide it's not happening, nothing's happening, and they're ready to quit. And then they see a picture of themselves and they're like, man, okay, I have changed. But if you don't have before and after pictures, it's kind of a bummer. So that's something that I always like to talk about when it comes to just establishing yourself from the beginning. You're going to anticipate a rate of progress. So you're basing everything on this factor. Given perfect compliance, what would you anticipate their next phase to be? Given their current abilities, how long might it take to stay in that phase? How can this process be accelerated by way of frequency? So can I make this happen for you faster? Is it something that we might have control over performance-wise? Maybe I'm going to have you come in more often. That's going to increase the package that I might sell. That's going to increase revenue, right? So I have to think about that too. Does their level of commitment or discipline align with their chosen frequency? Are they telling you that they can't walk through the door if they don't have an appointment, but you only schedule them once a week? How much progress will we make with that? Think about those things as you're designing. When will the next phase start? Or when will you need to begin integrating the following phase that you expect for them in their routine? Somewhere along the way, you have to identify what the actual progress is, because we can guess all day long what perfection could be. If the client is always there, if the client is bringing in their homework all the time. We've had those superstar clients who have everything written down. They've got a bullet journal full of everything they've been doing because you told them to. Sometimes we have to identify the actual progress. So what is really happening? Are they pretty consistent? Are they sometimes consistent? What results are we actually seeing? What changes are we actually seeing? What performance changes are we actually seeing? And then that's going to come up with, you're going to come up with recommendations based on that. Those recommendations become what you offer your client. So you're designing future progress based on the actual progress. Then you can really get to a good goal. Something that I've been critiqued on a little bit, but I'm still going to say it out loud. Good progress and poor progress get rewarded equally. And I've been told, but you scammer. Well, it's because they are still your client and you are still the professional. And let's get cliche. There are two sides to every coin, pros and cons to everything. We can always make a higher frequency in the right choice. Expectations rise with capabilities, don't they? So, if you work for a corporation, you hit your goal goes up next month. If you get a home run, you better do it again one day, right? So it's okay to use that with your clients as well. You're doing great. You're doing so great. You're really kicking butt. So we should do this more often. Or you're really struggling and I think you need more. We should do this more often. So we always get to the same place where we should be offering more to our clients. They are allowed to say no. They are allowed to say yes. And hopefully they say yes, but you're not wrong for offering it, right? So sometimes we get caught up in our own issues with sales, right? So we have a little timeline. Establish yourself with your client. Establish what the beginning is. You don't know a lot about them yet. You don't know what the actual will be yet. You only have the perfect answers that I hope I'm going to do this. I hope I'm going to stay on track. I really want to do this. And then if you design something that works, you start to get a good idea of what they're actually willing to offer you in return, in terms of compliance, in terms of what they are doing with the programming that you're designing for them. So now you can start to anticipate a re-sign date. You can start to decide, are we graduating to the next phase? Are we going to stay here for a little bit? Can I move you forward? Can I integrate? What can I do for you? Your client advances. I put here this is a joke, but it happens a lot. You know, you've been through it. They hit a goal and they say, yay, thanks. And they walk into the sunset without you. Or do they? Because you should have been ready for that and you should have made a recommendation based on their progress about what their next phase could be. And their next phase could be anything that you think is amazing, that fits their lifestyle, that fits your expertise, that fits their capabilities. So you made a recommendation and they've decided, oh my gosh, why would I stop right now? This is amazing. I'm doing so great. Why would I stop now? And now you make another offer and they take the offer. Progress becomes results because you designed a quality program. You are allowed to ask for more money. They gave it to you. They've stayed with you. They're working through the programming that you designed for them. They couldn't be happier. And everyone thinks you're a magician, right? Which brings you to the whole circle of what's going on with your business. Now you're getting re-signs. And if we can put a cherry on top of that, you're getting referrals too. Referrals, it's like the utmost compliments, right? Your client loves you. They're telling everybody else that they should love you too. So bringing in referrals could become half of your business. And then you're moving up and you're moving forward and you have no room in your books for everybody who's running at you. So I made a little joke about being a full-time trainer. And I know that a lot of people in the industry get that joke because you always hear about personal trainers and it's always like, okay, yeah, what's your second job? Working full-time as a trainer has been my only career for over 20 years. And I believe that most of that success came from this strategy, came from actually designing programming instead of just going through the motions. So I think that a lot of that can translate to almost anything in the fitness industry. And then I think the way to wrap all that up is to share your wins. Let people know who you are too. Your clients are telling people about you. You're allowed to talk about yourself, right? Share your wins and people will flock to you. I just showcased 2 of my trainers here. They do a really great job with their clients. They're just amazing. They build rapport. They do these things naturally, not because anyone told them to. And I think that that is the first step in becoming a personal trainer who will become a career personal trainer. Someone who can hold their own in the industry and continue working, where it literally is, you've got a wait list. I had people, if a 3 o'clock canceled, I had 3 people waiting for that slot to open. I'm good. Other trainers were in the break room crying. I was busy, too busy, couldn't even handle it. So it's all about how you deliver your service and what you're actually giving them. And when they can see it flourish into something real, it becomes a real business. And that's all I have. Do you guys have any questions? Yes.
I'll start on. So what's your strategy for the objection? The time, money, the spouse, are you checking with the spouse?
I have to check with my spouse.
Just the,
What's your name? What's your name?
what's my name?
Yes.
Chris.
Chris. I just put you through a whole experience, a whole assessment. We found out what your baseline is. We know what your goal is. I know how fast I can get you there. I don't think it would be fair to ask your wife to make a decision on this when I've already given you the experience. I don't think that she can decide that based on having no experience like this. Would you like to bring her in? Can we call her right now and talk about this? Can I explain to her how important this is to you? Do you want to tell her how important it is to you? I might joke with you a little bit, like, Chris, can you call your wife right now and ask her what she wants for dinner? Sure? Okay, how long do you think it's gonna take for her to answer you?
I'm not married, so.
The spouse is for keeping you away from your goals.
I'm just throwing objection. Typical objection.
Yeah.
Usually 3 things: time, money, or the spouse.
Time, money, and spouse. So that's actually, I handle the spouse thing by saying, let's call them now. We'll talk. I might, if I don't feel like I can rush the situation, I would invite the spouse in to have their own assessment. I'm definitely not trying to get anybody in the doghouse, but I think that sometimes people need to make decisions on their own. So I offer them what I can offer them, and they might have to go explain that to their spouse, and that's fine. They can come back, and hopefully they come back with their spouse, and now I have 2 clients. Time is a difficult one because it is really, people believe it so much. They really believe that they don't have time. They believe that they don't have time when they're binge watching Netflix. They believe that they don't have time when they're sleeping in for an extra hour and a half instead of just getting up when their alarm goes off. That's the more difficult one, but if we start to try to map that out, kind of give them a schedule, give them a goal schedule to follow, we can talk about maybe doing an accelerated routine where this is going to save you time in the long run because you're not taking 3 hours to be here. I'm going to make sure that this fits into your schedule.
Time's an interesting thing. So I've got a problem with my wife because I never have time to take out the garbage, but I always have time to work out. So if you can help me with her. The garbage only goes out once a week, but I don't have time. I mean, people find time for things that they want or they need, and if it has no value to them, they think that they don't have time.
Absolutely. Value is the word.
So you're gonna.
He's lying about the garbage.
Okay, well, if he considered the garbage as part of his.
The gloves are off. I got bugged about taking a dead plant out because I didn't have time for it for the last 2 days. We had company.
Well, he killed it first.
Well, I did do that. So that's another problem. But if you can help me with that.
Oh, God. I'll try. I'll try later.
No, see, yeah, I've got a friend that he's older and in a wheelchair, and he says he's trying, but I say either you're doing it or not. So when I'm here, try it.
Right. And then you've got people who, like, they kind of let everything go for the gym. And we have to try to get everybody else to pick up some of those habits. So it's definitely, everybody's coming from a different background. We take for granted all the time that I've always been active. I've always been athletic. I cannot imagine, people come into my office several times a day who have zero background in any kind of fitness or activity. And I just wonder, what were you doing all of these 40, 50 years? What were you doing if you weren't playing with your friends outside? If you weren't on a team? What were you doing with this I don't have time situation?
They were taking the garbage out.
Possibly, just, being a good husband.
Oh, now we get it, bashing. Wow.
Yeah, and no money. Sometimes we get into nutrition just to be able to have a money talk. Because I know that people spend a lot of money on food when they're not preparing it themselves. I know that people spend a lot of money on food that's really bad for them when they're not preparing it for themselves. So that's kind of one of my go-tos. I'll immediately, hold on, if you don't have money, stop spending $800 a month at McDonald's and Starbucks, and maybe we can find that budget for personal training. And it's not a lifetime commitment. It's not a 5-year commitment like your car payment. It's something that you're doing right now for yourself. You should be able to find that. So we have objections all day long, and they run the gamut. You can only imagine. You've got to have something to say that's going to bring us back to the goal. That's what it comes down to. Back to your offer. Questions?
So, well, these are things, anyway, kind of on the same money thing, what's your opinion on selling a package of sessions versus more of a subscription model, kind of like a gym membership? So in other words, you pay $200 a month and you get so many sessions a month. Just the psychology of it, like they don't really think about, oh, I've got to renew. It's charged to their credit card. They don't even pay attention to it. They just keep it going.
You just answered your own question.
Yeah.
A subscription is really nice because it's consistent. Once they get used to that money being gone, they don't miss it as much. My boss always brings up, did you ever pay off your car? And didn't you really enjoy not having a car payment for a while? Yeah, an extra $400 a month, all of a sudden I want that money now. And I didn't even really miss it before. So if you're on a subscription and you're staying consistent and it's already happening, it's not that big of a deal to you. But when you're buying a package over and over again, a company that I used to work for, we sold huge packages. It was $1,800, $2,400, $2,800, $4,800. We sold the package, and your option was pay it in full or put half down and pay the rest next month. And how I did it all the time, I don't know, but it always happened. And I didn't get a lot of price objections. I didn't get a lot of money objections. It was the time, it was the spouse. And there were people who paid the $4,800 total in full, day one, came in once in a while, weren't consistent. People who are paying every month tend to see that charge, they come in. They stay more consistent. I think it helps them with their habits as much as it helps them financially. Any other questions? You guys have questions?
No questions in the Zoom.
Your question.
Hi, I'm Gabby. I enjoyed your presentation. I'm just wondering how long it took you to kind of get on your feet, being a full-time personal trainer. Because I know, from being an undergraduate personal training to master's to PhD, I find it difficult to stay with my clients, and I kind of stopped personal training, and I've always admired people that could do it full-time because it takes a lot of patience. So I'm just curious, like timeline wise, when did you really feel like it was your full-time and you felt financially stable doing it?
That's a really good question, and I have unfortunately not the perfect answer for you. I got lucky in the beginning. I got very lucky. I was in California and I was the only trainer who spoke Spanish. I had a full clientele my first day and I didn't even know what I was doing yet. But they were so happy that someone spoke Spanish. They were so happy that someone was going to be able to take care of them. But I think they had patience for me. And I really, I needed to buy time in my first few months to get through my certifications and really learn everything. So I really got lucky. A few years later, they moved me to Hawaii and I didn't have to speak Spanish for one day for 6 years. So that was a very different story, right? I was in Hawaii, I was in a really small gym. It was probably only 2 or 3 times the size of this room. Learning how to be creative with what you're doing, learning how to work in any environment. That's what I believe grew me into someone who could handle anything client-wise, grew me into someone who was constantly going to be able to reinvent what I was doing with my client out of need or out of necessity for them. Maybe it's the gym that's lacking, or maybe it's the client that's lacking. What can I do to redesign for them? So I think that if we call Hawaii my beginning, that's where that comes from. Constantly practicing regressions, constantly practicing, we're so worried about being the buffest or being the strongest, or, powerlifting is now so popular. We're so worried about going forward that we forget that how many clients need regressions. And that's where the magic really happens, because if you understand regressions, you can help anybody from a beginner to someone right out of surgery to a super athlete who can improve their game or improve their squat by going back to the fundamentals. So you have the background for it. I think it's going to be the practice of, well, how do I change this if they can't do that? How do I change this if they can't do that? How do I change this if we don't have another set of dumbbells? We don't have a lighter cable. We don't have a lighter rubber band. What am I going to do? So force yourself into those uncomfortable places, really dig into that and explain that that's what you do for people. And I think it's just going to sell itself.
Thank you so much.
Nope.
Oh yeah, for the Zoom audience, we have Jason Dean from the Los Alamos Natural Laboratory. Thank you for being here.
All right, well, thank you for having me. I am grateful to be here and to give this presentation. Earlier this morning, you all heard Dr. Zach May. He's my colleague at Los Alamos National Laboratory. And today I'm going to present to you, it's based off of a paper that he and I wrote. It's published in the ACSM Health and Fitness Journal. And it looks at pyramid training programs that work. And I'm particularly looking at 2 different styles of pyramid training, particularly for resistance training. So let's go ahead and get started. So we have 4 objectives, and the first objective is to define total volume load and understand its importance and describe how it can be increased during the session. That is the basic overview. So the first half of the presentation will be kind of basic information, and then the next half is going to be a little bit more research-based. The second thing is to explain the history of pyramid resistance training. Third, differentiate linear and reverse pyramid resistance training. And then finally, we'll apply a linear and reverse pyramid training to programming, for like if you're a personal trainer or a strength and conditioning coach or a group exercise instructor. we'll go into different types of ways to program for that. So what is total volume load and why is it important? Well, total volume load is where you take the total amount of sets and you multiply the amount of repetitions per set times the amount of weight or load, particularly in pounds. Now, I'll show you an example of this later on when we go through some particular examples with programming on how that works. So higher levels of total volume load provide strong stimuli for providing outcomes for hypertrophy and strength, and particularly hypertrophy or muscle increase in muscle size. Not necessarily needed to do a large amount of volume for strength. You can actually get strong with a lower volume, but it's mostly if you're trying to build muscle size and get bigger muscles. So why is it important? Why is total volume load important? Well, resistance training variables can be manipulated by several different things. And you can increase volume different ways, and you can change the way that you do a program using different variables and by manipulating things such as frequency, how many days per week that you lift weights. You can have the rest intervals, how long do you rest between sets. You can repetition tempo, which Dr. Mang's talk was on different tempos of lifting, intensity, and then volume of training. So intensity is the amount of effort that you put into, and typically we think of intensity as the amount of weight that you lift. But I want you to keep in mind that I'm going to view it as more of like the amount of effort that you put into your set. So someone, for example, recent research is showing that you can build muscle doing a set of 30 repetitions and 10 repetitions, but it's the amount of effort that you put into the set. Do you go close to training to muscle failure? And so it's really neat. Schoenfeld and his group and also Morton and their group are showing that you can get muscle growth, not just from the 8 to 12 rep range, but even from like up to 30 reps. But volume and intensity, both of those combined are typically the most important variables when you're trying to stimulate neuromuscular adaptations for building muscle and also for increasing your muscular strength. So how can you increase total volume load for a muscle group? Well, you can use heavier weights. You can complete more repetitions per set. You can perform more sets for an exercise, or you can add more exercises to your session. And so earlier I defined total volume load. It's the sets times repetitions times weight. And that's the first three. And then you add more exercises. For example, you're training, say, back and biceps on that day, and you want to increase the volume. On one day, maybe Monday you do back and biceps. On Thursday you do back and biceps twice a week. On one day you do seated rows, lat pull downs, and then just regular barbell bicep curls. On Thursday, you say you want to increase the volume. Well, now I'm going to add seated rows, face pulls, lat pull downs, bicep curls, preacher curls. So that increases the amount of volume, especially if you're doing the same amount of sets and same amount of repetitions. All right, so that was a quick overview of total volume load and the different variables that we look into when we're designing resistance training programs. Now we're going to explain the history of pyramid training. And so pyramid training, some of you may know these people that I'm about to talk about. Thomas DeLorme. In 1948, Thomas DeLorme, and probably not just him, a group of his colleagues, developed a program that would help post-World War II cadets or military rehab for physical therapy. And they developed the first linear pyramid training. And I'm going to define linear pyramid training in just a bit to explain to you what that is. But they are the ones that came up with that program back in 1948. But then 3 years later, Zinoviev develops the Oxford technique, which is also the first reverse linear pyramid training program that you'll find out there. And they did this to circumvent the issue of possible fatigue from doing too many repetitions from the start. And instead, they do less repetitions with a higher load. Like I mentioned earlier, both of these methods were originally designed as post-World War II rehab programs. So this table is out of the article that Zach and I, Dr. Mang and I wrote, and this is an outline of the two programs, the Lorem and then the Oxford training, or linear pyramid versus Oxford. Here they use 50% of their 10 rep max. So if you think of like you find out what your 10 rep max is, the amount of weight that you can lift 10 times to failure. They took 50% of that and they had them just do 10 reps. You know, you could probably do 20 reps with 50% of your 10 rep max, but they only had them do 10 repetitions on set one. This is the linear pyramid with the Lorem. Now, if you look at the Oxford on the other side, what they did is they started out with the first set being 100% of their 10 rep max. So 10 reps all out per set. With the second set for the Lorem linear pyramid and then reverse pyramid, you have 10 repetitions of 75% of the 10 rep max for the linear pyramid. And then you have 75%, so it's similar for the second set. But then you see the third set is what's different. So now the Lorem method, by their third set, they're going to failure. They're at their 100% of 10 rep max. And then with the reverse pyramid, you have now you're lifting lighter load, 50% of your 10 rep max for only 10 repetitions. And so these are the two different methods, but nowadays they have different styles. Like if you maybe follow bodybuilding, they don't necessarily do it based off of like 50% of your 10 rep max. Maybe like you do a set of 12, 10, 8. Or 8, 10, 12. That would be like a pyramid, and that's your 8 rep max, 10 rep max, 12 rep max. That would be like using the 8 to 12 rep max range. And what studies that have found that have compared, we've done a lit review on all the studies that looked at the Lorem method and the Oxford method. They're both effective for increasing muscular strength. But to our knowledge, at the time that we wrote this article, there aren't really any studies that showed was one method more effective for increasing muscle size, so muscle hypertrophy.
Could I ask you a question?
Sure, go ahead.
With Lorem and I'm not sure about Oxford, but is it possible he got some of his ideas from Olympic lifters?
Potentially.
Because Olympic lifters were doing this in the 30s.
I bet. Yeah, this is the research, I guess the first research that we could find that, and it's a common, probably seeing bodybuilders talking about the Lorem method. But it's the one that when we did our review and the research that we found that was published.
I was just curious.
But yeah, I bet you're absolutely right. They've been doing a lot of this kind of stuff for a long time, but it's just been documented, within the past like 100 years, 75 years. That's a great question. Thanks for asking that. All right, so far we've defined total volume load, we learned its importance, and we described how it can be increased during the session. We just explained the history of pyramid training. Now we're going to differentiate linear and reverse pyramid training. So in 2021, Catan wrote a really nice review article on pyramidal systems and resistance training. It's published in a journal called Encyclopedia. That's where I grabbed this information I'm going to present. I really liked how this particular figure that they provide here. So they define half triangle pyramids as two different ways. It's basically the way they define linear pyramid and reverse pyramid. You'll see as I pull it up here. So light to heavy, this would be like a typical linear pyramid training, or the Lorem method, where you start out with higher repetitions and then every set you go down. So in this particular example here on the right, you see 15 repetitions, about 65% of the 1 rep max. And then on the next set, you do 10 repetitions at about 75% of the 1 rep max. And then finally on the third set, you have your heaviest set, 6 repetitions at 85% of your 1 rep max. They call that the light to heavy method. And then they have the heavy to light, which would be the way that I'm defining it in my presentation as reverse pyramid training. And this is where they start out with their first set being heavy with 6 by 85% of their 1 rep max. And then they go to 10, 75%, and then 15, 65%. So they start at heavy, then they're dropping the load as they progress from set to set. And then they further increased, in this particular article, Catan, they gave further examples using these two styles of pyramid training. But what they do is they add volume to it. And so they have a triangle pyramid where you combine the high-low and the low-high, or linear and reverse pyramid training together. And this is called symmetric pyramid. It's where you combine LH, or linear pyramid, and reverse pyramid. where you start out with linear pyramid, you drop down and then you come back up. So that's 5 sets. So you can see it's now you're doing 5 sets instead of 3, so it's an increased volume. You start out light and you go heavy, and then you just do, they're called drop sets. So you probably have heard of that if you're in the personal training or group exercise. Then they do 2 drop sets, 10 by 75 and 15 by 65. Then they have an asymmetric or diagonal pyramid, which is similar to this symmetrical pyramid, but they don't do as many sets. So instead of doing 5 sets, it's a way of reducing the volume. So it's in between 3 to 5 sets. So it's now 4 sets, 15, 10, 6, and then 15 reps. And then finally, they call this the double progressive system reverse pyramid. It's where you start out with 3 sets at the same load. So here they have 3 sets at 65%, but you're not going all out. So you're doing six sets of 65% of your 1 rep max, then 10 reps, 65, then 15. Finally, that approximates 65% approximates 15 reps. And then you go heavy, heavy. And so these are kind of like warm-up sets into your 2 working sets that you have, 2 heavy sets. And so now how can you increase total volume by manipulating your sets, repetitions, and load? So I'm going to give you an example of traditional set training. All right, so traditional set training is where you have like 3 sets of 8 reps. All right, so 3 sets of 8 reps, 225 pounds. If you calculate the total volume load, take all 3 of those numbers together, you get 5,400 pounds. Or you can say on another day. So for example, if you're doing undulating periodization or linear periodization, undulating periodization is where you switch the loads throughout the week. So you have a light, moderate, heavy day, where linear periodization is where every 4 weeks you may change the repetition scheme. So say for example, this is undulating 1 week of training. On one day, you have a heavy day where it's like 3 sets of 8 reps at 225. Then another day, you have a moderate day. 3 sets of 10 reps at 215 pounds. You're doing a little bit higher volume, 6,450 pounds. And then finally on the 3rd day, it's a lighter day relative to load, but you're doing a greater amount of volume. So now you have 7,380 pounds. I would call this traditional set training or straight set training, where you have same load, same amount of repetitions, same amount of sets. Now, recent research back in 2020, Hernandez et al., and I'll tell you something interesting about this study. This is a graduate student at the University of, one of the graduate students that was a student with me at UNM. His name's Sub Young Kwan, and he actually helped publish a study. This is a really fascinating research study if you check it out, because what they did is they showed that you have to rest 8 minutes between sets to maintain the same amount of reps from one set to the next if you go to failure. So say you did 3 sets of 8 total, pretty much like total failure, they had to rest 8 minutes to be able to get 8 reps on that next set. So I'll show you, they did bench press, 4 sets of bench press, 85% of 1 rep max, which is around their 6 rep max. This is what they found. So on the first set is the bar on the far left. So you had 2 minutes of rest, 5 minutes of rest, 8 minutes of rest. So you can see first set, the bars are first set, second set, third set, fourth set. You can see when they rested 2 minutes, the amount of total repetitions went down significantly. Even when they rested 5 minutes between sets, still went down. But it wasn't until they rested 8 minutes that they were able to get 4 sets around the load that they were 6 repetitions. You'll see why I'm referencing this and how it all comes together with my presentation in just a bit.
Does that connect to the exercise itself, that bigger systemic exercises are going to drain you more than, say, an arm curl?
That's a great question. I'm going to answer that personally, based on my personal experience. So with the bench press, for sure, that I relate to this. I have to rest a lot more. But instead of squats, I can rest like 3 minutes and pump out the same amount. So I think it depends on the muscle fiber typing. So most people have more type 2 fibers in the upper body. We're not like moving our upper body a lot, we're on our legs a lot. So we have a nice combination of fast and slow twitch fibers in the lower body. So you're gonna be able to recover a lot faster with the lower body than you are gonna be able to recover with the upper body. Does anybody else experience that when they lift, that you're able to recover faster? You don't have to rest as long between your sets to get the same amount of reps, but you do like squats or deadlifts versus like bench press or seated rows. So that's a great question. And I haven't found a study yet that looks at the same type of scheme that uses like the lower body, like squatting or deadlift. Yep. And so here, this looks at overall the total volume. So you see when they rested 2 minutes, that's the amount of volume, about 1,500 kilograms. And you see as the longer that they rested, they were able to get a greater total amount of volume in that particular session. So that brings us to an example that I created here using the linear pyramid training, reverse pyramid training, and then looking at traditional set training. All right, so let's first look at traditional set training. So this is an example that I gave you earlier with 3 sets of 8 reps, 225 pounds. Yeah, 5,400 pounds, and going down 3 sets of 10, 3 sets of 12. Now let's say you rest 3 minutes between each set. Based on what I just showed you for the bench press, most likely you won't be able to get this total amount of load, right? You won't be able to get 5,400 pounds if you rested 3 minutes between sets doing straight sets. I bolded this because this is the one that I want to show you as I'm comparing the linear and the reverse pyramid. I'm going to highlight that middle 3 sets of 10 reps because I'm going to create a program using the linear pyramid and reverse pyramid similar to that. All right, so let's look at a linear pyramid training or light to heavy. So you have 1 set of 12 reps at 205 pounds. All right, so then you have 1 set of 10 reps with 215 pounds. So a little bit heavier weight. Then you have 1 set of 8 reps of 225 pounds. That adds up to be about 6,410 pounds, almost the same amount of volume as this. But if you look over there, do you think that you would have to rest 8 minutes between each set to be able to get the same amount of weight on the next set? Or do you think that you could rest less to get the heavier weight if you're doing lighter weight?
Cover just shorter.
May have to rest shorter, but not necessarily with. So check this out. So what if you go into failure on 1 set of 12? So what if you that first set you went bench press 205, failure to 12. Do you think that you could rest 3 minutes and do 1 set of 10 at 215? Do you think you could? Maybe, but not likely. But more likely than if you're doing straight sets though. Now let's look at reverse pyramid training. Okay, so 1 set of 8 reps, 225 pounds, 225 pounds, but now you're decreasing the load on the next set. So you start out heavy. So 1 set of 8 reps, say you go to failure at 225. Do you think that you'll be able to rest 3 minutes and get the next set with lighter weight, 215, 10 reps? Or maybe closer to 8 or 9? Or do you think you'd be able to get at least 8 reps on that next set of 215 when you lower the weight? So you're starting out heavy, and then you're decreasing the weight, but you're trying to get more reps in that next set. I just wanted you to keep this in your mind as we progress through this presentation, because I'm going to show you something really interesting and fascinating in just a little bit. So let's go ahead and finish this out. So if you add up the total amount of volume, you get the same amount of volume, approximately 6,410 pounds. All right, but you just design the program just differently. You have traditional versus linear versus reverse pyramid training, but which one of these do you think overall will you'll be able to get the greatest amount of volume? You'll find that out soon. All right, so we've defined total volume load, we learned its importance, and we described how it can be increased during the session. We then explained the history of pyramid resistance training. We differentiated linear and reverse pyramid training. Now we're going to apply it to programming. Apply linear, and I meant to put reverse pyramid training in there. So we're going to apply linear and reverse pyramid training to resistance training programming. All right, so this is a chart from our study. It's not really a study, it's a review article that we wrote for the Health and Fitness Journal. We have different programs that we created. This one is for like someone who's untrained and they're wanting to improve muscular endurance, maybe even hypertrophy, now that we know that you can get some hypertrophy if you train with high effort with with higher reps. So here's an example of a three-set session with reverse pyramid training and linear pyramid training. So with reverse, you start out with less amount of reps with a higher load, then you go to 10, 15, 20. That's a typical, if you think about the NSCA, what they recommend for repetition ranges for muscular endurance, you know, typically greater like 12 to 15 or more to improve your muscular endurance. So you have 10, 15, 20, and then linear pyramid training is where you go 20, 15, 10. Program B is for someone that is like, now it's a progression. So you just had a beginner, you're training them, you're wanting them to do linear or reverse pyramid training, whichever one you want. And you have them now progress to a rep range between 8 and 12, which is the typical hypertrophy range, correct? So reverse pyramid is where you have 8 repetitions, 10, 12, and then linear pyramid training is 12, 10, 8. You get the gist of how the difference between linear and reverse pyramid. So then now we progress to program C, which is now you're focusing on more muscular strength or maximal muscular strength with a rep range between maybe 4 to 8. Still a little bit of hypertrophy, maybe getting some more improvements in muscular strength because you now have a baseline strength under you from just previous programs. And so similar thing, reverse pyramid versus linear pyramid training. They both have been found to work to improve strength, like I mentioned earlier.
Don't you need longer rest periods though with those higher percentages?
That's what they say, right? That's what the NSCA says, but I don't think that's correct. The NSCA has a table and a chart out there. It says that if you lift heavier weight, you need to rest 5 minutes to let ATP, PCR recover. But you have to, you know, if you do higher reps, well, that's, yeah, if you did higher reps but not to failure, then maybe you don't have to rest as long. But if you do the 20 rep set to failure, oh man, I'd say you need to rest more than 1 minute with the NSCA recommends. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think recent research, that study in 2020 is gonna like start kicking things off to start re-looking at those guidelines that the NSCA has been publishing for several years with regard to the rest time between sets based on if you're lifting, how the load that you're lifting heavier. I think it's more related to the amount of effort that you're putting into the set. Are you going to true failure or are you going to like 1 or 2 reps shy of failure? If you go to failure, you're gonna have to rest longer, no matter what load you're using. But if you don't go to failure, you can probably pump out more sets out in less amount of time with less rest. And another efficient way to do it is doing like supersets. You know, you do push, pull, you don't have to rest between sets. That's another benefit of that style of training versus like traditional straight sets. When I do reverse or linear pyramid training, I typically will do like a push, pull legs, where I do a push, I do 1 set of push, then I do 1 set of pull, 1 set of legs, and by the time I get done with my legs, I can go straight back to my pushing exercise, and now I either do the next set, either 12, 10, 8, or if it's 8, 10, 12, whichever style that I'm using in that particular microcycle or mesocycle that I'm on. All right, so I just went over this one. This is for if you're trying to improve maximal muscular strength, not necessarily, I'd say maximal muscular strength, but more like the muscular strength guidelines is what they would say, like the 4 to 8 rep range. Now, here's someone who's well-trained and they're used to lifting heavier weight now. Now you're getting into even heavier. And even you add 1 more set in, a greater amount of volume. So you have 2 repetitions at 95%, 2 repetitions that you do 2 sets of that, and then you drop the load to 4 to 6. That's reverse pyramid training. Now, do the flip side for linear pyramid training. You start out with higher repetitions, lighter load, and drop back down. But now you, instead of having 3 sets, you have 4 sets. Now, if you really want to improve muscle hypertrophy, which most of the literature is still showing that to improve muscle growth, you need to have a greater total amount of volume throughout the week. Not necessarily you have to have the greater total volume on that particular day, but spread throughout the week for that particular muscle group, you want to have a higher volume of training. So if you wanted to do that, you can add an additional set to increase the amount of volume that you're looking at for training. So those are 5 different programs that we created into the article, just as some examples of how you can design a linear or reverse pyramid training using the typical guidelines that we know with regard to the hypertrophy, strength, and endurance guidelines. Now, this next act, it's kind of dark, I apologize with this one, but this one, let me go ahead and go back. So how many of y'all heard of leangains.com, the website? Has anybody ever heard of that? Or Martin Birkin? He's kind of a mainstream guy. Anybody heard of intermittent fasting?
Oh,
It's kind of hot now, isn't it? Well, he's one of the guys back in the mid 2000s that actually started doing intermittent fasting and promoting it in like resistance training and lifters. And so when I first found out about him, I really started reading his stuff on his blog, and he cites scientific literature on there. I was like, wow, this is some neat stuff. And so I think it was like 3 or 4 years ago, Dr. May was teaching at Santa Fe Community College with me. And he came up just once or twice a night during the week. I was a full-time professor there teaching in the School of Fitness Education. And this is like the first time that I met him. And I started talking to him about reverse pyramid training, which is what he recommends. And Zach was like, that's a great idea. I like that. And so I want to show you this because this is the program that I like to follow. And it's an advanced program, but it goes into depth of like specifically how you could design like a session for yourself using reverse pyramid training. All right, so for an example that he has like a program on his website on this particular guy, the reverse pyramid training guy, is he would have deadlift, like a row or an overhead press, and then an accessory exercise. So he's not doing a lot of lifts, but he's focusing on those major lifts. So deadlift 2x6, row overhead press 3x8, and then you have calves, biceps, and triceps, a little bit higher, 2x8, 2x10. And so on Wednesday, he would do bench press, either row or overhead press, and then another accessory, and then squat. So you have deadlift, bench, squat, the typical powerlifting exercises, and then weighted chin up, and then accessory. So that would be like a Monday, Wednesday, Friday program that he follows. And so what he does before he does each of these exercises, he does a warm-up. So 2 to 5 sets of a warm-up where you do 40 to 67% of your whatever your working set is for that particular exercise. So say for deadlift, you're doing 2x6, say deadlift 200 pounds, two sets of 200 pounds, 6 reps. Then you would take 40% of that, at 80 pounds, you do like 5 reps of that, and then you go up to like 90 pounds, and you do 4 reps, and you do like 3 to 4 warm-up sets beforehand, like just back to back. And then you get into your actual working sets. And in this particular case, he just has 2 working sets of 6 reps. Now with the deadlift, the squat, and the weighted chin up and row, when you're progressing, when you're reverse pyramid training, so you're going to decrease the load from one set to the next. So you're starting out with your heavy set that you think would be like your 6 rep max. And then on the next set, so the second set, you would drop the load. And so for deadlift, squat, weighted chin ups, and row, you would drop that load by 10%. So say you're doing a deadlift, your 6 rep max is 200 pounds. You do that 200 pounds, and then you drop it by 10%, which is 20. So you drop it down now to 180 pounds. And then on that second set, you would just rep it out until failure. You do as many reps as possible on that second set. For bench press, overhead press, and seated row, you don't have to drop it as much, 5%. And then for the assistance and accessory movements, you drop it about 10%. He likes to do supersets or mini circuits to where you go from one exercise to the next. That way you're not wasting time resting from one exercise to the next. And then once your goal reps are attained, so once you are able to get, say, 6 reps of 200 pounds on your first set, then you increase by 2.5% on the next time. So 2.5% of 200, so 10% of 200 is 20. So then half of that is 10. So then 2.5% is 5 pounds. So you go from 200 to 205, and then you try to get 6 reps the next session, the next week on the deadlifts. That's your goal. You keep going until you get 6 repetitions of that exercise on that set on your that exercise on your first set. Then you progress. Call it the double progressive protocol. And so here's an example of progression. So week 1, say you're able to do 100 pounds of 8. And then on the next set, you drop the weight. This is reverse pyramid training, where you're starting out with heavier weight and then lighter weight, lighter weight. So you're able to do more reps. The next week, since you're able to, 8 was your goal. In this particular example, 8 repetitions on the first set is the goal. So bet the goal, so now you increase by 2.5%. Now you increase the weight to 102.5, but this time you're only able to get 7 reps. But you continue to drop by 10%, you know, then you go 8, you're able to get 8 reps there, 9 reps there. So then week 3, you don't increase the weight. You keep the weight the same, and you keep going until on that first set, you're able to meet your goal. And then once you meet your goal, then you increase the weight. All right, so here's the question I asked earlier. Which style of training do you think you can get a greater total volume? Reverse or linear pyramid training? How many of you think reverse pyramid training you could get a greater total volume in the first, like in one session? Okay, how about linear pyramid training? You can get a greater total volume. All right, well, let's answer that question. All right, so I'm going to use research studies that answer that question. So back in 2018, Conrado de Freitas et al. Conducted a study looking at post-activation potentiation. How many of you have ever heard of post-activation potentiation? Okay, so I'll quickly explain to you what that is. I won't get into the science of it. In a nutshell, what it is if you do really heavy sets of, like, say, squats or deadlifts, something typically done with the lower body because they're trying to see how you can increase your power output for an extended period of time. They're saying that there's something happening in the muscle neuromuscularly that when you lift something heavy, you're able to generate more power over a period of time. So there was a research study that was done several years back, and just thinking about it, where they had cyclists do 5 sets of leg press, their 5 rep max. They did 5 sets, and then they had them rest 10 minutes. And then they randomly had them do a time trial. So they had them either do the leg press beforehand or not. And they were able to significantly pedal a lot longer when they did the heavy weight beforehand. Now, why is that? It's because there's some neuromuscular thing happening that stimulates the muscle fibers. So if you think about how muscle fiber recruitment happens, it starts out with type 1, then type 2A, then type 2X. Well, when you lift heavy weight, you have to recruit everything, right? Type 1, type 2A, type 2X. So it turns on all the muscle fibers, so you're able to lift heavier.
So is that additional recruitment of those deep motor units connected to the hypertrophy and strength gains?
That's a good question. I don't know that answer, but I can find that out. I don't know if that is directly connected to it, but I can figure that out.
Because it seems like you're going for those units that you usually don't tap at all.
Exactly, that makes a lot of sense. So like when you lift heavy weight, but you think about, like, they're now saying that if you can lift heavy weight, but not necessarily build a muscle, but still get strong, but because of that neuromuscular connection. But so there is a relationship between muscle size and strength. But I've seen people that are, my size that can deadlift 500 pounds, but it's because that neuromuscular connection is strong. So there's different types of strength. There's like muscle size strength, and there's the more of like a neuromuscular improvement in strength. It's a great question, though. I want to find out a little bit more about that. It's a good one. So this study that was done, I'll go through it with you. What they did is they did a squat. So the exercise they did in this was squatting the PAP. So PAP stands for post-activation potentiation. So their PAP set was they did 1 set, 2 reps at 90% of their 1 rep max. All right, so they did only 1 set, 2 reps, 90% of their 1 rep max, and they rested for 5 minutes. And then they did 4 sets of 70% of their 1 rep max with 2 minutes of rest between each set. And the tempo was a 1-to-1 tempo. So 1 second down, 1 second up. What did they find with this? So when they did PAP on the first set, after the PAP set, so they had this group of people do in the study do PAP or no PAP. And so the PAP was 1 set of 2 reps, 90%. When they did PAP on the first set, they were able to get a significantly amount more reps at 70% of their 1 rep max. But you see that on the second set, they equivalated from set to set. So with no PAP, it was around 15 reps. With PAP, they were able to get like around 23 reps. So that's like 7 to 8 more reps after lifting 1 heavy set. So you can see there's a significant difference in the total amount of repetition. So if you add all the repetitions up in that left figure, they had a greater amount of repetitions when they had the heavy set first. So in a nutshell, the conclusion from this study was that the balance between fatigue and potentiation could possibly be used to increase hypertrophy because it could lead to a greater number of total reps performed without resulting in enough fatigue to affect reps performed in subsequent sets. Pretty fascinating. Now, that's just one study. You think that, well, it just happened in that one study. Well, let's look at another study. That was done in 2019 by Albuquerque et al., looking at a similar type of thing in trained men. They had been, instead of the squat, they used the bench press. So they had one set of 3 reps at 90% of the 1 rep max. They had a 10-minute reps. And then they did 3 sets of 75% of their 1 rep max with 1.5 minute rest between sets with a 2-1 tempo. 1, 2, 1 on the bench press. What did they find? So after so the PAP is the dark, the control would be there was no post-activation potentiation. You can see with the PAP, they were able to get like a 1 or 2 more reps on the first set, and even on the second set, and even on the third set. And so the total amount of volume on those 3 sets was greater when they lifted 1 set, 1 heavy set beforehand at 90% of their 1 rep max. So these results suggest that PAP could be beneficial in increasing the number of repetitions and total work performed in resistance training. All right, and another study done in 2019 looked at post-activation potentiation on eccentric loading. So check out this study. They had the bench press, but they did the PAP that they did 1 set of 1 rep of the eccentric, so 120% of their 1 rep max. So they had a greater amount, 20% more than what they could lift. So they wouldn't be able to concentrically lift it up, so they had to help somebody lift it up for them. They were able to still lower that weight down eccentrically. So they did one rep of 120% of their 1 rep max with an 8-minute rest. And then they did 1 set at 65% of the 1 rep max, and the tempo was 4 seconds tempo. All right, so what did they find? Well, they found that you can see here, oh, sorry about that. The PAP group, they had 32, and the control group had, this is interesting, they had a lot more in the PAP group than the control group. But they had a greater amount of time under tension when they, not time under tension, my bad. So right here is when I look at the star, they had time under tension during the second session was a little bit less. And they were able to do, they completed less amount of reps. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm getting, this study is, I apologize. So we're going to get to the conclusion of this study. So what they found in this study is that muscular endurance might improve with supramaxillary eccentric loading, and this method might be used effectively to obtain muscular endurance. So they showed here the time under tension. So the PAP group, they completed during the first session, they completed 17 repetitions. And then during the second session, oh, okay, I remember the study now. So both groups did PAP or no PAP, but one group didn't do PAP at all. And so the group that did, the PAP group that has 32, during their first session, they didn't do the eccentric. During the second session, they did the eccentric. So you can see they're able to do a little bit, they did 1 more repetition, and they had a greater time under tension. But the control group, they didn't do PAP or they didn't do PAP at all. So that's what the control group is. And so they found that by doing 1 set of eccentric, they were able to get 1 more repetition and a greater time under tension than the group that didn't do PAP at all. And then this study in 2020, they're now coming out, they're defining PAP a little bit different way because they're thinking that there's a little bit more not just related to neuromuscular, but it's related to muscle being more warmed up ahead of time. So they call it post-activation performance enhancement. And so this study is showing that it improves resistance training volume during the bench press. So they had a group do bench press, 3 sets of 3 reps at 85% of their 1 rep max. And then they had them now do 3 sets at 60% of their 1 rep max, which is a lighter load. The tempo was 2 seconds down and as fast as you can up. And then they had a 4-minute rest between sets. They found that with the control group, the amount of reps in the paid group were similar, but they had a greater time under attention with the paid group. So they were able to stay, have more time under tension. And what research is actually showing when it comes to hypertrophy, that the amount of time under tension may be more related to just the amount of reps that you do. It's how much time under tension that your muscles are under breaking down. So that's why you've heard eccentric training can help with breaking down the muscle, because you have, especially if you go really slow, breaking down that muscle. And so they're able to get a little bit greater time under attention on that 3 sets of 60% of 1 rep max when they lifted heavy beforehand. And here you can see in this particular table here, you have the control group in the top row, then you have the paid group in the second row. You can see they had 3 sets at 60% of 1 rep max. On the first set, they were similar. On the second set, they had a similar amount of reps. But then on the third set, the paid group actually had a little bit more reps on that third set than the control group. But overall, when you add all them up, they were similar to each other. But the third set, they were able to get more reps than the control group. And so these results suggest that paid can be used to acutely increase the time under effort during resistance exercise without affecting the concentric bar velocity and power output of each set. So let's come back to program E. Now, based on the question I asked you earlier, if someone was following this program and one say had 10 people doing the reverse pyramid training and 10 people doing the linear pyramid training, on each set, they went to failure on every set. They pushed themselves so they could. Which group do you think would have the greater total volume load at that session? Based on the research I just provided. Reverse pyramid training. So that's my hypothesis. There hasn't been any research study that's looked at that yet. Yeah.
But isn't there an underlying assumption with this, that you can get these guys psyched up to be able to start with a 95%? That's not easy to do every time.
Yeah. You mean on every training?
Yeah, with a reverse pyramid. I'm talking psychologically being ready for that.
With the heavy, you typically
with the reverse pyramid.
Warm up ahead. You don't jump right into that.
Okay.
You'll warm up.
Okay.
You'll do a few warm-up sets, like that from the lean gains, that example I gave earlier.
Okay.
Do like 2
I thought that
warm-up
was your
sets.
first set.
Oh, that's the first working set.
Okay.
My bad. Typically, you're assuming that there are some warm-up sets that are built into it, leading up to your first working set. Yeah, that's a great question though. And so you see there 2, 4, so the same total amount of repetitions here. You would think that you could do, but my hypothesis, and we're looking to possibly do a research study at LANL soon, whenever we can, at Los Alamos Labs, looking at comparing these two types of training, and if you're able to get more volume in reverse pyramid training versus linear pyramid training, because what I'm thinking, using the PAP, that if you do these heavy sets beforehand, although 90% of 1 rep max, typically you'll get 4 reps, I think that you could get 5 or 6 reps. And anecdotally too, based on my personal experience, when I do this myself, reverse pyramid, I'm able to do more reps than I thought I could on that next set because of that PAP, post-activation potentiation. So then if you're able to get 2 repetitions in the first 2 sets, they say you get 6 on that one, and then maybe 7, and then 8. And then for linear pyramid training, if you go to failure all out on this one, 8 repetitions, and then you increase the load, it's probably not likely to maybe get that many, or you have to rest a long time to be able to get 6 reps, like up to 8 minutes if you're doing bench press, the example I showed you earlier. So the benefit of this type of reverse pyramid training versus, they're both beneficial, but I'm thinking that if you're looking to improve, wanting to have a greater total volume load in a particular session, you may want to give reverse pyramid training a try, because integrating that neuromuscular phenomenon called PAP. So, go ahead.
This is very similar, I call it mind. Yeah. when you got a power lifter going, say for a squat, 325.
Yeah.
You load 350 on the bar, they stand out, they step back with it on their neck, on their back, and then you're like, okay, and then they put it in, and then you take the 325 and then the bar feels light to it.
Similar.
That's what I'm similar.
Similar, that's a, I can't
Neurological and-
recall the psychological thing or neurological phenomenon that happens with that. But my professor I went to Louisiana Tech and I got my master's degree there, and he's big into baseball research. And he did research studies there where he would look at weighted, where you put weights on the baseball bat, and he would have to use different types of weights, the donut, let's use a donut, for example. Okay, you do a few swings with the donut, then you take the donut off and you swing the bat, and it feels lighter. But we did a research study there where you actually don't swing faster. It feels like it's lighter, but it has the same bat velocity no matter what, if you use the donut. So it's something that's, I think, more psychologically versus physiologically that happens with that, the way that where they put the heavy weight on, they step back, and they put the weight that they're going to be lifting. That's interesting. I'd like to look into more of that and see if that is connected to more neuromuscular. Yeah.
So with PAP, I know that a lot of these guys, and a lot of these guys use it to increase power and power or speed on the follow-ons. I mean, there's, I try to think crazy, but they don't know. They say, okay, there's 4 reasons that it may be. I think it's the central nervous system or something like that. But the problem with some of that PAP stuff is, as you pointed out at the beginning in doing those linear pyramid, is people, and it's guys. I hate to trash mouth people, but guys, I hate people because they go all out on every set of like 12, 10. They burn out before they ever get there. To me, the most important thing is doing the minimal amount of work to get you to the top set and then push them.
Yeah, so there's another type of method that's a great thing that you mentioned is that they burn themselves out on the first few sets. They don't rest enough and then they're
get sick of it.
Yeah, and they're gonna increase the risk for injury, right? There's another method that I like to use. It's called as many reps as possible. So like I have a certain time. I do this with my firefighters. I'm in charge of the firefighter fitness program at Los Alamos Labs. And when I'm training the guys that need to get back in shape, because we have a certain amount of time that we have to use, and I have them do 3-minute AMRAPs. So I have them choose a weight that they can lift like 15 to 20 times. And I say, okay, so choose a weight that you can lift 15 to 20 times, but don't go all out on that first set. Maybe do 15 reps, but you could have done 20. And then just rest a little bit and then do a few more. And then keep going until you can get to 50. Once you can get to 50, then we'll increase the weight in the next session. And so versus if you go all out on that first set, and likely in 3 minutes, you're not going to be able to get as many reps.
Yeah, I mean, and then Charles Poliquin, I get his name wrong.
Poliquin, yeah.
Okay, passed away. That guy was really smart. He wrote an article 1 through 6 principle on basically that PAP training as far as bodybuilding. And he got it from some European Olympic lifters that they were using that method. And then they have now that French contrast training, which looked like circuit training. And I think that's a screwy way to use it. I don't make a lot of friends. Now, I got a question kind of that applies to Rich, because Rich was talking about the Olympic lifters. So were they doing, he knows this stuff. So were they doing some kind of, for their top end step, were they doing some kind of reverse pyramid?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
In the 30s.
And I mean, I found with working with guys that like you're talking about, they burn themselves out before they get to that set of 2. I told one guy, I mean, it took me forever because I'm the old guy, what do I know? So, we just cut it back on his warm ups and then hit his top set. And he said, I said, gee, okay.
Yeah. So that's what my goal when I train myself is I don't do a lot of lifting throughout the week. I'm just trying to set a new record every week. So like I do deadlift once a week and I focus on that first working set. And that first working set is I'm trying to get, say, my goal rep range is 3 to 5 reps. Once I get 5 reps, the next week I increase the weight by a little bit. on that first set where I'm not burnt out already, right? And then I just do a few drop sets just to add a little bit of volume, but my particular goal is not to get big, it's just to get more strength and more power ultimately. So it all depends on your goal.
So neuromuscular.
Huh?
Neuromuscular.
Yeah, more neuromuscular. Yeah, I'm not a big guy, but I mean, I can deadlift and squat a lot. That has strong legs, power. So you don't have to be big to be strong and powerful. It actually has been more beneficial if you're not big and strong and powerful, because you can, especially like in Olympic lifting or powerlifting, you can be in a lower weight class and beat people that are heavier. So this is the last slide, actually. I know we're at time, but this is the last slide. In a nutshell, there was a study that was done in 2020 that found that, I'll go ahead and go through this, just pull this all up, that a type of, they called it up circuit versus down circuit. Up circuit is where you started on the ground. It was more of like a circuit they did with this particular, they had leg press, hex bar deadlift, chest press, seated row, red press, lat pull down. And then they had 30 seconds of rest between sets. They did 3 minutes of rest between each round. They had 3 rounds. They had an up circuit where they did 10 reps at 55%. And then the down circuit is where they started with heavier, so like a linear pyramid versus reverse pyramid. And they found that the people participating in this study, when they did the down circuit, had a significantly greater post-exercise pleasure, enjoyment, remembered pleasure, and 24-hour remembered pleasure when they decrease versus increase, which Kenny is to your point about not training to failure on the first. It actually seems more enjoyable, it's more fun when you start heavier and then each time you go down, you lighter.
So what would you do in track to warm up for a 100-meter sprint? Run a mile, run a 3/4 mile, half mile, quarter mile, and then run. There's no sense in this pyramid, the reverse pyramid. Okay.
Yeah, so they found that the down circuit was more enjoyable. So beginning with higher intensities may have psychological benefit with increasing performance while promoting exercise adherence. And so
Okay, and then plug, you and May and Travis had a good article on varying resistance, carryover one exercise of the same nature of one of the NSCA journals.
Oh, the transfer.
That's a great article.
Yeah, so there's another one we wrote, transfer of lift.
Somebody wants that article that they have. I've got it, and I can send it to you.
You have both of them, right? Did I send you both of them?
Got either.
So that's the summary. Then I have questions. We've been asking questions throughout. Does anybody have any time? Are we done?
Yeah, pretty much done.
We're pretty much done. Okay. I'll be. I appreciate you.
All right, let's take our seats. It's 3 o'clock. We're gonna move to our next presentation. We have Alyssa Dalton here from the Fearless Radiance. And she does a lot of things in the community, works for her own company and works for a lot of other organizations too. But, all right. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
We live, making it through today. All right, so like she said, my name is Alyssa. Today I'm going to be talking about supporting the whole woman in her health, and I think this is really great for those of us who were here at 8 a.m. or 9 a.m. this morning. It's kind of a follow-up of what he talked about as far as hormones and cortisol and everything like that. So I am going to be talking about more of the practical application of how trainers approach that. Okay. So before I get started, I wanted to take a survey of my audience here. So show of hands. How many of you are working with clients that are female? All right, yeah. So go ahead and keep those hands up. I want you to look at your neighbors. I want you to look at your neighbors to see, take a survey of the audience, right? So let's go to the next question.
How many of you are working on weight loss goals with those female clients? All right, go ahead and take a look at that again. Yeah, I think it's safe to say that we're serving a pretty large population. A lot of us that are in the training field or the health coaching field or whatever we do, a lot of us are working with women, right? And so with that said, I want us to keep that data in our mind. I want us to realize that this is a very big population that we serve, and therefore we should probably know a little bit more about this population, and that's what I'm going to educate on today. Okay, so going forward, I want to introduce who I am. Just so you guys have an idea of what I do, who I am, what I do in this community. I have a master's and bachelor's from the University of New Mexico. Graduated with my master's in 2018. I'm also a certified personal trainer and a nutrition specialist from NASM. I'm a precision nutrition coach through Precision Nutrition. I also do blood flow restriction training with quite a few of my clients and see the benefit for sure. So that's one of my favorite things to implement into my training as well. I am currently working on my functional diagnostic nutrition practitioner. That's like a mouthful. Certification, and that is coming soon, and that will allow me to order labs for clients and kind of get a bigger investigation on what's going on, endocrine system, hormones, things like that as well. I think it's also appropriate to address my story because all of these certifications are great, but specifically for what I do, serving women in the community, I am also mostly online based. So I serve not only the Albuquerque area, but people around the country. So it's pretty great to get that reach. But I think it's appropriate for me to share my story today so that you can understand a little bit more of my application and my approach to things. So I grew up a dancer, I grew up an athlete, so I've led a fairly healthy life and understanding of what it took to participate for sports, nutrition, all of that stuff. I knew from my background that I wanted to be a part of the health industry in whatever capacity. That changed many times. I thought it was going to be, PT, OT. I think there was a moment there that I thought I was going to be a therapist, a family therapist, and kind of do all of that now. A lot of what we know, especially as we work with trainers, we know that a big part of our job is therapy and working through kind of the mental aspect of health and wellness and health journeys in general. So in my grad school experience, this is really where I started to understand more of my passion and kind of my understanding of where I wanted to devote my career to. I had the wonderful opportunity to co-author with some amazing professors a paper about the gut microbiome. And that is essentially what kickstarted my passion in understanding the health from the internal aspect and how much the internal affects the external. And if the internal is not quite balanced, we're going to see some issues show up. And that is exactly what happened with my journey, my story. Ever since puberty, I knew that there was something wrong as far as my hormones go. I was just told this, that, and other reason for why hormones were just not functioning properly. Most of the reason was that I was a dancer. I had very low body fat at that point. Therefore, not having regular menstrual cycles was normal, right? And it didn't lead until me doing research in the gut microbiome and just kind of understanding the internal aspect of health, for me to be an advocate for myself, to then officially reaching a diagnosis in 2020, only 2 years ago, after 10 years of searching for an answer as to what was going on. And that led to a diagnosis of polycystic ovarian syndrome, or PCOS, as we'll kind of address it throughout the rest of this presentation, and adenomyosis. And something I want to emphasize is that even being in the health field, even being an athlete all of my life and leading that healthy lifestyle, I still experienced these symptoms, things like weight gain, even though I was exercising, regularly, eating well. I experienced things like irregular menstruation and painful menstruation as well. And so these are the things I want to encourage us to start understanding and opening the conversation for our clients and a better understanding of hormones in general. And so that is kind of what led me in the direction of what I do now. I mostly operate out of my own business, like I said, online, and I serve a very specific community, and that's women with hormonal imbalances. Okay. So thank you. So that's women with hormonal imbalances, because I saw the frustration in my own life of trying to seek out diagnosis, seek out any avenue as far as that goes, and I was not able to define that. So that's who I serve now. I serve this community, women that have PCOS, endometriosis, Hashimoto's, thyroid conditions in general, and just kind of the whole gamut of hormonal imbalances. So for today's purpose, I created a persona so that we can follow her along the journey as I walk you through kind of the practical approach of hormonal health and women's health. So this is Sarah. Let's meet her. So she is 32 years old. She's a mother of two. She works full-time in marketing and doesn't have much free time. We've all seen a Sarah. Yeah, I see head nods. Most times what happens in our intake is that we're gonna hear a little bit about this. We're gonna hear that she's a mom of two. She doesn't really have a whole lot of time, and she's 32 years old. Most of the time, we will also hear that she is experiencing weight gain or difficulty losing weight, and that's probably why she's in our office. That's why she's come to us. She's at a point where she's frustrated because maybe she's been to doctors and they're like, well, we don't know what's going on. Here's some medication or this, that, and the other. And so we're gonna hear this. Most times, however, we're not gonna hear all of these things right away if we don't ask the right questions, and that's something we're gonna get to. But all of these are actually really telltale signs of what is actually going on root cause wise. We know that maybe Sarah participates in HITMIT, but doesn't really have structure when it comes to exercise. Maybe when she has the free time, she's gonna do high intensity exercise. One, because she heard in an article or on Facebook that this is a great way to lose weight. So she's gonna participate in this. She's also eating 1,400 calories or less per day and is a long-time victim of fad diets because she's trying desperately to lose that weight because that's what the doctors tell her to do in order to help her balance her hormones. She's also not sleeping very much. She has a high-stress work-home environment, and so there's a lot going on here. But this is also very, very important for us to understand, is that she's having sleep problems in addition to that. Maybe that's why she's only sleeping 4 to 5 hours a night. She's often sick, she's craving sweets, she's tired after meals. She also has irregular menstrual cycles. All of these things are, like I said, telltale symptoms of a greater issue. And so we'll talk about that going forward. So the typical medical response for Sarah, and for someone like me or the clients that I serve, is that sometimes maybe Sarah has come to us with a diagnosis, or maybe she is in that phase, typically for a woman to be diagnosed with a hormonal imbalance, say endometriosis, for example. It takes on average about 10 years for a woman to be diagnosed with these things. So over 10 years, she is searching, she's going to doctor after doctor and saying, I don't feel good. And most doctors' response at this point are gonna be like, well, you do have 2 kids, you do have a really busy schedule. That's usually how it's just gonna be. Just kind of learn how to deal with that, essentially. And so what's gonna happen is that sometimes a diagnosis is reached and she comes to us with maybe, for example, PCOS. Her symptoms that we saw just a moment ago are a reflection of possibly having PCOS or some type of hormonal imbalance. most times what's gonna happen is that medication is recommended. And we talked about this morning. We learned about this morning as far as we are more of a procedural society or more of a, here's some medication, we'll see you soon. We'll see if that works, and if it doesn't, we can adjust that medication. Sometimes even issues are labeled as idiopathic, meaning we don't really know why this is happening. Here's some medication, we hope you feel better. And sometimes even, in addition to that, Sarah is told, I'm told, which I was, to eat less and move more. But what happens when you have somebody that was more as active as I was, and that I have understanding of nutrition quite a bit? What happens? That doesn't give us any solution. So that's what we're going to talk about today is, what is the solution going forward? Some people are told that they're going to be on medication forever, or like myself, that there is no cure or alternative. When I was sitting in my doctor's office and received that diagnosis, they were saying, you can have this medication, you can go on birth control to quote unquote balance your hormones, and when you're ready to get pregnant, you can take this other medication to then start that process. There was never a mention of exercise or movement or nutrition. I did have this conversation with the doctor, and she said, yeah, you can try, but not likely, or it's going to take a long time. And so this is what women are dealing with time and time again, is that they are not encouraged to be the advocate for themselves and the understanding. And this is something I really want us to pay attention to here. If there's anything you take away from my presentation today, I want us to take this slogan into our minds and teach our clients to understand this. The symptom isn't the problem, or the diagnosis itself is not the problem. It's the result of a problem. So all of the symptoms that we were mentioning, crave sweets, fatigue, what else did I have there? I'm trying to remember. Irregular menstrual cycles, maybe migraines, things like that. All of those are check engine signals for us to pay attention to and gives a sign of a greater issue. So we need to find the root cause. There might not be one specific root cause, but all of those are symptoms of something greater. So.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Your last point there, where you had those three things, it seems like that the medical community wants to take the locus of control away from you and put it in their hands.
Absolutely. I would say so. I would say so, because as Dr. Perry was talking about this morning, we're very medication, very procedural based society, unfortunately. And because of that, we are also only given, 3 minutes, as he mentioned this morning, with the doctor. So they don't have, it's not necessarily out of maliciousness, right? But they don't have the time. They don't have the time to invest into each patient that comes through the door and say, okay, what are you doing for exercise and nutrition and things like that? And how can we get to the bottom of that? And so this is the advantage that we have as practitioners and as trainers and everything like that, to come into their lives, come into Sarah's life, come into my life, and be that positive influence. So with that said, to kind of further your question, this approach does not address these major things. As trainers, we've all heard that saying, calories in, calories out, right? And I want to challenge that idea going forward. From this day forward, I want you to keep this in mind, that the mind and body is more than a simple calculation. We're not a machine. There is way more at play than just what we ingest and how much we can exercise on our Apple Watch and how much that tells us that we're making a difference in our life. There is way, way more in play. And with that said, we're not considering with saying PCOS is the reason why you're not losing weight or you're having difficulty losing weight. And sorry, that's just how it's going to be, right? We're not paying attention to the intricacies and the interplay of the endocrine system. The endocrine system is a very, very complex thing, but also very simplistic in the way that it's trying to reach homeostasis. A lot of times, even if there is an imbalance, your body is still trying to reach homeostasis. And sometimes that means that it cascades an effect of hormonal imbalances down the road. So if cortisol is really high, we know that Sarah has a really high stress environment, high stress, lifestyle. Maybe she's not exercising consistently. Maybe she's not doing all the things that she needs. She's going to be affected by internal and external environments. Internally, maybe she has gut dysbiosis. She has gut microbiome issues. Maybe she has food sensitivity she's not paying attention to or even understands that she has. Plastics that she is being exposed to. There's so many environmental things that are going to affect the endocrine system and how Sarah is now showing these symptoms. It also doesn't affect or doesn't address this approach. It doesn't address the gut health and other factors. The health of our gut is the basis of everything. Lots and lots of research out there that shows that it can affect Alzheimer's, it can affect anxiety and depression, it can affect obesity and weight loss. Everything to do with the gut is so, so important. So just by simply saying move more, eat less, it doesn't address these things. Okay? So with that said, I don't want to knock the authority of doctors, but I also want to say that we have an incredible opportunity to come alongside that. So if Sarah does come to us with, say, a diagnosis, we can go from there and we can help her play that investigation role in her own life and teach her how to be an advocate for her own self in her health journey with us and in her health journey with practitioners that she sees outside of us. So this is something that's important for me to mention. I'm talking a lot about menstrual cycles. I'm talking a lot about women's hormone health, but I think it's important to address that hormones are a chemical messenger in themselves. If any of us have ever experienced any difficulty with metabolism, with blood sugar, with blood pressure, gosh, with even digestive issues such as chronic constipation or diarrhea, those are all hormonal imbalances. So many of us out here today can be dealing with hormonal imbalances and we don't even realize that. We don't really realize that hormones are not just applying to women. They're not just applying to reproduction. Yes, we're going to see that right here, but this is only a minor function of all the things that hormones can do for our body. So with that said, I want to bring Sarah back into the picture. As we were talking about this morning, again, stress is a very, very big influence into our lives and into our health. And this is just one example of how our hormones can experience that imbalance. So Sarah over here, these are her symptoms. At the very root of this, we know that Sarah's having quite a bit of stress issues. Now, if we, for instance, have Sarah come to us with a diagnosed hormonal imbalance, say PCOS, we're only addressing a very small corner here, a very small corner. Can I steal that plan? Yeah. Okay. So, oh, it doesn't even work on this. Never mind. That's okay. So if, say, for instance, we are saying we're going to slap a diagnosis on this. It's going to be PCOS, and that's try again. Yeah, it worked. How's mine doing? So it's going to only address this corner. Yes, PCOS is going to show us that hormones and endocrine system is going to be affected because of cortisol, probably because she has very high stress. She has a high stress work environment. She's only sleeping 4 to 5 hours a night. All of these things are happening. PCOS would explain these things. Because of cortisol, we have the disruption of blood sugar levels and circadian rhythm. So she is having issues sleeping. She's having difficulty losing weight. So that might explain what's going on as far as cortisol, the relationship of cortisol and insulin. Because of the relationship of cortisol to progesterone, she's gonna have little to no progesterone, and then therefore experience maybe estrogen dominance. It doesn't necessarily mean that she's producing too much estrogen, but in relationship between the two, there has to be balance between progesterone and estrogen. And so then she's experiencing, say, irregular menstrual cycles. I'm not sure if it's there, but she's experiencing irregular menstrual cycles because of this corner. But if, like I said, if we only address PCOS, it addresses this, but it doesn't address any of this that's going on. So with that said, stress, adding stress to her life by maybe doing HIIT because she feels like that's gonna help her lose weight, but because her lifestyle doesn't support that right now, nor do her hormones support that, we're actually storing a little bit more trauma than we need to right now in the body. We're asking too much of the body at the moment. And yes, maybe she can return to the HIIT, but we have to address the major things before doing that. The immune system, she's often sick. We're gonna see reduced secretory immunoglobulin A. This is a very big thing for immunity as far as the epithelial cells in the gut. And if we see this happening, we're also gonna see digestive issues happening. And she's having that. She's experiencing all of these things, and it's not just related to the PCOS. The PCOS just gives us kind of a label to essentially slap on it and then say, well, we don't know why. All of these reasons are why things are happening. All of these reasons are the reason why there's a cascade of hormonal imbalances, because as we mentioned, homeostasis is trying to be reached. Even if the body is not quite getting there, it's not quite hitting the mark, it's going to try to find that in some way, and therefore possibly leading to more imbalances. Sorry. So this is where we come in. Actually, one more. One more, yes, thank you. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Oh, there we go. Okay, so this is where we come in. We have an incredible advantage, like I said. Doctors don't have time, right? We do. We have as long of a time that we think is necessary. And when approaching Sarah's life, we have these three advantages. We have the ability to help Sarah or our clients better their understanding of how day-to-day life affects the health, right? As we know, as practitioners or personal trainers, we only have maybe an hour or two a week with them, right? What's gonna happen outside of that? If she's only seeing me an hour or two a week, is she really gonna make a difference in her life? And how can we educate her on how to approach herself in a whole umbrella understanding? We also have the ability to keep Sarah accountable. This is why we're in business, right? We know that people come to us because maybe they have just a little bit of struggle. We know that Sarah is high performing in her job. She's in marketing. She has 2 kids that she, feeds and keeps up with that activities. But maybe she just needs a little bit more accountability in keeping herself in check. The other thing is that we can be a positive influence on her life in adding to Sarah's education of her own body and how her hormones work. But again, remember that Sarah comes to us frustrated. She doesn't know why she's having difficulty losing weight. She doesn't know why all of these are happening. And doctors aren't really providing her with that answer. She's mostly given medication or being told that there's no cure, and that's just how it's gonna be. So we can be that positive life force in her life as well. Next one. So with the advantage comes responsibility. You have to be able to build rapport with Sarah. And this comes over time. This comes out after, developing a relationship with them. And I think there are 3 P's in order to do that. Professional. You have to, 1, approach these things in a professional manner. I know it's not necessarily normal to talk about menstrual cycles or how many times a day Sarah is pooping or, things like that. But those are all important pieces of information. Because if she doesn't have regular bowel movements, or because she's having irregular menstrual cycles and she is, experiencing migraines, those are all pieces of the puzzle that we need to understand. And we need to be able to approach that in a professional manner so that Sarah feels comfortable talking about things further on, maybe even sharing more about her life. Personable and positive. Like I said, we can be a positive life force in Sarah's life in helping her address these issues, because she hasn't really had any success with getting some positivity in her journey. Now, this is a big one. This is a really, really big one. Remember that we all raise our hands. All of us are working with clients that are female in some capacity. All of us are working with clients that are female and they want to lose weight. And this is a very, very big point, is that we stay up to date with the latest research on strength and conditioning, but also understand the specifics of hormones and how they work and how they're going to specifically affect Sarah in her appointments with us. Even going down into the details of where she's at in her menstrual cycle. And of course, this will differ if we are dealing with clients that are postmenopausal. It'll differ at any point of the woman's life. But this is really important to understand. If she is at a certain point of her menstrual cycle, oh, it makes sense why she's feeling a little bit more fatigued today, or feel like she can't lift as heavy today. With that said, it's important to take that education that we ourselves take upon ourselves, and we turn and educate Sarah. We turn and educate her on how to approach hormone health, or how to approach nutritional tips and tricks to really make a difference in her life, and also potentially even find that cure, find that adaptation from PCOS or whatever it is.
With your education part, could part of that be talking about the signals our society and culture send, especially to young women?
Oh,
and,
absolutely.
And how toxic those can be in some cases?
Yes, yeah. For example, even like menstrual products, even on some commercials, they say like, you can keep pushing, you can. Should you? Maybe not necessarily, right? So even societal, there are things that we can come in and teach Sarah that, hey, it's okay. Your body is actually naturally trying to rest right now, and it's okay to take a couple days to stretch or to do yoga. And so understanding those pieces are very, very crucial to help Sarah navigate and eventually even help balance her hormones and reach that true homeostasis. Good question. So here's the most important part also, as our role in, like I said, the 3 Ps, approaching it professionally, personally, and positively. We can't do that without knowing more about Sarah, right? So at the very, very beginning of this presentation, I said, most of us will probably hear that she has a really hard time losing weight. We'll hear that maybe she has 2 kids and she's 32 and all of these things, but we don't hear all of the other things, like that she's craving sweets or she's feeling really tired or things like that. And so this is a very big piece that I believe has helped me in my success with my clients, but also even establishing that respect for you as the practitioner, that you are investigating more, even more than her doctor is potentially. And so, these are the things that we are all familiar with. We are familiar with the PACU. All of us get that basic medical history understanding, right? Are we at risk for a heart attack, things like that. But this is where I take it deeper. I myself take a lifestyle questionnaire. So I ask about what kind of diets has she done? How long has she adhered to those? Were they mostly just because she thought she was trying to lose weight? Did she start the keto because her friend told her that she lost 10, 15 pounds from it? I also want to understand symptoms. Does she have migraines? How often is she having a bowel movement? Very, very specific things, down to even what are the supplements you're taking and why, you know. One of the other important things that I like to emphasize is the allostatic load questionnaire. This is an example of what that looks like. So Sarah would have this on her intake form, And basically, she is going to fill this out. She's going to color it from the inside out. And she's going to think about all of the stressors she has in physical stress. So physical stress, for example, would be injury, illness. She's overcome overtraining, or she has poor sleep. Based on her symptoms, we're going to start coloring these out all the way to the end. We also know that she has quite a bit of environmental stress, maybe. Maybe she has just a lot going on at work, right? So we're going to start pulling that out. Social stress, existential stress, emotional stress, mental stress. Basically, taking a survey of the allostatic load is going to help us determine how much that Sarah can take on at once, right? If she is maxed out all the way through all of these, there's not much that Sarah can take on right now, and that's okay. But we need to both understand that when starting that relationship, so that I don't give her a protocol of 18 things at once, not that I would, but that she can't handle that right now, nor does her life or her hormones support that right now. So it's important to know where she is stress-wise. So this is the protocol that I implement with my clients in teaching them how to herd their health. HERD being an acronym of teaching our clients, or Sarah, about hormones and the interplay of hormones and how much they are important to our lives. The next one is exercise. That's where we come in. It's the meat and potatoes of what we do, right? We teach Sarah to properly move her body and when to push it and when to modify. We teach Sarah to rest. Now, I think this is a very, very important part of me here today. I think a lot of protocol and a lot of what we do overlooks the rest point. I think specifically for women and the women that I work with, I find that many of them don't know how to rest, don't believe that they should rest, especially if they have 2 kids, they're high performing in their job, and they just have to keep going, just keep their life going. And this is so important. Sarah needs to understand how to prioritize the parasympathetic nervous system, her vagus nerve, so that she can get into the anabolic phase of her health journey instead of constantly being at a catabolic phase from all the cortisol that is being pumped into her body because it's necessary. She's demanding of her body that cortisol keeps staying around because she is not resting. And so that's a very big point as well. And diet is my baby. Diet is something that I'm very passionate about just from my research background, but also from my own experience and my own health journey, dealing with PCOS and being able to now be at a place where my hormones are more balanced than they have ever been. So going forward, we're going to get into the intricacies of this. Now, this is just a kind of bird's eye view. These are only 3 major hormones that are being affected, but as you saw from that flow chart, there were many things that were being affected. So cortisol, we know from this morning that it regulates the circadian rhythm. It keeps her lifestyle going. She's demanding a lot from her life and her body. It also raises blood sugar. The main purpose of cortisol being released in the body is to help epinephrine do its job. Epinephrine only lasts 30 seconds. Cortisol allows our body to be in that fight or flight mode for much longer, for a prolonged state. And that has its benefits, but it also has its downfalls. What happens is that it's demanding that blood sugar be released in the body so that we can use that as energy. But what happens when we are not being attacked by a bear? We don't need that cortisol, we don't need that epinephrine. Now we have a lot of blood sugar, which will demand more insulin in our body. And after time, we get insulin resistance because there's so much being demanded of insulin that we start to experience that. So from Sarah's symptoms, we're already starting to see that maybe there is some beginning stages of insulin resistance. She's craving sweets, she's tired after meals, she's having difficulty losing weight or, maintaining weight even. And so insulin resistance is coming into play. Now, from what we learned this morning, cortisol, progesterone, all come from cholesterol. Pregnenolone is a precursor of both of these, and pregnenolone is either converted into cortisol or into progesterone. Now Sarah's demanding of her body to keep going and just keep going. We don't have any more of this. This is not important right now. She needs this to keep her life going. And so because she doesn't have this, she's gonna have more issues of anxiety. She's gonna have sleep disturbances. She's gonna have irregular periods. And hey, guess what? That gives us that PCOS diagnosis, but it doesn't address any of this, right? So we can't point fingers on any one thing. We can't just rely on just the diagnosis. We have to be able to understand the inner workings of hormones and how they truly affect Sarah specifically, but our clients. How is insulin affecting my client? How is cortisol affecting my client? And you don't necessarily need that saliva test to know that this is getting into adrenal fatigue. This is getting where she's just tired and she's frustrated and she can't lose weight and she's craving sweets and all of these things. We don't need that data, although it will help us. It will help us kind of establish a protocol for her, even more with more specificity. But this gives us the picture that we need already. Okay. So going forward, am I on time? Okay. Going forward, this is, like I said, our meat and potatoes. This would be something that we would come in and based on Sarah's symptoms, we would say, maybe let's pull back from the HIIT mitt right now. Because right now you're actually demanding too much of your body. And that might be adding stressor that we don't need. Maybe we need to focus on progressive overload and strength training. Maybe that's, for my suggestion, coming in as Sarah's coach, I would say, hey, 3 to 5 times per week, we're gonna focus on strength or hypertrophy. And we're gonna focus on making sure that we build that lean muscle mass. And maybe even getting deeper into it based on our education and where we're at, we can maybe even get into cycle syncing and educating Sarah on, hey, there's different phases to your cycle. Unlike men who have a 24-hour hormone cycle, women have a 28 to 35 day hormone cycle. And that's going to affect things from how her cognition works, how her body is functioning, and maybe how her energy is functioning. And so we can even say in follicular, yeah, your body is set up, your hormones are set up for strength training. Even better, during ovulation phase, girl, go get it. Go get the HIIT mitt in strength training. And then it's okay to pull back when we're getting closer to that menstrual cycle because your body is naturally asking for you to rest. It's asking for that to happen. So mind-body practices, that is also important as well. Making sure that she can turn into communicating with her body and connecting that mind to body and understanding how that will affect her. Going forward. Now, like I said, rest is so important. And just a little example from my own personal journey. Like I said, I have PCOS. I run my own business. I have been demanding of my body. And I have recently also just gone through a lot of personal things in my life that were quite stressful over the past couple years. And just by making some changes and setting boundaries in my life, I didn't change anything as far as my activity or my diet. Guess what? I lost 8 pounds. Because stress has so much to do with that. Once things were changed, once boundaries were set, my body was like, we feel safe, it's good, you know? And so something that I would recommend in developing that rapport with Sarah and understanding a little bit more about her life, because now she feels comfortable sharing these details, these intimate details about her life, we can kind of step in and say, hey, maybe this is necessary. Maybe this is necessary. But if we don't feel comfortable with that, and even still, I would suggest that Sarah goes to therapy and maybe work through some of those things with a licensed professional, and maybe even get into more detail as far as that goes. Something I want to emphasize here, meditation and breath work is so, so important. And I don't care who they are with my personal training clients, I start everyone on the floor. We're going to learn how to breathe. We're gonna learn how to breathe from the diaphragm because it's neurologically and physiologically attached to the core. And so by breathing from the core, from the diaphragm, we're automatically engaging the core. Not only that, when we're breathing from the diaphragm, we're engaging the vagus nerve, like I mentioned. The vagus nerve is attached to the parasympathetic nervous system, which allows us to rest and digest, right? So this piece is so, so important and something that should be emphasized with your clients. We're getting there. So diet, like I said, is my baby. This is something that I've really kind of hit the ground running in education ever since my grad school experience. Some of the things that I would do for Sarah in this instance is educate her most importantly on the importance of basal metabolic rate. As we know here, this is probably not even, maybe it's her basal metabolic rate, but that's probably it. And then she's demanding of it to exercise. And then she's demanding of it to take care of her kids and to get her through her workday. And she's under fueling, absolutely under fueling. And so we would want to emphasize the importance of fueling her body in order to support her hormones and support her lifestyle needs. We would also want to know how to balance macronutrients and micronutrients. Being a victim of fad diets, she might have had many phases where she's taken carbs out completely, or maybe focused mostly on fat. And the importance of carb, fat, protein in a meal is very, very important for everybody to understand and for Sarah to understand how it supports her hormone and her lifestyle. In addition to that, all of these things would be things that I address. This one I really want to hone in on specifically for time reasons. When I work with women that are trying to lose weight, that are frustrated, most of the times they are making their own separate little salad and the kiddos and everyone else is eating separately. They're eating the fun foods, they're eating everything. And so I work with my clients to even change that to food in itself as community. So when we're separating ourselves from that, it feels like a punishment almost. And it creates this psychological effect. And by creating a psychological effect, it's actually affecting the gut and how well your digestive system is even going to absorb that food. Right, so we work with women on making sure that you make a meal that supports the entire family's needs and taste palettes and everything like that, that you can still see success and not have to eat separately from your family or bring your own meal to the dinner that we ate out at the restaurant, right? So this is what Sarah's life would look like if she implemented HERD. She herded her life. She understands that there is more to the picture than difficulty losing weight, or say if she had a diagnosis of PCOS. She can have more clarity when implementing a plan of action. Attaching the mechanism to the behavior can be motivating and reinforcing. What I mean by that is when we attach the mechanism of cortisol being high to the behavior of, oh, I'm actually going to take a rest day today in order to support my cortisol levels. Or actually, I'm going to eat more fiber for this meal in order to allow my blood sugar to be balanced so I don't demand too much of insulin, right? And so when we attach those things of understanding of hormones and how they interplay to my symptoms, it's going to make more sense that, oh, I'm probably not going to eat that because that's a trigger to my headaches because of this, that, or the other. For me, it's blood sugar related, right? So it would motivate me to then make the proper behavioral changes because now I know the mechanism as to why they're happening. Exercise, because she heard it, she is now experiencing a significant amount of muscle mass and is feeling all around energetic. Awesome, great, Sarah. She now understands how to rest and she's encouraging people to do so as well. She's also telling people, hey, therapy has been so great for me. I think you should do it too. Sarah now understands the importance of fueling her body. She doesn't feel like she has to follow fad diets anymore. She's now eating around 2,000 calories a day and she's still in a deficit because look, she's gaining muscle mass and improving her health overall. So herding has changed Sarah's life. So in summary, these are the points that I want you to take away from today. Sarah's symptoms are not the problem, they are a result of the problem. So we have the opportunity to be that positive force in her life and to help her educate herself on, hey, it's just not the diagnosis or it's just not the symptoms. There's a reason why those symptoms are happening, and let's help you figure that out. We have the responsibility to educate ourselves and clients. We all raise our hands, we all work with women, so we have to start getting comfortable with even understanding the intricacies of a menstrual cycle. And what does that even involve? We got to understand the intricacies of how that's going to affect her performance in athletic abilities or even just in her daily workouts. We also have to teach Sarah how to herd, understand her hormones, understand how to implement exercise even when her body is not supporting it at the moment. We have to teach her how to rest. Rest. And we have to teach her how to support her gut microbiome and her hormones internally. All right, I have one more slide here. And this is a list of my books. A list of books that have changed my life in my own personal health journey, but also in the way that I approach coaching with women. I suggest we all read these. I am also a big Audible consumer. And so if we don't have time to sit down and read, get Audible, play it on the way to work. These ones are just, for example, Sex Matters is talking about how oftentimes males in research, we will find that males get quicker, more attentive medical care, and women are told, oh, you're just being dramatic. It's not a heart attack. You just have anxiety. And a lot of times those things are actually happening. And so it's important to know the disparity between men and women, but it's also important to know, for example, Dr. Stacey Sims talks about how to approach a female body when it comes to weightlifting, when it comes to programming and things like that. All of these talk about hormones and the intelligence that they play in our body. All right. So one more slide. And this is just a way to contact me. I hope you guys, found some value in this. I hope that we go forward kind of encouraged to understand a little bit more about women clients we work with. Any questions? I know I have like 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
Yeah, maybe this is, I don't know if this is a dumb question, but who told Sarah that she's overweight? It seems to me that that's like the core of this whole thing that drives her. You're a fictional person.
Yes.
And maybe she doesn't fit her clothes just right. Maybe she thinks she should be a lower number on the scale. But again, I think so much of that is societal images being thrust on women and saying, you should look this way.
Absolutely. And that's a lot of what I do as well. I have a personal history of eating disorders for that very reason, for that social pressure, and growing up a dancer in a stag sport, that was just, it was normal, really. But because of that experience as well, and because of my background in psychology, I really take that to heart, and I work with women specifically to help heal their relationship with body and with food. Because a lot of times, food in general is something that's naughty. It should be just vegetables and protein and broccoli and rice, right? And we kind of break down why, who said that's how it's supposed to be? And why are we having to eat less than 1,400 calories and under fueling ourselves in the demand for our body? And so a lot of what I do is working on establishing that healing relationship with body and food, and healing that societal standard as well. So good question. Yes.
Yeah. Do you happen, or can you possibly summarize? I always forget like which hormones during the menstrual cycle, estrogen or progesterone, tends to cause more water retention, and like at what part of the cycle?
So good question. Yeah. So it's going to be the fluctuation of all of them. Right? So you have luteinizing hormone, you have follicular stimulating hormone, you have estrogen. Estrogen is going to be the main focus of water retention and things like that. Estrogen is also going to be the main focus of, say, really heavy menstrual periods or pain, or, for example, developing even further into endometriosis, where you're in debilitating pain every single month, and you actually have adhesions growing onto organs like your bladder and your bowels, and things like that that have to be surgically removed, and you are in so much pain. So specifically with water retention, it's going to be that. But it has to do with a number of things and how the hormones interplay. It's not specifically just going to be the sex hormones. It's going to be cortisol. It's going to be insulin. It's going to be all of the other ones playing into that same effect. Any other questions? Awesome. Oh, I just want to comment. Yes.
I hope everybody was listening, because Sarah might be really shocked that you're listening to her and that you believe her when she has all these problems, because her doctor might have already said, I'm sure you're fine, you're getting older, you're a woman, bummer. And she's been hearing that since she was 12. So if you're the first person who's listening to her and addressing these issues with some real talk and some real care, she's probably going to be your client forever.
Agreed. Yes. Yes.
I have several clients that could be Sarah's twin sister.
Absolutely.
Helpful.
And this could
I don't
also.
mean this in a bragging way. Just doing what I do, sitting down and listening, I've had clients start crying.
Oh,
It's the first
absolutely.
time somebody sat back and listened to what they were saying, didn't hear with one ear on a computer, going through codes,
Yes.
saying, here's your prescription, next.
Absolutely.
It's real, that's powerful, but when you're on the other side of it, you realize you can really help this person.
You can make a true difference. Absolutely. Speaking back to your point, yeah, they could be your client for life, truly, because you listen to them. And just like you said, it has such an impact just to even be there to listen to them. So going forward, I hope I don't intimidate you by saying, okay, now you need to know about cortisol and estrogen and the menstrual cycle. Even just by opening your ears and making direct eye contact in your intake form and say, I am so sorry, but let's make a difference in your health. That can be it. But take that step further and be responsible for learning more about Sarah or about the hormones that affect her, so that you can truly make a difference. Yeah. Awesome. All right.
All right.
Hi, everybody. My name is Gabriela Bellissimo. I'm a PhD candidate at the University of New Mexico, and I'm currently collecting data on my dissertation, and I'll show you a little bit of that data later in my presentation. The reason I'm here, though, I kind of transferred out of the clinical setting, getting into research. I worked in cardiac rehab for 3 years and also at a weight loss clinic for Beaumont Hospital of Michigan. And doing that for 3 years, I was deeply saddened by the patients I saw. Most of the patients in cardiac rehab had preventable diseases. And also in the weight loss clinic, it was difficult to be training people to get weight loss surgery. So I found myself just interested in research, and that's how I ended up at the University of New Mexico. I knew Dr. Zoll, who did his PhD here, and he's a great researcher. So I'm really fortunate to be here, and thanks everyone for hanging around on a Saturday. I'm glad that there's coffee there. Today, I'm going to be presenting on practical styles of high intensity interval training, or HIIT, for health and fitness gains without the financial strain. So we'll kind of dive into what that means, but just a general outline. I'm going to first shed light on the physical inactivity epidemic and sort of how that's been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. And then I'm going to dive into the benefits of body weight exercise for both healthy and special populations. And then I'll segue into future directions and kind of where my research is going, or that I hope it goes in the future when I'm done at UNM here. All right, so the physical inactivity epidemic, it's no surprise, but it really started to kind of heighten around the 1960s or late 1955 to 1960. And we can see from this data here, this is from 1960 to 2010, that the participation in moderate intensity physical activity significantly decreased. So we can see specifically about 48% decline to 48% to 20% participation in moderate intensity physical activity from 1960 to 2010. That's a huge reduction. And then it makes sense that we would see an increase in sedentary behavior and then increase in light activity. But the big problem there is that we're seeing a significant reduction in moderate intensity physical activity. And then since the COVID-19 pandemic, there's been a rise in stay-at-home work orders. And even past the confinement period of the COVID-19 pandemic, we're seeing that more people are offered to either remote work part-time or full-time from home. So this is just recent data showing around 35% of people are now able to work either full-time at home, or they're offered to work around 23% of people are offered to work part-time or full-time at home. So although it's convenient to work at home, I'm sure many of us have experienced the joys of working at home. You don't have to look fancy going to work. You can wear your yoga pants and you don't really have to answer to anybody, which is nice sometimes. However, it might not be so great for our health, and we now have supporting data showing that. So if we look at this data here, just on the top graph, this is WFH stands for working from home. We can see that as the percentage of individuals they spend more time working at home or have a higher percentage of time working from home, we can see that sedentary behavior goes up. And then similarly, as people spend more time working at home, there's less participation in moderate to vigorous aerobic exercise or physical activity. And just to kind of define what moderate intensity to vigorous intensity physical activity is, it's traditionally defined by around 64 to 90% of your VO2 peak or your cardiorespiratory fitness level, or 77 to 95% of heart rate max, or a rating of perceived exertion of somewhat hard to very hard. So that would be that moderate intensity to vigorous physical activity zone. And that's important to keep in mind as I move forward.
So it was minutes per week is what these are?
Yes, yep. So it's just kind of showing that as you spend a higher percentage of time working from home, there's a significant reduction in moderate to vigorous physical activity minutes. And that makes sense, I think, if you think about just what you do at home, right? You don't have to walk to your car, you don't have to walk across the street. So it does make sense that we have this increase in sedentary time. This was a study by Marcel 2020, also supporting that, okay, although working from home is convenient, might not be great for our health. In this study, they really show that there's an urgent need to address the physical inactivity epidemic, even more so now than earlier because of the pandemic. In this study, they saw that physical activity rates have declined by around 33.5%, and sedentary behavior, so that would be sitting, reclining, watching TV, has increased by around 28%. And what's really alarming by this data is that this decline in physical activity and increase in sedentary behavior was associated with 11.1 million increase in cases of diabetes a year and a 1.7 million increase in all-cause mortality a year. So these are really alarming statistics. And I just want to pinpoint, when we're talking about diabetes, most cases of diabetes, around 90%, are type 2 or lifestyle-induced type 2 diabetes versus type 1, which is a juvenile onset. So this data is mostly reflecting type 2 or lifestyle-induced type 2 diabetes. So what we know, and we've known this for a long time, exercise is good for us. My 7-year-old niece knows exercise is good for you, but specifically because it's effective for improving cardiorespiratory fitness, it enhances cancer-fighting immune cells, it improves cognition through increasing proteins like brain-derived neurotrophic factor, it improves our lipid metabolism, glucose control, and it also improves our body composition. I have this highlighted here because aerobic exercise is a gold or hallmark adaptation of, or cardiorespiratory fitness is a hallmark adaptation of aerobic exercise. whereas improved body composition is a hallmark adaptation of resistance training. But the problem is most of adults are not doing aerobic and resistance training type exercise. In fact, this data from the CDC shows that around 30% of adults participate in the minimum strength training recommendations, which is right now it's 2 days a week of whole body muscle strengthening exercise. And aerobic exercise, there's around 51% of people meeting those recommendations, which is 3 to 5 days a week of that moderate intensity zone that I mentioned before. So overall, most people are not meeting the minimum recommendations. And what we're seeing is that most people that are exercising are maybe doing a little more aerobic than strength training. So what is the problem here? People know exercise is good, but why aren't people exercising? This is the $1 million question in the health and fitness field. And I think we've got a long way to go of figuring it out, but I think there's two sides of the coins that we can really think about here. So one side, there's our infrastructure. Now we don't have to walk somewhere to get to our next destination. We can drive, we can call a taxi, we can call an Uber. We have to actually think about taking the stairs instead of the elevator. And then there's technology, which has kind of promoted this sedentary behavior where you're on your tablet, you're playing games, just watching Netflix, just again, promoting that sedentary behavior. And then I think on the other side of the coin, and this is taken from recent research, there's perceived barriers to physical activity or exercise training, and some of the presenters have mentioned some of these. But some of the main ones in the research are a lack of time, having lack of energy, and then the financial costs of exercise training. And then there was a systematic review recently published in adults with obesity, and the most common perceived barriers in that population was lack of motivation, pain or discomfort with exercise, and then poor body image. And then this study by Hurley et al. Was obtained in college students, and they looked specifically at why are women not strength training, and they found that it was lack of time or effort perceived with strength training. Okay, so we've got the barriers, there's our infrastructure, which, let's face it, we're not going to be able to change our infrastructure. We're not going to be able to stop advancements in technology, but I do think on this side of the coin, this is where researchers can really think about what kind of interventions can we make to help reduce these perceived barriers to exercise training in both healthy and special populations. So some of my work is emphasizing the importance of body weight exercise because I think it helps address several of these barriers. One of the main reasons being it's free. We can do body weight exercise anywhere. We could do it in our office. We could do it at home. I could have you guys do some body weight exercise right now. It's a time saver in a sense that potentially it could be kind of getting both the aerobic training and the strength training in one. And there are some really time efficient protocols that I'm going to present in this presentation. This was a nice review by Harrison in 2012 or 2010, and he kind of reviews the basics of body weight exercise. So what type of movement should be involved with body weight exercise? And he explains kind of how it can be defined. It's different from resistance training in that you're not pushing equipment, you're not lifting a load, your body weight is the load and you're working against gravity. And a good body weight workout would involve all the planes. So you would hit the sagittal plane, the frontal plane, and the transverse plane, and you would incorporate movements that really get all of those planes. So despite the feasibility of this, there is limited research on this topic. So there's limited research on characterizing body weight exercise, but then also on the training side of things, there's limited research showing, okay, what's the evidence that this is effective style of training? So with that in mind, and during the pandemic, I was curious about body weight exercise because we were actually doing a study that involved stair sprints. And we had 9 people who were in the study. And when the pandemic hit, everything shut down. And we said, okay, let's put an amendment in. Maybe we can still get these people to finish the study. It's a stair study. They said no. So we got shut down. And so my advisor and I we were brainstorming, and I was doing a lot of body weight exercise on my own. I love body weight exercise. I did it throughout my gymnastics career and all of college. And I thought, well, maybe this would be a good option. We don't even have to use a staircase for body weight exercise. So we decided to kind of go that route. And most of the research shows that with body weight exercise, to get the stimulus, you want to perform in a progressive manner, and you want to perform the reps to failure or as many repetitions as possible in a given interval. So that's where that kind of high intensity training scheme comes into play with body weight exercise. And you guys will see that here in a couple slides. So we developed this protocol, and the reason that we decided to compare this to a treadmill running protocol was because treadmill running intervals are well characterized in the literature. There's lots of research showing that the 60 seconds on by 60 seconds off is really effective for improving cardiometabolic health, VO2 max. And so we said, okay, let's compare body weight exercise to a well-characterized form of interval training. So what we did, we compared the acute physiological responses and perceptual responses of a well-described interval training protocol to a body weight interval training protocol. And the exercise we chose was the 60 on, 60 off, because again, there's lots of literature showing that this protocol is beneficial for cardiometabolic health. So how we did this, we recruited well-trained adults. I think most of the VO2 maxes were within the 90th percentile of this cohort. And again, that was also because during the time of the pandemic, that's the only group that was allowed in our lab to do research. So we did baseline testing, we did anthropometrics, looked at body comp, VO2 peak tests, and then we randomized participants to 2 conditions. So it was a crossover design. They either performed the treadmill running high intensity protocol first or the body weight high intensity protocol first, and then on their next visit, they did the opposite protocol. With the body weight interval protocol, we chose high knees, squat jumps, scissor jacks, jumping lunges, and modified burpees. Modified being there was no push-up in the burpee. And the reason that we did that was because the participants were hooked up to a metabolic cart. So I had one person holding the hose, doing the exercise with the participant. And then we had to pick exercises that obviously we could do the movements while being attached to a metabolic cart, because our portable metabolic cart was not working at the time. So we compared the acute responses, the acute being these measurements here. We looked at creatine kinase, and the reason we did that was because we said, okay, we've got a well-described high-intensity interval training protocol that involves running versus these kind of strength training type plyometric movements. It's possible that the strength training type movements might elicit greater increases in creatine kinase, which is a marker of muscle damage, which is important to know for characterizing this exercise in working with clients. So we looked at that, we looked at blood lactate to characterize the metabolic responses, and then perceived muscle soreness. So during both protocols, metabolic gases were analyzed continuously. Between 2 sets, so set 1 and set 2, we looked at blood lactate again. And then after exercise, we looked at what's called PACEs, which is a physical activity enjoyment scale, and then muscle soreness. And then 48 hours, they came back to the lab and we looked at CK again and muscle soreness. So again, all of these measurements we did because our main goal here was to say, how can we characterize body weight interval exercise to a well-described interval training protocol? And let's go through the results here. So as far as cardiorespiratory responses, this is our VO2 peak responses, a percentage of VO2 max met by the participants during the 10 intervals. Again, this is a 60 on, 60 off. And what we saw overall was that the running high intensity interval training elicited a higher percentage of VO2 peak compared to the body weight interval exercise protocol. But you'll notice that it wasn't much higher, and this is still characterized as vigorous aerobic exercise if we go back to that original definition I showed you before, which is above 64% VO2 max. So we're still within that vigorous intensity zone, but run was higher than body weight. And then if we look at the percent of heart rate peak, here's the intervals 1 through 10 on the x-axis. and then percent VO2 peak on the Y. Overall, again, running high intensity exercise elicited higher VO2 peak than body weight high intensity interval exercise. So cardiorespiratory stimulus wise, the running interval elicited a higher percentage of VO2 max and heart rate max. And we'll kind of discuss why that's important here in a little bit. Going on to blood lactate, what we saw with blood lactate was that overall, it increased in both protocols. However, with the body weight high intensity protocol, we saw a higher blood lactate after set 1 and set 2. So between set 1 and set 2, the first 5 exercises, and then after the total exercise bout. With rating of perceived exertion, the body weight high intensity protocol was perceived as harder than the running high intensity protocol. And then the enjoyment scale that I mentioned before, or the PACEs, was not different between the 2 protocols. And just to kind of paint the picture of, what do these scores mean? The higher the score on the PACEs, the better. So the max score on this is 126. We can see that for the body weight, it was around 97, and for run, it was around 92. So what we could see from that is when I dove back into literature comparing high intensity interval training to continuous exercise, these scores are very similar to traditional HIITs. And most of the literature comparing enjoyment or PACEs shows that HIIT is generally perceived as more enjoyable than moderate intensity continuous. So we thought this might be a positive finding because there was no difference between the 2. The big takeaway, I think, from this study was that we showed body weight high intensity interval training, it elicited a vigorous cardiorespiratory response. The blood lactate was higher in the body weight interval protocol. From a practical standpoint, we might think that, okay, it's possible that the body weight is recruiting more type 2 muscle fibers. It may have more of an anaerobic stimulus, similar to strength training, but also we're still getting that aerobic stimulus as well. So it's possible that body weight exercise might be a feasible strategy for participating in both aerobic and strength. So I call this the BOGO deal of fitness. You can do one exercise protocol, but kind of kill 2 birds with 1 stone without the financial investment of things like a treadmill. And I should mention that this study actually got picked up recently from the Washington Post, and it will be out for view October 26th. So I will make sure Kenny gets that because they are actually putting a video of the workout for people to do if they're interested. All right, so from this acute study, we said, okay, but what happens with training? So that acute study was really the foundation of my dissertation. I mentioned before, I've worked in the clinical setting. I liked working with people that are previously sedentary and not used to exercising because these are the people we need to help the most. And so let's see what happens with training. And I am going to say that there's very limited research on this. Again, I'm writing a review right now, and it's very difficult because there's not much out there yet, but I'm going to highlight some kind of pioneer studies on body weight interval exercise. This study was one of the first. It was by McRae et al. In 2012. They recruited physically active females, and they had them do a body weight protocol or a running protocol. So what they did was they randomized the females into a running group. They basically ran continuously on a treadmill to elicit around 85% heart rate max. So the females were running, they would adjust the speed so that 85% of heart rate max was continuous for that 30 minutes. They had another group of the females do a Tabata protocol. I know that you guys are probably familiar with Tabata, but it's 20 seconds on, all out with a 10-second recovery. And it's a 4-minute protocol. And the protocol involved burpees, jumping jacks, mountain climbers, and thrusters separated by the 10-second rest. And then they also had a control group, which they just sustained training. They didn't do any training at all. So really foundational study. What did they find? What they found as far as VO2 peak goes or cardiorespiratory fitness, the control group actually went down. but both the training groups increased. So try to remember the protocol. This endurance training group on the treadmill was running for 30 minutes. The Tabata group, it's a 4-minute workout. So despite different training volume, there was still a significant improvement in the Tabata group, and there was no difference between the two, meaning one wasn't higher than the other, they just both improved significantly. They also looked at measurements of muscular endurance in this study. I'm going to direct you to this graph down here. So they looked at maximum reps per time, and this is going to be open bar sit-ups. The closed bar is back extension. They saw only in the Tabata group, they had a significant improvement in maximum reps. Now let's look at this top graph here. This is looking at leg extension and leg curls. So in this group, only the Tabata improved on the leg extension. And then if we look at this graph down here, we can see lat pull down, chest press, and push-ups. And what we see is that although the endurance training group improved in the lat pull down, the Tabata group improved in the push-ups and the chest press. So overall from this study, I think that they did get the BOGO deal. They got an improvement in cardiorespiratory fitness, no difference between a Tabata body weight protocol for 4 minutes and a treadmill running for 30 minutes. But in the Tabata group, they had superior changes in muscular endurance. So again, I think there's a BOGO deal with body weight exercise training, and that you're kind of killing 2 birds with 1 stone here. But what about inactive adults? So the McRae study was healthy females. Let's think about inactive adults. So this was another pioneering study by Archilla et al. In 2021. And they did a 5x protocol, meaning they had 5 body weight exercises that they chose, and they did a 60-second on and 60-second off. So it was 11-minute protocol. The exercises were burpees, high knees, split squat jumps, high knees, and then squat jumps. And for this protocol, they performed the 60 seconds for as many reps as possible. And they advised the subjects to do a challenging pace. So not all out, but a challenging pace around an 8 out of 10 on an exertion scale. And what did they find? In this study, they found, compared to the control group, which is the open bar here, the body weight interval training protocol group had a significant improvement in VO2 peak or cardiorespiratory fitness. And this was around a 7% increase pre to post training. Just to paint this picture of what that means, a 7% increase in VO2 max is associated with around a 10% reduction in cardiovascular disease risk. So this is a really meaningful finding. And the protocol was only 11 minutes. They also looked at measurements of muscular endurance. I'm just showing one here, the wall sit test. They saw no difference with muscular endurance, so a little bit different from McRae. They also looked at hand grip strength and saw no difference in this study. So with this 11-minute protocol, maybe we're not getting the BOGO deal. We're not really seeing changes in muscular endurance or strength, but we did see a meaningful improvement in cardiorespiratory fitness. What about older adults? So is body weight interval training or interval training period safe for older adults? This was a really foundational study by Scene in very recent 2022. And it was really interesting. They recruited adults around 71 years old, and they had them perform a HIIT protocol at home, unsupervised. And with that group, basically they gave them an exercise packet. They came into the lab, did baseline measurements, and said, okay, here's the exercises. They familiarized the subjects with them and then sent them home to do it. And then they had a lab HIIT group where they actually did the body weight exercise protocol in the lab with exercise physiologists. Go ahead.
Well, given their age, were these guys screened prior to starting?
That's a good question.
Collapse during the exercise.
Well, that's a big misconception. My dad's 72 and I would never call him old. But yes, there was screening. All of the participants were healthy and not at risk for a cardiovascular event or major event. So otherwise healthy, but older adults. Good question. And then they had a control group, which they just went about their ways. So with the HIIT group, so HIIT at home and then the HIIT in the lab, They performed 5 bouts of 60-second on body weight intervals, followed by 1 minute and 30 seconds of active recovery. And you'll see that the body weight exercises are very similar. They're consistent in the literature. So star jumps, squats, static sprints. So that would be running and then squats and then star jumps again. So this protocol in total was 15 minutes. Some key findings from this study. First, they did see improvements in body composition. As far as whole body fat mass, both in the lab hit and the home hit, there was a reduction in fat mass. And then in the bottom graph here, you can see whole body lean mass, so skeletal muscle mass, improved in both the lab hit and the hit at home, while the control group had no changes from baseline. And then what about the cardiorespiratory and performance that measurements that they were looking at? With the lab hit, they saw a significant improvement in VO2 peak. Same thing with the hit group, no difference between the two. With anaerobic threshold, they saw, again, improvement in both the lab hit and the home hit. So a big takeaway from this study, and something I think all of us can keep in mind, is that maybe clients don't always need to be monitored, and those clients that you think are at a higher risk potentially might not be. And they should be able to do some type of vigorous exercise on their own. And I think this is important because I think a lot of the times, at least I've noticed anytime I talk about high intensity interval training with special populations, it's like, ooh, can they do it? I've seen really high risk patients go through high intensity exercise. In cardiac rehab, sometimes we do interval training with them. I had heart failure patients with ejection fractions of, around 40 doing some type of interval training. So I think it's important to be cautious, but not to underestimate what people can do. So from those studies, I highlighted just a few of my favorites, but there's still some gaps here with body weight interval training. I think one of the big ones is working with sedentary populations with obesity. Why should we target obesity with body weight exercise? One of my reasons is if we go back to those barriers I talked about before, with individuals with obesity, there's a lot of stigma about going to the gym. That feeling of, I don't know if I'm strong enough to be in the gym, or the body image issues. You can do this type of exercise at home. So perhaps for a population with obesity, this would be a good exercise prescription. And also from an epidemic standpoint, it's predicted by, I think, 2030 that over 50% of the population is predicted to have obesity. This is a major problem. We're seeing it, in kids, and I think that it's important. We have to address this head on. And I think that body weight exercise might be a good way to kind of prevent that from happening. And then also there's a gap right now where the home exercise interventions, we're not really sure what the intensity is. And what I mean by that is when people come to the lab, we can have them put a polar heart rate strap on. We can look at blood lactate, but when they go home, we can't really do those measurements. So there needs to be more interventions where we're looking at, okay, well, what intensity by heart rate or rating of perceived exertion did the participants work out at? And then if we go back to the review by Harrison, body weight exercise should be progressive. And I think most of the protocols that I've seen right now, they stay the same for the 4 weeks or the six weeks. It's 60 on, 60 off. But for a previously sedentary population, that might be too much. And I think that there should be more of a progression with the prescription. And then lastly, are there modifications? So with this type of training, there is more of an eccentric component. It's difficult. There's also coordination component. I was a gymnast, I danced, I still had to practice these movements. So it takes practice to learn the movements, and I'd be willing to bet that most of the studies had to provide some type of modifications, but I can't find a lot of literature showing that, okay, we had participants do this, this was the regular version, but what were the modified versions that you gave these people, like the older population? And then lastly, this is really important, will people stick with it? So in 2021, body weight exercise was the 5th top fitness trend around the globe. But we don't know, most of that survey data is on people like us in this room, fitness trainers. We need to know if sedentary populations will stick with this, and ways to do that are looking at enjoyment and self-efficacy and plan theory of behavior. So these are things that I'm hoping to address with my dissertation, which I'm going to get into right now. So we're recruiting adults with obesity, classified by body mass index of 30 or above, and all of my participants are physically inactive by self-report over the last 6 months. And our major outcome variables, we're looking at cardiometabolic risk factors, cardiorespiratory fitness, strength, and then self-efficacy, physical activity, enjoyment, and depression. So I'm really hoping to get a comprehensive idea of, okay, what are the psychological responses? Will people stick with this? And especially in this population with obesity, is it a feasible strategy for achieving both cardiorespiratory fitness improvements and strength gains? So this is just a study design of my dissertation. I won't go through the details of this, but basically we recruit them, we get baseline measurements, including, cardiorespiratory fitness, body composition, the blood draw to look at cardiometabolic risk factors, and then they take the surveys, the psychological surveys, and then we monitor them for 3 days, and we give them this Fitbit watch, which they get to keep. And we're just looking at their baseline physical activity levels for 3 days, and then they start their remote body weight exercise intervention. And this is a progressive program that I'm doing with them. The first 2 weeks are 30 seconds on with a 90-second recovery of stepping in place. Then it goes 40 seconds on, 80 seconds recovery stepping in place. And then by week 5 and 6, then we're hitting the 60 seconds on, 60 seconds off. And the participants are doing this for 3 days a week. It's 2 sets of 5 intervals, just like my acute study I showed you earlier. And then they get a 2-minute recovery between set 1 and 2. So total, the workout, after the warm up, the cool down, it's about a 25-minute workout. So not super time efficient, but I can show you some preliminary results here in a little bit. So after they do week 6, they come back in and we repeat the same procedures that they did at baseline testing. So what was my rationale here? Why am I having adults that were sedentary and living with obesity? Why are they doing plyometric exercises? And why am I doing HIIT with them? Well, this study was published by Francois and Little in 2015. And this was a population of adults with obesity and with type 2 diabetes. And they saw that in this protocol with the 60 on, 60 off, 20 minutes total, improved glycemic control compared to continuous exercise. And Jonathan Little is actually on my dissertation committee, and he's been a huge help. And then why the plyometrics? So the plyometrics I think is important because from a practical standpoint, this is a recent review by Schoenfeld's lab in 2021, but in unhealthy or untrained population, plyometric exercise has been shown to elicit similar strength gains and hypertrophy gains compared to traditional resistance training, so progressive overload protocols or weighted machine protocols. So I think from a practical standpoint, that's really beneficial. If you can have hypertrophy and strength improvement with just plyometric exercise and not necessarily having to lift weights, that's a really practical takeaway, I think, from that study. But I should highlight again, this is mostly in untrained populations. Go ahead.
Can I ask, in terms of, since you're doing plyometrics, do you caution them to be on like special flooring or so they're not on hard surfaces?
Yes, yep. So when they come in for the baseline testing, we go through the workout together. I demonstrate the workout and I tell them to wear shoes, gym shoes if they have them. But then also I'm going to show you some of the exercises here in a little bit, but each exercise has a modified version. So for example, with the jump squat, they can modify by doing a quarter squat and just a little jump. With the burpee, they can modify by using a chair. So it would be like this, instead of going all the way down to the floor. So each one of the 5 exercises, there's a modification for regular version and then modified.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
How about bone density? not.
I'm not
Care
looking
about
at
that.
bone density, but that would be really interesting because plyometric exercise is also effective for increasing bone mineral density. I think that would be very interesting.
Question for you. If they modify at the beginning of the test, do they modify at the end? Or does it?
That's a great question. We're not controlling for that. So the way I prescribed it is they get all the videos. And on the video, there's a regular version and modified version. And at the end of the workout, they report which exercises they modified. So I'm more so looking at it from an observational standpoint, where I'll be able to go back and say, okay, participant 1, they modified all 5. So at the end of the study, I think I'll be able to characterize that, but I didn't control for it. I kind of just told them, do the plyometric if you can, resort to modified and try to get back to the right.
That would be another awesome piece to look at. Right?
Yeah, I
or
totally
report.
agree. I totally agree.
Yeah.
Kenny?
In regard to the plyometrics, I know Tom Morris, who was the speaker here a couple of times. He worked with an older population, which is kind of like, has some similarities with the obesity population. And he would have them doing plyometrics. And he said plyometrics for them may mean that their feet barely come off the floor. It's just barely doing it. And then, you're talking about hips for cardiac patients.
Mm-hmm.
I talked to a cardiac nurse one time. I was talking to her about that because I've seen something where they're taking cardiac rehab patients. And she said, yes, but hip for them could be walking down to the end of the hallway, sitting on a chair for a little while, and then coming back and doing that until maybe they're tired. And that's it. She said, it's not good like other people.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I think that's really important to keep in mind that one of the beauties behind bodyweight exercises, you get to control your tempo. When you're on a treadmill, you pick the speed and the treadmill is going at that speed, especially for research, because we try to keep you at that speed for research purposes. But for bodyweight exercise, it's relative to you. So your all out bodyweight exercise that day might be, an 8 out of 10. And especially for someone that's not a regular exerciser, they're not going to be exerting themselves to the same extent as someone that's an athlete because they're just not used to it. The body is really physiologically good at kind of controlling that. So I am having the participants do this at a relative all-out effort for them. However, I tell them, if you feel like you can't finish the working interval, then just slow down a little bit and then try to get up again. And that's definitely a huge gap right now with characterizing this type of exercise. I should say that, it's not a knock on the researchers. It's the fact that this exercise is so varied. It's really difficult to characterize. So we like the lab because we can pick the workload, we can pick the intensity, and it's really easy to obtain our measurements. When we did my acute study, it was hard. It was like, we don't know what we're looking at first when we looked at the VO2 and the blood lactate responses, and it's hard to characterize it because every person is a little bit different. But there's some beauty behind that for trainers, I think, because you can really individualize your exercise prescriptions. And another rationale with the plyometric with this population, again, as Kenny mentioned, someone that's previously sedentary, their jump might be very little versus someone that's really active might be really high. But if we can get this hypertrophy, this is really beneficial for adults with obesity because around 30% of adults with obesity have insulin resistance, and insulin resistance can predict type 2 diabetes by 5 to 10 years. So if we can catch people before they get to the pre-diabetes status and improve their skeletal muscle mass, that's good because around 85 to 95% of insulin-stimulated glucose uptake occurs in skeletal muscle. So if we can get some hypertrophy in this population, it might be good for reducing insulin resistance and improving glycemic control. Any other questions on this slide?
Just not this slide in particular, but it seems like what you're suggesting would be really beneficial for the armed forces, given like especially the Navy, where they have these people in very small spaces for prolonged periods of time, that this type of exercise would be really applicable for them.
Yeah, it probably would. I think it would be beneficial for lots of populations. That's a really great point. Okay, so just to talk about some of the measurements we're looking at, as Zach said earlier, this is that $40,000, actually it might be even higher than $40,000 equipment for looking at peak torque. So this is how we're measuring strength, and the reason we chose this is because it's really reproducible in untrained populations. You can see this lever arm here. What participants do is I strap them in. Looks like they're getting ready to take off into space, but they just push against the lever arm and it's not going to move. It's an isometric contraction. And they do that for 3 seconds, relax for 10. We do that 3 times, and then we get peak torque and average torque. And then we're also doing a treadmill VO2 peak test because this is the gold standard for assessing cardiorespiratory fitness, which is one of our primary outcome variables. The cardiometabolic risk factors we're looking at HOMA-IR, which is an indicator of insulin resistance, and lipid profile, and then also inflammation. So we're looking at TNF-alpha and C-reactive protein. So why are we looking at these variables? Because adults with obesity have what's called hypertrophy fat cells. Basically what this means is the fat cells are getting suffocated. They're not getting enough oxygen. And when this happens, it causes a release of inflammatory cytokines from the fat cells. Over time, when this is chronic, it leads to chronic low-grade inflammation and increases in inflammatory cytokines. When the body has a chronic inflammatory state, that leads to increased release of C-reactive protein from the liver. Many of you have probably heard about this, but elevated levels of CRP are strongly associated with cardiovascular disease. We're also looking at the lipid profile because these hypertrophied adipocytes also lead to altered fat metabolism and increased lipolysis, which leads to elevated LDL and triglycerides in the bloodstream. So we're hoping that this body weight protocol will help kind of reduce systemic inflammation and improve lipids. I'm going to present some very preliminary data. I just finished my 5th subject last night, which is why I couldn't send my slides really early. But I'm showing a sample size of 5 and I have 10 more subjects to get through. So right now we're seeing a % increase in peak torque. This is again, our measurement of strength by around 8%, and average peak torque around 6.5%. So we are seeing some improvements in strength. I did a T-test, not significant yet, but we'll see with time. Where we're seeing some really strong results, I think, is in cardiorespiratory fitness. So this is absolute VO2 max here, baseline versus the post-home HIIT training. We're seeing around a 10% increase on average. And then in relative VO2 peak, so mLs per kg per minute, we're seeing around a 7% increase. This is around 1.7 increase mLs per kg per minute. So why, again, is this important? This was a recent study by Bowden, 2019. For each 1 ml per kg increase in VO2 max, there is around 11 to 16% reduction in all-cause mortality, cardiovascular disease, cancer mortality. So I think even if I don't see the strength in cardiorespiratory fitness, both of them, but even if we just see cardiorespiratory fitness, I think that's beneficial. I don't have the cardiometabolic data to present to you guys yet because we'll analyze that at the end of the study. But I think for 5 subjects finishing to see a little bit of an increase in strength and a pretty meaningful improvement in cardiorespiratory fitness, I think this plyometric home-based protocol might be beneficial for adults with obesity too. So we saw studies with well-trained adults. We saw a study with inactive adults but otherwise healthy. We saw a study with adults that were 71 years and older. And now hopefully we can see a study that shows adults with obesity can do this type of training too, and they can do it well. So some key takeaways, I think as far as body weight exercise go, potentially implementing plyometrics will be beneficial for stimulating that hypertrophy and strength gains compared to no plyometrics at all. But this is an unanswered question in the literature, and I'm hoping to address that at some point, comparing plyometric calisthenics to non-plyometric. Also, this style of training can be adapted for a variety of populations.
I didn't show this data, but we also tested this protocol in adults with substance use disorder, and we're looking at drinking habits after an acute bout of exercise. So there are so many populations, I think, that could potentially benefit from this style of exercise because it's so easy to implement. You could say, you can do it at home, you're just gonna watch a YouTube video. And then third, this exercise is really beneficial for those who don't have access to a gym. Right now, inflation is really causing a lot of stress for many people. We're seeing health declining. I think, you know, as you're talking to clients, we can say, okay, you can do body weight exercise. You don't have to go to the gym. It's okay to not do your gym membership next month. Maybe take a month off and do some body weight interval training protocols and not lose those strength gains and aerobic trains that you've been working so hard for. So some future directions of the research I want to do. A lot of the research on body weight exercise, we saw like the 10 minutes, my protocol's around 25 minutes. As far as being time efficient, I don't think either of those are time efficient. Martin Gabala published a really foundational study, basically supporting a 1-minute workout. They did 20-second stair sprints and saw significant improvements in cardiorespiratory fitness. So I think my future research, I'd like to kind of segue off of that into body weight exercise snacks. So I want everybody to push their chairs back, and we're gonna do 10 sit to stand ups. So everybody do 10 chairs to stand up. So that's gonna look like this. Stand up. Yep, keep going.
So we're doing chair squats?
Chair squats, sit to stand up, just 10. After you've done 10, stay at the top. So that's our strength stimulus right there. Now I want everybody to run in place as fast as you can. And stop. Okay, so I think that's my big takeaway. See, you just got 10 chair squats, we got our quadriceps working, and we got our heart rate up by running in place. I think that people that don't have time to do 20, you guys can sit down, to do a 20-minute workout can break up their day by doing some body weight exercise snacks. And again, not a lot of research on this yet, but something I'm hoping to dive into in the future. And going back to technology, I said that this was a barrier before. We're not going to be able to stop advancements in technology, but we can start using it. Everyone that has a Fitbit watch or Apple Watch that says, okay, move. It's been 30 minutes, you're sitting. But what if we started breaking up our activity with structured breaks, getting a full body workout? You could do wall push-ups, you could do running in place. Those are things that I think we can really help our field by moving forward. In 2018, ACSM said, we don't need 10-minute bouts of exercise. You can do really short bouts of exercise and still get the benefits. So that's the major takeaways from my presentation. Thank you all for listening. Do I have time for questions? Okay. Any questions? Thanks everybody for hanging around on Saturday.
All right, well, thanks everybody for coming. We've got some food if you want to take some with you for snacks.